Chapter 1. The 24-Hour System. Ding. Scanning complete. Congratulations. I'm sorry, binding error. Chu-do was a little stunned. A system? When he first heard the ding, he almost thought he was hallucinating, but after hearing what followed, he realized this was actually happening. System, are you there? What's going on? Chu-do didn't understand what the system meant by binding error. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. I apologize. During the cross-dimensional binding process, the system detected a binding error. This is a cultivation system, designed for the immortal realm, but it seems there was an accident during transport. The coordinates were wrong, and I accidentally arrived in this ordinary world. A cultivation system? Chu-do felt his mind go blank. He enjoyed reading novels and was very familiar with systems, having encountered them countless times in stories. Just now, he had been reading A Prodigal Son novel on Tomato Novels, which said, Type 1 to receive a system. Of course, Chu-do hadn't believed it, so he'd replied, to be honest, I don't believe it. The next moment, the system had arrived. And according to the system, this was an ordinary world, but the system was a cultivation system. So, was he about to take off? In that moment, Chu-do's brain began to race at hyperspeed. In 0.1 seconds, he had already imagined countless scenarios. Were the childish fantasies of his youth about to become a reality? Would he be able to proudly declare, I don't eat beef? But the system interrupted Chu-do's fantasy session with a cold and emotionless voice. I'm very sorry. I must now unbind and return to the original cultivation world. I apologize for the inconvenience this has caused. Oh? Chu-do was completely bewildered. Was the system kidding him? He just had a flood of fantasies, and now it was telling him it was going to unbind? Chu-do quickly said in his mind, No, let's talk this through. Look, there's an old Chinese saying, since we're here, let's make the best of it, right? You're already here. The system interrupted Chu-do again. I'm sorry, we all have protocols. I must complete my performance objectives. Therefore, I apologize. Chu-do fell silent. Performance objectives. Did systems even have performance objectives these days? But that wasn't important now. What was important was that the system he had just bound was about to leave. Chu-do wanted to cry. If the system hadn't been given to him in the first place, he would have accepted being an ordinary person. But giving him the chance and then throwing him from heaven into hell was a bit much. Chu-do felt nothing but bitterness and wished he could write a tragic poem on the spot. As if sensing Chu-do's emotions, the cultivation system also felt a little embarrassed. It said awkwardly, I'm sorry, it seems there was a problem with the machine during transport. The coordinates were wrong. I'll have the technical department fix it later. Chu-do said bitterly, That's not the point. You're going to find a host anyway. Why can't you help me? It's all work, isn't it? The system paused before replying, After scanning this world, my system has determined that there is no spiritual energy. Cultivation is impossible. Therefore, in this world, I cannot complete my performance objectives. Chu-do sighed. So, in the end, you're still going to leave, right? I'm very sorry, the system replied with its cold, mechanical voice. Chu-do let out a long sigh and didn't say anything more. The system also paused for a moment, then said, I apologize for the negative experience. The system can offer you some compensation. Chu-do's eyes lit up. Compensation? That sounded good. He immediately said, Please, help me upgrade my strength. It wouldn't be too much to make me an emperor. He rubbed his hands together, full of anticipation. The system was speechless. Hello, this is a normal technological world with no spiritual energy. I cannot help you increase your strength. Chu-do's face froze, his beautiful dream shattered. He said helplessly, All right, then see what you can give me. The system paused. Considering this is an ordinary urban world, this system can compensate you in terms of money. Money? Money would work too. Since it was an ordinary world, money was definitely important. The system thought for a moment. From now on, this system will activate a special spending rebate program for you, valid for 24 hours. Any spending or transfers will be calculated, but you are forbidden from using dual accounts to cheat the system. You are also forbidden from revealing the system's existence. The rebate will be 10 times the amount spent, and the system will handle all transaction procedures, ensuring there will be no risk of being discovered. Chu-do said in amazement, That's so awesome? The system said proudly, This lowly urban world? I could crush it with one finger. The rules are mere toys. Okay, the timer is starting now. As it spoke, A countdown timer suddenly appeared in Chu-Du's mind, counting down from 24 hours, second by second. When that time was up, the system would unbind. Therefore, Chu-Du had to spend until he was satisfied before the system left. How great was human desire! When that desire exploded at a single moment, it was terrifying. Chu-Du's brain started to work at top speed. 10 times the rebate, but he couldn't cheat. The rules were simple, but time was limited. Chu-Du was just an ordinary office worker who had grown up in the tomato orphanage and was now a corporate slave in Shanghai, working for a people's entrepreneur. He hadn't made much money and had actually sunk into debt due to overspending, accumulating around 300,000 to 400,000 yuan in online loans and credit card debt. Right now, all of his assets totaled just over 2,000 yuan. Without hesitation, Chu-Du immediately used the 2,000 yuan to top up his phone bill. The next moment, a message arrived on his mobile banking app. Your commercial bank savings card has received 20,000 yuan. Balance, 20,024. It worked. Chu-Du was overjoyed, but he didn't stop what he was doing. Spending money to get money was simple in theory, but difficult in reality. Without another word, he transferred 20,000 yuan to his friend Chen Shuai, instantly getting a 200,000 yuan rebate. Chen Shuai sent him a question mark, but Chu-Du didn't have time to reply. Instead, he transferred another 200,000 yuan to Chen Shuai, immediately receiving a 2 million yuan rebate. The next moment, Chen Shuai called. Chu-Du was alone in his rental apartment, so he answered and put on his headphones, so it wouldn't interrupt his spending spree. Holy crap, what's going on? 220,000 yuan? What have you been up to? Where did all that money come from? Chen Shuai's shocked voice came through the phone. Chu-Du continued to spend money, clearing his debt. Don't worry about it. Didn't I borrow 10,000 yuan from you before? I'm paying you back now. I'm busy right now. I'll talk to you later. Chapter 2. Money Grabbing. Chen Shuai roared. Who the hell returns 220,000 yuan for a 10,000 yuan loan? Even loan sharks aren't that ruthless. What's going on? Chu-Du's hands were flying, making repayments quickly. He actually wanted to make large purchases to get fast rebates. However, it was crucial to remember that normal people don't have many spending channels, so he needed to start with the basics before he had the capital for bigger spending. I'll explain later, by the way. Aren't you in debt for over 100,000 yuan? Use this to pay it off and stop nagging. Both were 26 or 27 years old, had known each other for over a decade and were very close. Chen Shuai had lent Chu-Du 10,000 yuan 3 months ago without ever asking for it back or charging any interest. That was what true brothers did. Now that he had the power, Chu-Du naturally wanted to help his brother, as well as make some money in the process. He didn't want to overdo it and overwhelm his friend. After giving a thought about his trust in Chu-Du, Chen Shuai said, Okay, I will pay off my debts first. Call me when you're free. With that, he hung up. Within just 3 minutes, Chu-Du had paid off all his online loans and credit cards. He had paid off 300,000 yuan of his 2 million, with a rebate of 3 million. Chu-Du now had 4.7 million in his bank account. He only had one good friend. The rest were just fair-weather friends and not worth helping out. Since there was nothing else worth spending money on now, Chu-Du naturally had to go to some higher-end places. It was 10 a.m. It was the weekend, so Chu-Du was off work. He went downstairs at his fastest pace, hailed a taxi, and said as he got into the taxi, Master, take me to the Ferrari store on Jinchi Road. Now that he had money, he had to buy a house and a car. These large purchases would naturally give him faster rebates. In the taxi, Chu-Du quickly downloaded music, Shark, and Tiger live streaming apps. He didn't even look at the live streamers, but first topped up his account in the music app with 4 million. As to why he didn't use 4.7 million, Chu-Du explained that the millions that he could top up had to be in multiples of millions. He topped up 4 million, instantly getting a rebate of 40 million. Chu-Du didn't hesitate, topping up another 6 million, receiving a rebate of 60 million. Now, Chu-Du had 94.7 million and 13 yuan in his bank account. Chu-Du didn't dare to put too much money in just one app, in case he drew attention. He followed the same process, topping up 10 million each in the Shark and Tiger apps. Great, a 200 million yuan rebate successful. Seeing that the taxi driver wasn't in a hurry, Chu-Du immediately scanned the QR code and said, Master, I'm in a hurry. Please drive as fast as you can. I'll cover all the costs in between, even if you get some points deducted or a fine. I'll transfer 5,000 yuan to you right now. How's that? When the driver heard that, he sat straight up and said, Buckle up. Today, I'll show you what a Mount Akina car god looks like. The next moment, the car's speed instantly increased. Chu-do immediately scanned 5,000 yuan, getting a 50,000 yuan rebate. In less than half an hour, Chu-do had already grabbed almost 300 million. For an ordinary person, 300 million was enough to retire and live comfortably. However, Chu-do wasn't satisfied. When a person has 100 yuan, they want to have 200 yuan. When a person has 10,000 yuan, they want to have 20,000. Human greed has no end. At the beginning, Chu-do had been excited about getting tens of thousands of yuan, but after that short period of time, having received nearly 300 million, even he didn't know what his target was. With the taxi driver driving like mad, they arrived at the entrance of the Ferrari store in about 20 minutes. Chu-do got out of the car and quickly went inside. As a high-end car brand, the Ferrari sales staff were beautiful, tall and leggy, and many were there in hopes of getting a rich second generation. There's often a saying that for every Ferrari sold, a salesperson leaves. Not only that, but the sales staff of any high-end luxury brand were all rigorously trained. So there would be no question of looking down on people or giving sarcastic remarks. Even if you dressed in low-quality clothes, they would still greet you with a professional smile. Before Chu-do could even speak, a female salesperson came forward and said, "Hello, sir. Welcome to the Ferrari dealership. Do you have any models that you've already considered?" Chu-do shook his head and said, "No, but you can give me a simple introduction to the cars you have. I'll make the purchase immediately." The saleswoman looked at Chu-do's dressing. It was that of an ordinary person, with clothes that didn't add up to more than 1,000 yuan. She said, "Sir, you can take a look at the cars here. This is the Ferrari 612, with a current listing price of 5.7 million. The optional add-ons and—" Before she could finish speaking, Chu-do interrupted, saying, "No need for the details, just put this one through, and find me a few more. I'll pay for them all." The saleswoman swallowed, looking at Chu-do's expression. Has this windfall of wealth finally fallen on me today? Before she could continue her fantasies, Chu-do said, "Do you have any Ferrari 812, Ferrari F12, Ferrari 599, Ferrari 488, Ferrari SF90, Ferrari 458, Ferrari FF models?" Chu-do named 7 models in one go. The saleswoman was shocked, but her professional training allowed her to respond immediately. "Sir, we may not have all of them here at the moment. We may have to transfer some from other branches." Chu-do nodded, saying, "Add the 612 car to the 7 I mentioned just now, making 8 in total. I won't look at the extras. Just put it all on high-end. Main colors in black and red. Just give me a total quote." The saleswoman looked at Chu-do, still wanting to say something when Chu-do frowned, saying, "Please hurry. I'm in a rush." The saleswoman didn't say another word, and quickly went to fetch a calculator, working out the prices. The prices of the cars were all the base prices. The full price would include various extra options and insurance. In the end, the Ferrari 612 was 7 million, the Ferrari 812 was 7 million, Ferrari F12 was 7 million, the Ferrari 599 was 6 million, Ferrari 488 was 6 million, Ferrari SF90 was 6.5 million, Ferrari 458 was 7 million, and the Ferrari FF was 7 million. All the cars, a total of 8 cars, was 53.5 million. At this time, Chu-do had nearly 300 million. He didn't have enough time to pay for them one by one. Chapter 3. The Bank. Therefore, Chu-do opened his mouth and said, "Like this, give me 4 more of the same." In total, 5 sets of the same configuration would cost 267.5 million. Chu-do had 270 million in his card, just enough to make the purchase. Whether he could use them was another matter. The most important thing was to get the money first. At worst, he could get some girls with the cars later. It was simple. The saleswoman was completely flabbergasted. She had seen many rich people who bought Ferraris, but she had never seen one like Chu-do who bought luxury cars like they were buying groceries. This was terrifying. Just multiplying the number by 5, the saleswoman felt lightheaded when she saw the amount on the calculator. God, that was more than 200 million, and it had just gone. Like that? Chu-do didn't care at all about the impact he had on the saleswoman, and continued to ask, "Do you have LaFerrari?" The dazed saleswoman instinctively shook her head. "I'm sorry, sir. The LaFerrari is a limited edition car. Only 499 were produced, and they've all been sold. Unless you can buy one from another owner." Chu-do was disappointed. Looks like he couldn't get his hands on that one. Chu-do took out a bank card and said, "Swipe." Logically speaking, such an ordinary bank card had a limited daily expenditure, but under the power of a system that could crush the world with a finger, that rule was easily taken care of. With the prompt transaction successful, the saleswoman looked at Chu-do with hard eyes. If they weren't in a public place, she believed that she could take her clothes off faster than anyone in the world. Ferrari was a luxury car brand and the customers were very few. So many salespeople came over when they had nothing to do, hoping to have some intimate contact with this second-generation rich. Chu Du's ordinary outfit was now the definition of keeping a low profile in their eyes. More than 200 million was spent, instantly receiving a rebate of 2.67 billion. Including what was left over from before, Chu Du now had close to 2.7 billion in cash. For a total of 40 cars, Chu Du signed each one of them. That was a process he couldn't avoid. All the sales staff gathered around Chu Du, and even the manager had come to serve Chu Du tea and water, nodding and bowing. Seeing his behavior, he wasn't even as nice to his father. Although the store preferred selling loans when selling cars, a customer who made such a large transaction was obviously more important. One reason was that the money was returned faster. After all, there was also a time cost for loan repayments. The other reason was that customers of this caliber would surely have other customers of similar standing. Those were all potential customers, so why not keep on their good side? The first saleswoman who had introduced the cars to Chu Du said anxiously, "Mr. Chu, I need to remind you again that it will take approximately half a year for all these vehicles to be delivered, because some of them have to be transferred from other areas in the country, some are from overseas. So the times are different." Chu Du was signing and said indifferently, "It's okay, just send one when it's ready. I can wait." When the saleswoman heard that, she breathed a sigh of relief. This transaction, worth over 200 million, how much commission would that be? She didn't even dare think about it. Although the commission was important, how could she compare to the young master before her? Without saying another thing, she could just be his mistress and get everything she's wanted in life. If it was before, when he was an ordinary person, Chu Du would definitely have been very interested in spending some time with these beautiful women. But he only had 24 hours, and an hour and a half had already passed. He didn't have time to think about those things. At this point, all the beautiful women would have to wait. Suddenly, Chu Du's phone that was on the table rang. It was an unknown local number. Chu Du frowned and said, "Help me with that, put it on speaker." He was in a rush to sign and didn't have time. The saleswoman immediately picked up the phone and turned on the speaker, increasing the volume. "Hello, is this Mr. Chu Du?" An older man's voice came through the phone. Chu Du was sure that he had never heard this person's voice before. He casually said, "I'm Chu Du. Who are you?" The man on the other end was very polite. "Hello, Mr. Chu. I am the manager of the commercial bank, Zhao Qian. There was an overseas transfer to your savings card just now, for 2.6 billion yuan. This is a large transaction. The amount of your deposit in our bank is very high. Our bank is very honored to invite you to become a valued VIP client of our bank and bring you many benefits and assistance." 2.6 billion. Although Chu Du's phone was just a regular mobile, the conversation was loud enough for everyone in the room to hear clearly. From the manager to the saleswomen, everyone was stunned. How much money was that? In particular, the saleswoman who had introduced the cars to Chu Du had thought that 200 million was terrifying. But now when they heard over 2 billion, they were even more shocked. VIP upgrades aside for now, Chu Du cared more about the power of the bank. In China, the power of the bank was strong. Banks were involved in many things, especially the major official banks in China such as the Commercial Bank, Agricultural Bank, Military Bank, Bank of China, Construction Bank, and National Bank. Among them, the National Bank was at the top and controlled the other 5 banks. Banks had collaborations in many areas, and when he was an ordinary person, he didn't have the channels, but the bank could help him with that. He said, "Manager Zhao, the VIP matter can wait. I would like to ask you for a favor." Zhao Qian said very politely, "Mr. Chu, please give me the instructions, don't be so polite." The source of the money was definitely normal. It was overseas stocks, funds, and investment income, completely legal and without any problems, which was why he had made the call. Chu Du continued, "I want to buy houses, either large flats or luxury mansions. I wonder if Manager Zhao has any connections in that area. I want them now, and more than just one. If it's suitable, I'll make the payment immediately." Zhao Qian didn't hesitate. "Mr. Chu, please give me a few minutes. I will contact them for you right now." After he hung up, all the saleswomen around them didn't dare to breathe loudly. If Chu Du had only a few million, they would have fantasized about marrying into a rich family. But now that Chu Du had tens of billions, and that was probably just part of his wealth, this was a level they couldn't reach. Buying houses and cars like they were in the market, was this something that they could obtain? Since they worked at Ferrari, they naturally saw wealthy clients all the time and were aware of the unspoken rules of the world. Chapter 4. Spending Spree. These types of people, even when choosing beautiful women, it wouldn't be their turn. In the eyes of ordinary people, their figures and appearances could be called goddess-like. But in the eyes of the wealthy, they were merely unremarkable. There were plenty of pretty women out there. Many of the female sales staff extinguished their fantasies, but there were still a few who wouldn't give up. They still tried to imagine if they could succeed in climbing up the ladder, and found ways to show off their uniforms in a way that exposed a bit too much. With that, Chu-do had 40 cars registered under his name. However, there were no laws preventing someone from owning so many cars, so it didn't matter. After Chu-do finished signing, he casually said, "Are there any cars that are ready to go right now?" The saleswoman said with a troubled expression, "Mr. Chu, you've selected custom options for all the vehicles, and we need to add those items. To have everything ready, the fastest would be 3 p.m. this afternoon." That's already incredibly fast. Chu-do immediately said, "Okay, 3 p.m. No matter which car is ready, call me right away. Also, fill them up with gas." As if he thought of something, he added, "And as for the license plates, just use regular plates. I have other things to do. I'll be leaving now." With the enthusiastic support of the manager and the sales staff, Chu-do left the store. Just as he left the store, he received a call from Zhao Qian. "Hello, Mr. Chu. I contacted a few people for you. Many are willing to sell. What are your thoughts?" Chu-do took a deep breath and said, "Where is our bank located? Please book an appointment for me. It's almost 12 p.m. If possible, I'd like to meet them at your bank at 3 p.m. In the meantime, I may need to use the bank's office. I'm sorry, I'm in a rush. I hope Manager Zhao can understand." Zhao Qian immediately said, "Mr. Chu, it's no trouble at all. It's an honor for our bank to serve such a distinguished guest. I'll book the appointments immediately." Chu-do said in satisfaction, "Thank you for your trouble, Manager Zhao." He paused, then continued, "Also, Manager Zhao, do you know any manufacturers or sales companies that deal with private yachts and private jets?" Zhao Qian immediately said, "Mr. Chu, please rest assured. Our commercial bank has high-end VIP services, and we can meet all your needs." Chu-do was secretly delighted. He said, "In that case, please help me arrange the appointments as well. Let's meet them together this afternoon." Zhao Qian readily agreed. After hanging up, Chu-do breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't too familiar with these super luxurious purchases. He only knew to buy houses, cars, private yachts, and private jets. He didn't know much beyond that, since he'd never had any contact with them before. The appointments were in the afternoon, but in the meantime, Chu-do had to go to other dealerships to buy cars and continue to grab money. Luckily, there were other luxury car brands on the same street. Within 500 meters, Chu-do walked into a Porsche dealership. Before Chu-do could even speak, the manager, along with a group of salespeople, came out to greet him, incredibly enthusiastic. Chu-do was dumbfounded. What was going on? The manager who approached him said very respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Chu. I'm Wang Li, the manager here. Welcome to Porsche." Chu-do didn't know that in the 2 minutes he was outside answering the phone, the Ferrari dealership staff had already spread the word in their group. Now, all the luxury car dealerships on the street knew that a super rich man had arrived. He'd spent almost 300 million on 7 different Ferrari models, 5 of each. They didn't understand his actions, but it didn't affect their impression of Chu-do. A super rich man. Who buys cars like that? So, when Chu-do reached the door, Wang Li saw him right away and immediately called all the salespeople to come out. Although Chu-do was confused, he still said, "I'd like to ask if you have the Porsche 911, Porsche 918, or Porsche Carrera GT here." Porsche's various models and prices were generally not as high as Ferrari's, so Chu-do didn't have many to choose from. As for the cheaper ones, Chu-do was too lazy to buy them, and they would take up space. Wang Li quickly said, "Mr. Chu, we don't have that many of those models in stock. We would have to arrange to have them transferred." Chu-do snapped his fingers and said, "Okay, do it." Having gone through the motions at the Ferrari dealership, Chu-do was already familiar with the process. He said, "For all the custom options, use the best color combinations. Just choose the highest configurations. You don't need to ask me." Wang Li had already prepared the calculator. She quickly did the calculations and said, "Mr. Chu, with all the options you chose, the total cost of all the cars would be 50 million. That includes 2 different models of the 918, a 911, and a Carrera GT." Chu-do waved his hand and said, 5 sets of everything, same configurations?" Wang Li said with some difficulty, "Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, the Porsche 918 is a limited edition model. We don't have the same models, but we can choose other models in the Porsche 918 series." Chu-do casually picked some. The prices were all about the same anyway. 5 sets were enough. Although it wouldn't let him spend all his money, he didn't want to buy dozens of the same car at once. That would be stupid. That was a total of 250 million. With his 2.67 billion, after spending that, his card balance was 4.92 billion. She held her breath, looking at Chu-do expectantly. Without another word, Chu-do took out his bank card and said, "Swipe." Soon, with a beep, the transaction was successful. Wang Li almost trembled and collapsed. After all, the global economy wasn't doing too well, so these high-end luxury items were actually quite hard to sell. Don't believe those videos you see online. Everyone seems to have one on Douyin, and everyone has a dream car in tomato novels, right? But in reality, the yearly sales of these cars were less than 1/10 of what was on Douyin, which shows how hard they are to sell. Chu-do's spending spree shook every salesperson present. He quickly signed the contracts, and in less than an hour, Chu-do left the Porsche store surrounded by a group of beautiful women. As far as he knew, there was also a Lamborghini dealership and a Maserati dealership on the same street. Chu-do figured that after buying from those two stores, it would almost be time to go to the bank. Although it was already past 12 p.m. and time for lunch, Chu-do didn't have any intention of eating. What was he thinking? Was it time to eat right now? That was not understanding the importance of things. After walking 200 meters, he arrived at the Lamborghini dealership. Chapter 5, Gathering. The same process played out again. In the end, Chu-do chose the Lamborghini Revuelto, Lamborghini Aventador, and Lamborghini Reventon. The total price, including all options, was close to 40 million. Still, he chose 5 sets. That was 200 million in total. In the end, his 4.9 billion became 4.7 billion. Then he got a 2 billion rebate, making his balance 6.72 billion. As always, he signed the contract and left, not having time to care about other things. Finally, it was the Maserati dealership. Although Maserati was much cheaper compared to the previous 3 brands, Chu-do thought they were good for picking up girls. The Maserati Quattroporte, Maserati MC20, Maserati Gran Cabrio, Maserati Coupe, Maserati Gran Turismo, altogether, were only 15 million. Chu-do waved his hand and said, 5 sets, as usual. That was 75 million in total, with a rebate of 750 million. Chu-do's balance had reached 7.4 billion. After coming out of the store, standing on the side of the road, Chu-do stretched and moved his limbs. At these stores, Chu-do wasted the most time waiting for the contracts and signing and taking photos. As for choosing the models and options, that only took 3 minutes. As for those beautiful female salespeople, Chu-do didn't have time to care about them. When couldn't he pick up girls? The girls weren't going to disappear tomorrow, were they? But his rebate event wouldn't last past 10 a.m. tomorrow. Chu-do was clear about what was more important. He glanced at the time. It was already 2 p.m. Not wanting to waste any more time, Chu-do bought a few burgers from a nearby shop, hailed a taxi, and headed to the bank. The commercial bank was an official bank, so its headquarters in Shanghai was quite impressive. Around 3 p.m., Chu-do arrived at the entrance of the commercial bank. He casually picked up his phone and made a call. In less than a minute, a man in his 40s wearing a formal suit and leather shoes came out quickly. When he saw Chu-do, he enthusiastically came forward and said, "Hello, Mr. Chu. I'm Zhao Qian, the manager of the commercial bank. Welcome to our bank." Chu-do also said politely, "You're too kind, Manager Zhao. Why don't we go inside and talk?" Zhao Qian looked at the half-eaten burger in Chu-do's hand. He hesitated and said, "Mr. Chu, should we eat something first? I'm afraid you're hungry." Chu-do waved his hand and said, "No need. I'm in a rush." "Forget it." Zhao Qian said, somewhat worried. "How about this? I'll have the staff here get you some food from a nearby restaurant. What do you think?" Chu-do didn't decline. "Okay, something simple is fine. Thank you for your trouble." "No trouble at all, no trouble at all." As they were talking, the two walked inside. As soon as Zhao Qian entered the hall, he casually waved to a staff member nearby and said, "Go look around and buy some fast food. Send it to the conference room. Remember to be quick, and you'll get an extra 200 yuan bonus this month." The staff member didn't say a word and immediately ran out. There were many people coming this time. Because Chu-do had made appointments with several people, Zhao Qian's office couldn't seat them all, so they were in the conference room. Zhao Qian personally poured tea for Chu-do and said, "Mr. Chu, the people you've made appointments with are all here. This is..." After a brief introduction, Chu-do looked around. There were 7 real estate sellers, 3 yacht manufacturers, and 5 private jet representatives. 15 people in total. Chu-do said very politely, "I'm sorry for inviting you all over in this way, but it's mainly because I'm in a rush, so I decided to invite you like this. But I believe that during the following discussions, you will be very satisfied. Everyone was an experienced businessman, so they naturally wouldn't be angry about such a small matter. Moreover, before they came, Zhao Qian had already told them that Chu Du was a super rich man with an incredibly large cash flow. In the current environment, many wealthy bosses appear to be rich, but their assets were actually fixed assets, funds, stocks, and the like. There weren't many rich people who had a real cash flow, so they all came with great enthusiasm. First, it was time to buy a house. Chu Du nodded to a few of them and said, "Please give me the materials you've prepared." The 7 people immediately handed over the materials they had prepared, a total of more than 30 sets, including both large flats and villas. Chu Du looked through them quickly, mainly focusing on the environment and the price. These were all well-known real estate developments in Shanghai, not cheap and not affordable for the average person. For example, the cheapest flat here cost 200,000 yuan per square meter. The smallest one was over 230 square meters. Chu Du spent a whole hour reading through all the materials. When he looked up, there was a box of fast food by his side, containing rice and dishes. He put down the materials, not caring about appearances, and opened his mouth and said, "If I buy your houses, are there any additional offers and benefits?" The people looked at each other and then described the benefits of their homes one by one. Basically, everyone was offering a 3-year exemption of various management fees and utility costs, as well as free parking. Then, there was a free total house cleanup 10 times a year for 3 years. Chu Du calculated roughly that the cheapest large flat would cost 46 million, and the most expensive villa would cost 800 million. A total of 32 large flats and villas, including 7 villas and 25 large flats, came to a total of 4.3 billion. He had 7.4 billion in his hands, so he wasn't worried at all. He was actually quite happy. After all, he could get a direct rebate of 43 billion this time. However, due to the large amount, the system would give the money to Chu Du in batches. Because they had come in a rush, they only had prepared information about the houses and villas, and they didn't think that a deal could be reached so quickly. Usually, they would talk first, and if they were interested, they would go to the site and take a look. Who would have thought that someone would actually place an order after just looking at the photos? They didn't bring the contracts, but it didn't matter. One phone call later, someone was delivering them quickly. With such a large order, it would be delivered quickly. Chu Du casually ate his food. No one felt that this was inappropriate. That's the way the world is. If you have no money, everything you do is wrong. If you have money, even if you eat street food at a 5-star hotel, everyone will praise you for eating well, eating deliciously, and for eating so beautifully. Then, Chu Du looked at the 3 yacht representatives beside him and said, "Do you have any materials?" The 3 of them immediately took out the materials and politely placed them in front of Chu Du. Having gone through the experience of buying houses, they were now very certain that Chu Du was a super VIP. They wouldn't dare be disrespectful. Such a big shot could crap on their heads, and they would still have to hand him the tissue. After looking at the materials briefly, Chu Du pointed at 3 yachts on the materials and said, "I really like these 3. I'll take them all. Also, I want to have one custom made." Chapter 6, High-End Spending. When the 3 heard what Chu Du had to say, they were first overjoyed and then said, "Mr. Chu, you can rest assured, there's nothing we can't make." Chu Du nodded in satisfaction and then quickly said what he wanted. The 3 companies quickly jotted down their notes on their phones. After half an hour, Chu Du said, "The requirements are quite challenging. You 3 should compete. Let's see who can take on this order." At that moment, the contracts for the real estate had been delivered. Chu Du immediately began signing them while giving the 3 yacht companies some time. Not only that, but Chu Du also said to the jet representatives beside him, "Did you bring any information?" These people represented several domestic airlines. In fact, buying a house, buying a car, and buying a yacht or jet were different. When you buy a house or a car, they are usually ready, but sometimes certain sports cars have to be ordered and take a few months to deliver. And yachts were even slower. They generally take half a year to a year to deliver. Sometimes, it could even be 2 or 3 years. There weren't many that were readily available. As for private jets, don't even mention it. Most of the luxurious private jets were made by manufacturers overseas. Many wealthy people buy relatively cheap ones, or use commercial jets that have been modified. So, these were all airline employees. After looking at the information of a few of the companies, Chu Du frowned. To be honest, he wasn't very satisfied. But there wasn't much he could do. Because the cost of private jets was very high, there were generally no jets available for sale. They were all made to order. Chu Du immediately stated his requirements and conditions and asked them to contact the manufacturers behind them. There were many requirements for a private jet. While Chu Du was talking, everyone was taking notes and then contacting the manufacturers. Zhao Qian, who was beside them, was in a daze. To be honest, as a bank manager, Zhao Qian considered himself to have seen a lot, but he felt that today, he was seeing something truly eye-opening. You'd haggle every day when you went to the market to buy some vegetables, but you're buying such expensive things as if you're buying a simple vegetable. Is that really okay? After the signing was completed, the yacht companies had also come up with a result. One of the companies was chosen to handle Chu Du's custom order. The private yacht Chu Du wanted to customize was exactly what he had quickly researched on his phone in the taxi. Based on the situation of the 3 existing yachts, he combined them to have a unique custom-made yacht. The total price was as high as 2.5 billion. Even in the world, it would be considered extremely expensive. A contract was immediately arranged to be delivered and modified based on the existing contracts, and finally it was signed. Chu Du directly transferred all 2.5 billion. All that was left was to wait 9 months for the manufacturer to deliver it. In addition, there were the 3 yachts he had liked. That was another 400 million. Without another word, Chu Du signed the contracts and swiped his card. After completing the purchases for the houses and the yachts, Chu Du's total assets had reached 72.2 billion. If he needed to, he could withdraw it all. This was all cash. In the wealthy circles, Chu Du was the top of the top. And this custom yacht was a challenge for the manufacturers. The yacht Chu Du wanted to have customized, regardless of its size or configuration, was the top of the world. Luckily, their company was quite powerful. In the country, they were also the best of the best, which allowed them to take on this large order. In this industry, they could spend 3 years not getting any customers, then be able to live off one for the next 3 years. And this time, with Chu Du's 2.5 billion transaction, he got a rebate of 25 billion. His cash flow had become quite large. After settling the matters of the houses and yachts, the next step was the private jet. After discussing it, the airlines finally decided that China Eastern would take on this order. Chu Du's customization requirements were also very high-end and complex. It would take a year and a half to deliver everything, even with an expedited order. Usually, it would take 3 to 4 years. This time, it was considered an expedited delivery, and the quality was still guaranteed. But Chu Du didn't care. What he cared about was the large amount of spending. According to the standards of the most luxurious private jets, the final price was 3.5 billion. Chu Du didn't know if this price could break any records, but he knew that the airline staff in front of him were all numb. Chu Du was not worried that anyone would try to mess with the signed contracts today. In the eyes of all the company representatives, Chu Du was a super rich man with an extremely powerful family and control of a massive fortune. To do something underhanded in front of such a powerful force? They weren't that stupid. Only by serving this type of big shot would they be able to earn more. So, on the contrary, they had to protect Chu Du's interests so that it could bring more profit to them. This was an alliance of interests. After signing all the contracts and swiping his card, Chu Du's funds had finally surpassed the 100 billion mark, reaching 103.7 billion. After the various representatives had obtained their contracts and payments, they immediately rushed back to report to their superiors to take this super customer seriously. By the time everyone had left, it was already 7 p.m. Chu Du rubbed his head. To be honest, he was really tired from spending money from 10 a.m. until now. Just the thinking, negotiations, and signing in the afternoon had been tiring. Zhao Qian looked at Chu Du and said, "Mr. Chu, you seem to be quite tired. How about this? Give me an opportunity to host a dinner for you. It'll be a good chance for you to rest." Chu Du wasn't in such a rush right now. After all, he already had over 100 billion. He also had luxury cars, villas, private yachts, and private jets. He could retire right now and still live lavishly until he died. He took a sip of water and said, "Okay, let's go then." Zhao Qian lowered his stance. Although he was a manager, he was only a regional manager. Even though Shanghai was the second most important city after Beijing, it was still a regional city. And he was only the manager of one of the banks. He knew very well that whether he could climb higher might depend on this young man. With this one person, it was enough to exceed all his targets. As long as he served Chu Du well, even if he didn't need any staff, he wouldn't need to worry about his targets. Chu Du got up and said, "Manager Zhao, where's the bathroom? I want to wash my hands." Chu Du hadn't gotten up for the entire afternoon. He also felt quite stiff. Zhao Qian immediately took Chu Du to the bathroom. When he saw Chu Du enter, he quickly took out his phone and made a call. When Chu Du came out, Zhao Qian said with a smile, "Mr. Chu, should we go now?" Chu Du casually said, "Let's go." It was worth mentioning that this afternoon, the Ferrari dealership had sent Chu Du his car. Chu Du had only glanced at it before accepting the car. As he walked out now, looking at the Ferrari SF90 in front of him, it was quite stunning. The red body was like a flame. Whether it was the interior or the exterior, Chu Du was very satisfied. Chapter 7. Conversation. Zhao Qian drove an Audi. Although it couldn't compare to Chu Du's Ferrari, it was still understated and luxurious. Under Zhao Qian's guidance, the two arrived at a private restaurant. What intrigued Chu Du was that, even though it was just the two of them, Zhao Qian specifically asked for the largest private room. Chu Du ordered the food and drinks, and Zhao Qian didn't even look at the menu. He simply said, "Just bring whatever Mr. Chu has ordered." They finally started talking when they were seated. While drinking tea, Chu Du said, "Manager Zhao, I'd like to ask, what are some things that cost a lot of money?" "Spend money?" Zhao Qian was a bit surprised. Hadn't this gentleman spent enough already today? After a moment of thought, he said, "For example, buying expensive watches, collecting art, high-end jewelry. Those are all big-ticket items." Chu Du shook his head. "Anything else?" Zhao Qian frowned. "If you're just talking about spending money, then investing is a quick way to spend it." "That's right, investment." Chu Du's eyes lit up. He didn't know much about these things, so he had to ask, "Manager Zhao, are there any companies that are currently lacking investment? I'd like to take a look, and perhaps support a few if there's an opportunity." Getting into investment was simple, and there were many companies that needed it. He immediately said, "Mr. Chu, there are many in that area. There are so many companies nationwide that need investment. You can randomly pick a bunch from any industry." Chu Du nodded slightly and said, "In that case, Manager Zhao, can you help me take a look? Film and entertainment, online media, medical and pharmaceutical, education and training. Those are all possibilities. See if any companies are lacking investment. Of course, the companies can't be too bad. Otherwise, what if they don't have a future?" Of course, he was saying this on purpose. He would get rebates from any investment he made. Zhao Qian readily agreed, "Mr. Chu, don't worry. After we finish eating, I'll go back and contact them for you." As a bank manager, many companies wanted to borrow money, so he was very clear about this. As for buying watches, jewelry, and art, at most that was tens of millions or hundreds of millions, but investments could easily go into the billions, so this was naturally more cost-effective. The two quickly reached an agreement. However, Zhao Qian also made his own request. "If possible, I hope Mr. Chu can deposit his money with our bank." For the sake of performance, he naturally had to win over this customer. Chu Du looked at Zhao Qian and smiled slightly. "Manager Zhao, you must understand the principle of not putting all your eggs in one basket. So it's impossible for me to put all my deposits here. However, I can guarantee that you will have the most money deposited here." It was only fair to return the favor. Since old Zhao was so helpful, he would naturally help him with this little thing. Zhao Qian didn't need much. If he could have 10 billion, he would be able to complete his yearly targets. When they were almost done, Zhao Qian's phone suddenly rang. After answering it, he didn't know what the person on the other end said, but he calmly said, "Come in." The next moment, the door to the private room was pushed open. Chu Du instinctively looked over and saw a line of young, beautiful women entering the room, and the last one softly closed the door. Looking at the group of women in front of him, there were 10 of them. They were all as beautiful as flowers. Just in terms of appearance, they would all be considered campus belles at any school. In the entertainment industry, they would be considered very attractive beauties. As for their figures, all of them had large breasts, thin waists, long legs, and shapely buttocks. Some of them were wearing tight-fitting skirts and pencil skirts, highlighting their perky buttocks. Others were wearing tight-fitting pants, outlining their straight, slender, and long legs. No matter how they were dressed, they were all quite beautiful and alluring. Looking at their ages, they were all basically in their early 20s. Chu Du was somewhat stunned, turning his head to look at Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian smiled and said, "Mr. Chu, these are the 10 most beautiful women in our bank. They all admire Mr. Chu and want to get to know you, a talented young man." See? How nicely he put that. Chu Du naturally understood what he meant. It meant, "These are the most beautiful women under my command. Feel free to pick any you like." Taking them all wouldn't be out of the question. Chu Du had never seen such a sight before, but after buying cars today, he had developed a resistance to beautiful women, so Chu Du was able to look at them calmly. Money was a person's foundation. With money in his hand, Chu Du was the big shot. He scanned the group, and he had to say, they were all good quality, which made it hard for him to decide. As if seeing Chu-Du's hesitation, Zhao Qian chuckled and said, Mr. Chu, how about I let them all add you as a contact? You can slowly get to know them later? After all, they're all single and have a lot of time. Listening to those meaningful words, Chu-Du instantly understood. Single. Then, the 10 women went forward one by one and added Chu-Du as a contact. As for what came afterward, that would depend on the situation. These 10 beauties, just by their appearance, dressing, and temperament, had some who were innocent, some who were charming, some who were lowly types, some who were mature, and some who were the cold type. There was a variety of personas. With the company of these 10 atmosphere-setting beauties, the meal was enjoyed by both the host and the guest. After dinner, it was already around 9 p.m. Chu-Du glanced at the time and said, Manager Zhao, please handle the contacting. Zhao Qian said very politely, Mr. Chu, you're too kind. It's an honor for our bank. Chu-Du had gradually gotten used to other people's politeness and respect, and added, Also, I want to buy a building. I wonder if anyone here is willing to sell? Zhao Qian hesitated and said, Mr. Chu, the price of buying a commercial building isn't cheap. If you really want to buy one, I need to make some calls, and there probably won't be many who are willing to sell. Hearing the conversation begin to get down to business, the 10 beauties didn't dare to speak anymore. Instead, they quietly listened. They had only come today because the manager had said they were going to have a meal with a super VIP customer. They didn't know how rich that customer was. Now, when they heard Chu-Du say that he wanted to buy a commercial building, they were all shocked. A commercial building wasn't a trivial matter. One building could cost tens of billions or hundreds of billions, which was extremely expensive. Chu-Du thought for a moment and said, Office buildings and commercial buildings are both fine. It would be best if we could negotiate tonight. Although Zhao Qian didn't understand why Chu-Du was in such a hurry, thinking about the needs of the customer was his first priority. His eyes darted around, and he suddenly thought of something. He said, Oh right, Mr. Chu. Would you be okay with a building that was just recently completed and isn't in use yet? Chu-Du said indifferently, Sure, I can arrange the renovations. Chapter 8. Investment. Zhao Qian immediately took out his phone and said, Hey, now that you mention it, I do know of one. Chu-Du's eyes lit up and he asked curiously, Which one? While looking up the number, Zhao Qian said, A few years ago, a company borrowed money from our bank and built a twin tower. The two buildings are together, with a very complex design that includes business, offices, hotels, and residences, but they were just finished last month. I heard that they're currently doing internal renovations, but I don't know the specific progress. Chu-Du shook his head and said, I don't want to rent. I want to buy directly. Manager Zhao, can you ask them? If it's suitable, I can buy it right away. Zhao Qian nodded and then dialed the number. This was the power of the bank. As a state-owned bank of the Divine Empire, the resources they could mobilize and control were enormous, and they were involved in every industry. The call was quickly answered. Zhao Qian turned on the speakerphone and placed the phone on the table. Hello, Manager Zhao. What's so important that you're calling me at this hour? A middle-aged man's deep voice came through the phone. Zhao Qian chuckled and said, Mr. Xiao, I'm calling you today on behalf of someone else. I want to ask you about something. Mr. Xiao asked curiously, On behalf of someone else? Who is it, and what is it about? Zhao Qian chuckled and said, How are those two buildings of yours coming along? Mr. Xiao immediately said, Old Zhao, do you want to ask about the money? Don't worry, I'll have them ready to use soon. Then I'll start paying back the loan with the rent. Don't be so anxious. Zhao Qian changed the topic. That's not what I meant. I wanted to ask you if you were planning on selling them? Sell them? Mr. Xiao was clearly caught off guard. He paused and said, I'm not very willing to sell because those two buildings are great, both in terms of the surrounding environment and the overall design. I still want to make some money off of them. Zhao Qian said loudly, Hey, I have a very powerful customer here. I was going to introduce them to you. But if you don't want to sell, then forget it. Mr. Xiao quickly said, Hey, wait a minute. Very powerful? What kind of level are we talking about? Zhao Qian said mysteriously, I can't reveal any specifics to you. I can only say that this person can pay for your two buildings with cash. Upon hearing this, Mr. Xiao was clearly hesitant. The two buildings were very expensive, especially in Shanghai, where land was at a premium. It would take time to make back the cost with rent, and the money he would make would also need to go to paying back the bank loan. It would also take a lot of time to save enough money to start the next phase of his plan. If he could quickly get the funds back, that would be a good thing. He thought for a moment and said, All right then, old Zhao, I'll ask them to discuss it tomorrow. At that moment, Chu Du leaned closer to Zhao Qian's ear and whispered something. Zhao Qian continued, Mr. Xiao, the other party told me that if you can negotiate tonight, they want it tomorrow. He'll be available until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. After 10 a.m., he'll look elsewhere. Mr. Xiao immediately became anxious. No, old Zhao, are you kidding me? Who buys buildings like that? Settling it in one night? Don't joke around. There's no sincerity. Zhao Qian said calmly, I can only tell you that this customer spent nearly 10 billion yuan in cash today. Upon hearing this, Mr. Xiao hesitated. 10 billion in cash? Setting aside everything else, being able to take out 10 billion in cash was a real show of strength. The other party wouldn't be joking. But why the rush? Could it really be settled in one night? Mr. Zhao's mind was filled with doubts. Buying a building was not that easy. It always involved observing, comparing, asking questions, comparing again and again, and then finally, negotiating and paying the down payment. Was this person really that unconventional? But there was no way around it. The other party was too rich. After weighing the situation, Mr. Xiao said, All right, I'll call you back in an hour, okay? Zhao Qian said, Okay. After hanging up, Zhao Qian and Chu Du looked at each other and smiled, waiting for news. The 10 beauties beside them didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Had he spent close to 10 billion today? And now he wanted to buy 2 buildings? What kind of a big shot was this? Where did this super-rich second generation come from? Shanghai was the economic center of the Divine Empire. There were too many beautiful women there, and all of them were the top beauties in the industry. They had many pursuers. There were ordinary people, nouveau riche, and the second generation of rich men. But they were sure that none of those men could compare to 1/10 of Chu Du. In an instant, their hearts were all pounding, and they were thinking about the 36 strategies, Sun Tzu's art of war, advanced green tea techniques, and heart-capturing techniques in order to figure out how to climb onto this man. They finally understood Zhao Qian's intention. Today was just the beginning of the competition. The colleagues beside them were all their competitors. Chu Du glanced at the time. It was already almost 10 p.m. He said to Zhao Qian, How about we let these ladies go back first? Let's continue discussing the business matters. Zhao Qian immediately waved his hand and said, Okay, Mr. Chu has spoken. We should go back now. Get some rest early. It's not very safe to be out so late. Mr. Chu, and I have some work matters to deal with. Although many of the beauties were reluctant, no one dared to disobey Zhao Qian's orders. After everyone had left, Chu Du rubbed his head and said, Oh right, let's ask about the investment as well. Manager Zhao, send out a group message and see if anyone needs investment. He now had assets worth hundreds of billions. He couldn't let them sit there. He had to take them out and get some more rebates. Even if he didn't get a rebate, investing would still be a good option. Maybe he would even make a profit. Zhao Qian was not hesitant. He wrote a very polite message on his phone. The gist was that the bank currently had a new important client with a lot of financial power who was interested in investing in various industries. If anyone had any intentions of working with him or needed investments, they could contact him. As soon as the message was sent, even less than 10 seconds had passed before Zhao Qian's phone rang. Manager Zhao. The voice on the other end was urgent. Zhao Qian chuckled and turned on the speakerphone and said, Oh, it's Mr. Wang. What's the matter? Mr. Wang smoothed out his voice and said, I just saw Manager Zhao's message. I wonder if... Zhao Qian said definitively, I can assure you that it's true, and we are together right now. Mr. Wang's breathing became rapid. He said, It's too impolite to visit you so late. I would like to personally visit tomorrow morning. Seeing Chu Du's signal, Zhao Qian said, Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in our bank's meeting room. Please bring your documents and contracts. Chapter 9. Clubhouse. Mr. Wang said in delight, Thank you, Manager Zhao. Thank you, Manager Zhao. Zhao Qian's message was like throwing a piece of meat with a strong smell of blood into the ocean. Countless sharks could smell it and came rushing. In less than an hour, Zhao Qian received at least 20 phone calls, all from people seeking cooperation and investment. Many people couldn't even get through on the phone, and they sent messages directly to Zhao Qian. An hour later, Mr. Zhao's call came. Manager Zhao, after discussing it, we decided that we can sell the building, but we can't do anything about the contracts that have already been signed. We can only let the other party handle that. Chu Du made a gesture saying that it was not a problem, and then made the gesture of the number 7. Zhao Qian understood and said, No problem. Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., in our bank's meeting room. Please bring all the materials and contracts. The two of them exchanged a few more polite words before hanging up. Looking at the many messages on his phone, Zhao Qian gave a wry smile. Mr. Chu, are you sure about this many? Chu Du said indifferently, tell them that anyone who is free tonight can come to see me. Those who are not free tonight, they can. Come before 9 a.m. tomorrow. After 9 a.m., don't come. I have other things to do after 10 a.m. I don't have time to look at them. Although he didn't know what Chu Du had to do, it wasn't his place to ask, so manager Zhao didn't even mention it. After Zhao Qian sent the message to everyone, he checked the time. It was already 11 p.m. He said with some fatigue, how about we go somewhere else? Chu Du thought about it. The restaurant would close soon, so it was better to change locations. He was still incredibly energetic and wanted to make money. He wasn't sleepy at all. Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, Mr. Chu, let's go. I'll take you somewhere. They found a driver, and soon Zhao Qian took Chu Du to the entrance of a private club. While walking, he said, Mr. Chu, this is also a private club run by a boss. The bathing, resting, and massages here are all very good. There are also quiet areas where we can discuss matters later. Although Chu Du hadn't been here before, he was very satisfied with this place. Putting everything else aside, just the decorations were very nice. After reporting their card number, Zhao Qian took Chu Du to the bathing area. There were VIP baths, which were different from the regular bathhouses outside. It wasn't filled with people. Instead, there was a dedicated room for each person. The room was very large. It was a suite. There was a bedroom, a bathroom, a small pool, a small sauna, a large bed for back scrubbing, and a shower. Just as Chu Du had taken off his clothes, a beautiful woman wearing a blue tight-fitting blazer and skirt came in. She said respectfully, Hello, VIP guest. I'm here to help you bathe. Chu Du was somewhat stunned. What's going on? The woman smiled gently and said, This is a special service of this store. Every VIP guest receives it. Please rest assured that this is a normal bath. If you need other services, there are other people for that. Chu Du was a little confused, but he understood that this was a unique bathing method here. He was never a saint. The woman was young and beautiful, so he relaxed and leaned back into the pool. The woman changed into a bikini swimsuit, revealing her beautiful figure, her firm chest, flat abdomen, and a pair of straight legs. Barefoot, she walked to Chu Du's side and began by massaging his head to relax him. Perhaps the woman's techniques were good, and combined with Chu Du's busy day, he was indeed tired, but he was too excited. Soon, Chu Du even felt a little sleepy. A few minutes later, the woman said softly, Hello, VIP guest. Do you need to go to the sauna? Chu Du opened his eyes, looked dazed for a moment and said, Yes, I do. The woman did not go in. Chu Du stayed inside by himself for about 10 minutes before coming out. When she saw Chu Du come out, the woman came to the scrubbing bed and said, Hello, VIP guest. I will help you scrub now. Chu Du nodded slightly and lay down on the bed. Looking at his strong body, the woman was only slightly surprised, but she didn't make any overly excessive movements. She picked up a new bath towel and began to help Chu Du scrub his body. After she finished scrubbing Chu Du, she helped him wash off with body wash and then wiped him clean with a bath towel. The woman said softly, Hello, VIP guest. My work is finished. Do you need a professional masseuse? Chu Du hesitated a bit. He didn't know much about this place, and even if they were professional masseuses, they probably had served a lot of people. It was better to pass. What if something went wrong? Chu Du didn't know that these were all high-end private locations. Not many people could come here, and some were even virgins. Also, only the rich and powerful could come here, so they had to pay attention to safety. Everyone was regularly tested to ensure that there were no diseases. Therefore, compared with some people outside who like to play around, this place was actually cleaner. Chu Du worked his brain and desperately thought about investment to suppress his desire. However, Chu Du felt that he should also find a woman. Having money was all about enjoying life. Chu Du looked at his phone. Zhao Qian had sent him a message saying that after they were done, they should go to room 666. Chu Du changed into a bathrobe and followed the staff to room 666. When he entered, he discovered that there were already 7 or 8 people inside. The room was quite large. It was a suite. There was a small conference room outside and a bedroom inside. As soon as Chu Du entered, Zhao Qian immediately introduced, Come on, the main guy has arrived. Mr. Chu, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Chu. He's also the guest we're preparing to invest in tonight. Hello, Mr. Chu. Everyone greeted Chu Du. Although Chu Du was not very old, they saw him as the god of wealth. Zhao Qian was also smiling and waiting on the side. Investing was also a technical job. It wasn't just a matter of investing in anyone you saw. If you lost money afterward, it would be even worse. Although Chu-do didn't know much about it, he could still see the prospects and future of some industries. For example, healthcare and education were industries that would never fail. The first thing to be clear was that all investments came with risks. The average person would invest based on their situation, the current market situation, and other factors. But for Chu-do's investments, he could invest as long as they didn't seem like they would result in losses. Chapter 10. The system will ultimately leave. Even if the gains and losses were balanced out, it would still be a gain for him. With everyone's introductions, Chu-do gradually began to understand this aspect. For example, the healthcare industry had always been favored by the market. Consumer goods were one of the most stable sectors. And there was the new energy issue that had been hotly discussed in recent years. Also, in the current online era, especially the rise of e-commerce and live streaming in recent years, it had gone crazy. Anyone could start live streaming and selling goods. Therefore, investing in this area was quite good. Next was the necessity industry. The most basic needs were food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Who didn't need those? There were also finance and real estate. When real estate was booming, many entrepreneurs got rich by relying on it. When the economy was down, the financial industry was often more developed. Regardless of whether they were rich or poor, everyone wanted to make sure their money maintained its value and grew. The opportunities for this industry were very great. There was also the elderly industry. After all, with the aging population becoming more serious, the elder care industry would see a demographic dividend and become one of the best industries. Retirement homes, health products, wheelchairs, canes, elderly entertainment, and elderly services all had great potential. And there was cultural tourism. From the popularity of iCity to the various ways tourism had been handled, the tourism industry was developing at a high speed. Every region was developing its cultural tourism, trying to create a unique card for its city. There were many business opportunities in that sector. In the end, Chu-do invested in about a few dozen companies and enterprise groups. They were in areas such as hospitals, medical equipment, pharmaceuticals, schools, training, institutions, elderly care, self-media, online broadcasting, film and media, advertising, real estate, construction materials, tourism, energy, mining, and many more. In total, Chu-do invested $30 billion and received a $300 billion rebate. It was not until 3 or 4 a.m. that the various representatives finally left. Chu-do finally had time to rest. But he hadn't slept long before Zhao Qin woke him up and said, "Mr. Chu, it's time for us to go to the bank. We have a few representatives with whom we made appointments." That was normal. Not everyone could prepare all the materials right away. He knew today would be another busy morning. But to fight for money, Chu-do became energetic right away. With dark circles under his eyes, Chu-do and Zhao Qin quickly arrived at the commercial bank's meeting room. It was worth noting that Chu-do discovered that all 10 of the bank's beautiful women from last night were wearing bank uniforms today and preparing the meeting room. They were pouring tea, preparing the electronic screens, and so on. Chu-do sat down, drank a cup of tea, and felt much more comfortable. Before long, the various representatives arrived. How many companies were there nationwide? Countless. How many were there in Shanghai? According to the current information, there were nearly 3 million registered companies in Shanghai. As the economic center of the country, it was indeed ahead in terms of commercial development. In just one night, there were more than a few hundred companies that contacted Zhao Qin looking for investment. But Chu-do didn't have that much energy, so he only saw a portion of them. Of course, the most important thing today was still the matter of the building. Mr. Xiao was a middle-aged man in his 50s. He brought a secretary and a pile of documents to this place. Chu-do glanced at them. If he really had to read all these documents carefully, not even 2 or 3 hours would be enough. It would take 2 or 3 days. He took the documents and only looked at the key parts. For example, how many leases had already been signed, construction costs, equity, selling prices, quality, size, design, and so on. Even with Chu-do quickly browsing, it still took half an hour. This was only because Chu-do was only looking at a few key sentences and skipping the rest. Chu-do looked at Mr. Xiao and said seriously, "I want it." Chu-do planned to develop this place as his base, so naturally, it couldn't be rented out to others. After a round of negotiations, the two parties agreed that Mr. Xiao and his people would solve this problem. If they could agree to be acquired by Chu-do, everything would be okay. If they didn't agree, then they would have to leave within a set time. The penalty fees for the contract would be paid by Mr. Xiao and his company. And these 2 buildings would go to Chu-do for a total of $30 billion, with a direct rebate of $300 billion. Apart from this, Chu Du invested an additional 20 billion in other various representatives. At 9:50, Chu Du finished signing all the contracts and found a reason to go to the bathroom. A few minutes later, the system said in Chu Du's mind, "It has been 24 hours. I have fulfilled the compensation I promised you. What happens in the future is up to you." Chu Du sighed and said with great reluctance, "System, is there really no way for you to stay?" The system said firmly, "No, we have performance targets. I am a cultivation system, so I must go to the cultivation world. I really can't complete my tasks here." Chu Du also knew that the system couldn't be kept. He said with a complicated expression, "Then, I wish you a smooth journey." The system chuckled and said, "Think of it another way. I've helped you to get so much money. Even if I leave, you can live a very carefree life." Chu Du nodded and didn't say anything. The system hesitated for a moment and said, "Before I leave, let me give you one more gift." As it said that, a warm current entered Chu Du's body, and Chu Du suddenly felt extremely comfortable. Before he could ask, the system said, "It's nothing special. It's just an ordinary elixir from the cultivation world. I've directly turned the effect of the medicine into energy that has entered your body. Its function is to make you healthy and that you won't be infected by any viruses. You'll be immune to all poisons, immune to all diseases, and you'll be able to live to 100 and die a natural death. Also, your body's functions will be greatly enhanced. You'll be vigorous and powerful, easily being able to manage 7 times a night, or 10 women a night. Go on. Enjoy your wonderful life in the future. Goodbye." With that, the system slowly disappeared, like particles in the wind. Chu Du took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, and goodbye." The system left, waving its sleeves without taking away even a single cloud. Chu Du sighed in disappointment, adjusted his emotions, and went back to the office. In these 24 hours, with the help of the system, Chu Du had earned a total of 823.7 billion. And these were all cash assets that could be withdrawn and spent at any time. As for fixed assets, there were the dozens of villas and large apartments, hundreds of luxury cars, a private jet and a private yacht, and investments in almost 100 companies in those 2 buildings. With all of these things, even if Chu Du were to reach a dead end one day, if he sold them all, he would still have several hundreds of billions. All the contracts had been signed. When Chu Du returned to the office, all the representatives had already left. Now that they had received investment, there were many things that they had to do. Chapter 11. Resignation. Looking at Zhao Qian, Chu Du rubbed his head and said, "Thanks for your hard work, President Zhao. I'm done here and have other things to attend to, so I'll be heading off." Zhao Qian immediately responded, "Sure, Mr. Chu, you're a busy man. It's understandable. Let me see you out." After saying goodbye to Zhao Qian, Chu Du first returned to his rented apartment to pack his things. There wasn't actually much to pack, just some bedding and a few ordinary clothes. He could simply buy new ones after moving. Chu Du called his landlord, Uncle Zhang. "Uncle Zhang, I'm planning to move out." Uncle Zhang immediately said, "Little Chu, are you having a hard time lately?" "It's okay. Uncle Zhang isn't in a rush for the rent. You can stay here for now and pay when you get paid. Renting outside will be more expensive. It's not worth it." Chu Du's heart warmed. Uncle Zhang was a good landlord, older and sociable, with a good personality. He often gave struggling tenants extensions or reductions on their rent. Uncle Zhang wasn't short on money either. From what Chu Du knew, he had at least 20 rental properties and could live very comfortably just off the rent money. Chu Du chuckled and said, "No, Uncle Zhang, I bought a house. I'll have my own place now." Uncle Zhang was surprised. "Oh, you rascal. You've struck it rich. Well, good for you. Since you have your own home, Uncle won't stop you. Just pack your things and leave the keys by my door. I'll send you the rest of the money later." "All right, thanks, Uncle Zhang." Uncle Zhang had been to Chu Du's room many times, and it was always tidy, so Uncle Zhang trusted him. After packing all the bedding, clothes, and other items, and placing the keys, Chu Du took a few photos for Uncle Zhang and then left. Outside the complex, there was an overpass not far away. Chu Du gave his clothes to a homeless person on the street, then turned and left, not minding the homeless man's frantic kowtowing and thanks. Chu Du finally felt he was done with everything. He called Chen Shuai. "Hello." A howl came from the other end. "Damn, what's going on? I've been waiting for your call all day." Chu Du's voice was light and cheerful. "Haha, I was just busy." Chen Shuai teased. "Sounds like you're in a good mood?" Chu Du laughed happily. "Of course, all my debts are cleared. What do you think?" Chen Shuai clicked his tongue. "What the hell did you do to get so much money? You even transferred so much to me." Chudu calmly said, "Have you cleared your debts?" "Yeah, I had a total of 200,000 yuan in debt, and now only 20,000 is left." "That's good." Chen Shui was confused. "No, tell me what's going on. How will I ever pay you back the 200,000? Chudu leisurely said, "Don't worry, pay me back whenever you can. If not, it's fine." They were extremely close, almost like brothers. Chen Shui was speechless. "Awesome." Chudu casually said, "It was nothing. I invested in some crypto a few years ago and almost forgot about it. I just cashed out the last couple of days, and that's how I got the money." Chen Shui instantly understood. "Okay, that's great that you've become rich. You should save money now. We both need to find a way to make a living." Chudu confidently said, "Just live life to the fullest. Who gives a damn? TCH, I need to go make some money. Go away." Chudu grinned and hung up. Arriving at an office building, Chudu parked his car and took the elevator upstairs. He used to be an ordinary corporate cock. Now that he had money, of course, he would resign. Let whoever wants to deal with that crap job do it. He went directly to his manager in the office and said, "Manager Zhao, I want to resign." Manager Zhao looked surprised. "What happened? I noticed you weren't at work this morning. Did something come up?" Chudu worked at an ordinary company, where the atmosphere was decent, with no major backstabbing. It was just that the workload was heavy, with frequent overtime, and the salary was neither high nor low. He shook his head and said, "Nothing much. I played around with some crypto a while ago, and cashed some out the last couple of days, so I'm going to resign." Manager Zhao realized. He patted Chudu's shoulder and said, "Okay, since you're leaving, I can't stand in the way of your future. Maybe we'll meet again someday." Chudu sincerely said, "Thank you, Manager Zhao." Manager Zhao waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, but you still need to go through the procedures. Write a resignation letter, then I'll have the finance department calculate your final pay." There were no dramatic conflicts. Manager Zhao readily agreed. Then, Chudu said goodbye to his colleagues, wrote a resignation letter, and after submitting it, left the company. However, just a few minutes later, a colleague ran up, excitedly saying, "Holy crap! You guys won't believe what I saw downstairs. I saw Chudu driving a Ferrari." "A Ferrari?" The office immediately erupted in an uproar, with everyone chattering about it. Chudu drove off feeling relaxed and free. Now that he had money, he decided to begin enjoying his unrestrained life. First, it was time to get a new look. The clothes he was wearing were not cheap, but they certainly weren't high-end either. They were just ordinary items worth around 200 or 300 yuan each. After all, he used to save money on everything and put his earnings towards paying off his debts. Fortunately, Chudu had grown up in an orphanage, so he had no family to worry about. Even if he was overdue on his payments, the lender could only negotiate with him to pay it off slowly. Luckily, Chudu was a responsible person. He believed it was his duty to take responsibility for the money he had borrowed. But now, all of that was in the past, so there was no point in dwelling on it anymore. Regarding luxury goods, Chudu didn't know much about them. He had heard that some items required proof of funds, which was rather troublesome. But it didn't matter. He was a rich man now, and he could hire professionals to handle it. Like a bank. Chudu was good at utilizing outside help. If he didn't understand something, he would seek out experts since professionals should handle professional matters. He called Zhao Qian. "President Zhao, I'd like to ask, does our bank have any partnerships with high-end luxury brands?" Zhao Qian proudly said, "Mr. Chu, rest assured. Here in the Divine Empire, our commercial bank has partnerships in almost every sector. You just need to tell me what you need." Chudu was satisfied and replied, "I want to buy some luxury goods, and I'd like the bank to contact those partners and see where's suitable to go." If he didn't know, he asked. It wasn't anything to be ashamed of. Chapter 12. Wang Xinyue. Zhao Qian's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "How about this, Mr. Chu? I'll arrange for one of our well-informed employees. She often works with these brands, and she can accompany you. What do you think?" Indeed, money was power. Chudu replied, "No problem. I'll wait for your message." After hanging up the phone, an unfamiliar number called him in less than 3 minutes. "Hello, is this Mr. Chudu?" A melodious voice, full of a seductive and commanding tone, sounded. Chudu lazily responded, "That's me. Dear Mr. Chu, greetings. I'm the shopping guide President Zhao Qian arranged for you at Shenzhen Commercial Bank. I'm an employee of the bank. We met last night at dinner. My name is Wang Xinyue." Wang Xinyue? Chudu thought for a moment and realized who it was. "Oh, it's you. What a coincidence, but it's also good that we know each other." Wang Xinyue continued, "Mr. Chu, If you want to buy some luxury goods, I recommend the International Wanshang City. It's comprehensive and has a great selection. Chudu snapped his fingers and said, Okay, let's go there. I'll be driving by the bank, so you can come with me. Wang Xinyue said excitedly, That's so much trouble for you, Mr. Chu. Thank you very much. I'm also honored to be able to help you. After hanging up, Wang Xinyue started touching up her makeup in record speed. She clearly remembered the dinner party last night. 100 billion yuan had been processed in a single day. Although she didn't know what the tycoon had purchased, this morning she was by the side of the conference room the whole time, pouring tea and helping out. She saw everything clearly. 2 buildings alone were worth 30 billion, and other contracts added up to hundreds of billions. In front of this young master, money was like something from the bank of the underworld. He just spent it casually. In her 4 years working in this profession, she believed she had met many wealthy people, but she had never seen such a super rich person. She knew perfectly well why they were assigned to attend this dinner party. But Chudu hadn't chosen any of them that night. They had almost thought that he had not taken a fancy to any of them. But to her surprise, the tables had turned so quickly and the opportunity was right before her eyes. She wasn't a naive college student who had just entered society. After working here for 4 years, what she wanted most was to live a life of privilege. She was beautiful, had a good figure, and a master's degree. These were her advantages. However, these were also her disadvantages. A high degree and high looks were great in the dating market, but she was in Shunqing. Just a Shunqing residence permit was enough to break her down. She tried to find a wealthy man, but they were either too old or just wanted to play around, so she couldn't find a suitable one. In fact, she didn't mind being someone else's mistress, but most of the rich people said they would only be with her for 2 or 3 years before moving on. This was something she could not accept. She wanted a long-term meal ticket, a life of privilege. She knew her body was her capital, so she had always been careful and had never given herself away, hoping to exchange it for a future. It wasn't that she couldn't accept premarital sex, it was just that she hadn't found a satisfactory buyer yet. To be honest, just that layer of tissue was thinner than a plastic bag, but it was indeed worth a fortune. Even if she sold herself, she would sell herself for a good price. She did not hide her materialism and vanity, but she wasn't stupid either. But it was too difficult. Chu Du's appearance made her see a glimmer of hope. Even if he only played with her for 2 or 3 years, the money he would leak would be enough to ensure she would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of her life. However, she had no confidence in winning Chu Du over. After fixing her makeup, she wore her bank uniform, plus a pair of thin, transparent black stockings and black pointed high-heeled shoes, giving off an overwhelming vibe of mature professionalism. She stood at the entrance of the bank. Within a few minutes, Chu Du arrived. Get in. Opening the car door, Wang Xinyue immediately sat in the passenger seat. As soon as she got in the car, Wang Xinyue said gently and enthusiastically, Hello, Mr. Chu. Chu Du had already sized her up before she got into the car. Now that she was beside him, he could see her more clearly. Her slightly upturned eyebrows, rosy cheeks, and large, twinkling eyes were full of seductive charm. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders and revealed a fair and delicate swan neck. Her black uniform and white inner layer couldn't hide her curves. Especially from Chu Du's angle, it really did look like a mountain range when seen sideways. Beneath the black business skirt were a pair of slender, beautiful legs, wrapped in black stockings that added an air of temptation. She was incredibly hot, Chu Du thought to himself. Noticing that Chu Du was looking her over, Wang Xinyue was secretly delighted. She turned her head slightly and casually flicked her long hair, making her look even more alluring. Then, she fastened her seatbelt, pulling it over the twin peaks, tightening them and making them even more prominent. While driving, Chu Du casually asked, Are you knowledgeable about luxury goods? Having been asked about her area of expertise, Wang Xinyue immediately replied confidently, Yes, because I often work with many luxury stores in Shenzhen in my line of work, and I also like them myself, so I know quite a bit about them. Looking at Wang Xinyue's delicate face, Chu Du felt a stirring in his heart. Just yesterday morning, before swiping the money, he was just an ordinary person, a cog in the social machine, a normal company employee. According to his normal trajectory, Wang Xinyue would not have given him a second glance. But now, Wang Xinyue was being as gentle as possible, with a very humble attitude, showing her rare and unique feminine charm. The car quickly arrived at the International Wanshang City. After parking, the two of them headed towards the shopping mall. A Ferrari supercar was parked there, but there wasn't the usual gathering of mindless onlookers that you'd expect in those cheesy novels. Instead, Many people simply took a picture and moved on. The pace of life in Shancheng was fast, and everyone was rushing about, trying to make a living. They didn't have the time to stand around staring and gossiping for hours. After getting out of the car, Chu Du walked while subtly sizing up Wang Xinyue. She was about 1.68 meters tall, with a slender and graceful figure. When she put on high heels, she was about 1.72 meters. While Chu Du secretly checked out Wang Xinyue, she also secretly checked out Chu Du. He was wearing simple, inexpensive clothes that were only a few hundred yuan, not suitable for the image of a super rich person. Of course, maybe he was being low-key. He seemed to be about 1.85 meters tall, with an upright posture and a handsome face. He wouldn't be considered stunning, but he was still pretty good-looking. Of course, he was no match for the reader. Chapter 13. Getting an Upgrade. International Wansheng City was the best shopping mall in Shenzhen. Almost all the luxury brands you could think of had outlets there. Brands such as Dior, Chanel, Louis Vuitton, Cartier, Versace, Armani, Givenchy, etc. were all available. They covered men's wear, women's wear, watches, and jewelry. Wang Xinyue introduced the mall to Chu Du while leading him inside. Mr. Chu, you mentioned you wanted to buy men's clothes and watches. I recommend Hermes, Armani, and Zegna. They're all great, with a combination of business and casual styles that would suit a young and successful man like yourself. For watches, you can choose brands like Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Audemars Piguet, Breguet, and others. Chu Du knew a little about these brands. He thought for a moment and said, "Okay then, let's go to Zegna." As soon as they walked into the Zegna store, several sales associates rushed over to greet them. There weren't many customers in luxury brand stores, so the staff were usually quite relaxed. Wang Xinyue took the initiative to step forward and said, "Sister Li, this is our bank's VIP customer, Mr. Chu. He's here to buy some clothes today." Sister Li, the store manager, was wearing her uniform and greeted them with a beaming smile. "Welcome, Mr. Chu. Do you have a style you like? Would you like me to recommend something?" Sister Li had worked with Wang Xinyue quite a lot, so they were familiar. She had never seen Wang Xinyue bring a bank VIP to buy clothes before. She could tell that the casually dressed Mr. Chu was a super rich person. As for why a rich person dressed like that, she had no idea, but it did not diminish her enthusiasm. Chu Du glanced at the clothes in the store and said, "Get me 4 sets of clothes to fit my body type. 2 business sets and 2 casual." Sister Li immediately said, "Of course, Mr. Chu, please wait a moment." As sales staff, they often helped customers pick out clothes, so they were very skilled in this. Just by looking at Chu Du's figure, they knew what to choose. In the end, they took all 4 sets of clothes. Chu Du immediately changed into one of the casual sets and tossed his old clothes into the disposal bin outside. Of course, Chu Du didn't just pick out one brand. He also went to brands like Hermes, Dior, and Armani, choosing almost 20 outfits in total. These included clothes for all 4 seasons, and both business and casual styles. The total cost was 1.5 million yuan. This included clothes, coats, pants, shoes, shirts, ties, and belts. The price was extremely high, but Chu Du didn't hesitate to spend it. After all, he had over 800 billion. What was there to be afraid of? Of course, the system had not transferred all of the money to his card at once for his safety. Currently, Chu Du had 50 billion in his commercial bank account. It was worth noting that the commercial bank had upgraded Chu Du's bank card to the highest level. The major national banks, not including private banks, all had their own levels of savings cards, and they were fixed. The lowest was the common white savings card used by ordinary people. Then there was the blue card, which was a little more premium. Higher than that was the gold card. The gold card was the level for ordinary wealthy people, then the black card, which was a very powerful tier. And the highest was the diamond level card. The diamond level savings card was the highest level savings card for the 5 state-owned banks and represented a huge amount of wealth. In addition, the commercial bank also gave Chu Du a diamond level credit card with a credit limit of 10 billion yuan. But Chu Du didn't really need it. It was kind of funny, rich people didn't necessarily need these things, but banks were eager to give them out, while ordinary people who needed a way to make ends meet were denied them. It was quite interesting. The rest of his money was all in overseas financial institutions. As long as Chu Du wanted, he could send an amount to the number 123-456-7890, and the money would be transferred immediately. Don't ask why, just think of the system's power. After buying all the clothes, Chu Du also wanted to buy a watch. These were all the basics, and since he didn't have the money before, he hadn't been able to buy them. Now that he had the money, there was no need to treat himself badly. This wasn't some novel with a dragon king slash cultivator slash war god hero, so there was no need to dress so sloppily to be annoying. When it came to watches, Patek Philippe was naturally recommended, as it was probably the #1 watch brand currently. Some Patek Philippe watch purchases required proof of funds, while some did not. But with Wang Xinyue around, there was no need to go through this procedure. After looking at several watches, Chu Du finally chose the watch he wanted. It was a Patek Philippe Grand Complications 6300G 010 timepiece. The blue dial and sapphire crystal glass looked stunning. Of course, the price was also very high at 31.5 million yuan. Chu Du paid for it directly with his card. Wang Xinyue, on the side, was full of envy. She also wanted to live a luxurious life, and as she watched Chu Du spend money like water, she was mesmerized, but also knew it was just a dream. Dreams and reality were two different things. After leaving the Patek Philippe store, Chu Du had completely changed. He was wearing luxury brand clothing and had a top-tier luxury watch. Of course, he had bought a lot of clothes. Chu Du arranged for the stores to deliver them later, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to carry them. Looking at the time, it was already past 12 o'clock. Chu Du felt a little hungry. He turned his head to look at Wang Xinyue and said, "Are there any good restaurants nearby? I'll treat you to a meal. Consider it your compensation for your hard work." "A meal?" Wang Xinyue's eyes lit up and said, "It depends on your taste. There's hot pot, Japanese, Cantonese, Sichuan, etc." Chu Du had never eaten anything fancy before, so he just said, "Up to you. Do you have any recommendations?" Wang Xinyue thought for a moment and said, "There's a pretty good Western restaurant here, but it's a little pricey." She looked at Chu Du cautiously, unsure of what he would think. Although he had been spending money like it was water, that was all for his own clothes and watch. He might not be willing to pay for a meal for her. Chu Du didn't care and said, "Let's go." The Western restaurant was indeed expensive. Chu Du glanced at the menu and saw that even a couple of steaks cost several thousand yuan. But Chu Du wanted to experience the life of the rich, so he naturally wouldn't think about the price. After all, you can't spend 800 billion on one meal, right? The red wine here was good, but Chu Du had to drive, so he didn't drink any. The steak was good, but Chu Du still thought that it was not as good as Chinese food. It was strange. It was like a caveman eating beef, just throwing on some seasoning with an egg and noodles, and the beef wasn't even soft and cooked through. He wouldn't be eating out every day. He would have to consider hiring a cook. Also, he would need someone to clean the house. Of course, there was no rush, because Chu Du hadn't decided which house to live in yet. Chapter 14. Straight Talk. Chu Du had bought so much, but he hadn't even looked at it all yet. Since he had nothing else to do this afternoon, it was the perfect time. Watching their meal come to an end, Wang Xinyue still hadn't managed to establish an intimate relationship with Chu Du. They were just a typical client and employee, which made her anxious. Chu Du wasn't her designated client, and no one had been selected to be his personal bank assistant yet. All 10 of them were fiercely competing for the spot. If she missed this opportunity today, what if someone else got it next time? Seeing Chu Du focused on his food, Wang Xinyue steeled herself. She didn't believe that there was a man who didn't like a bit of seduction. Chu Du was pondering which house he should look at first when he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Needless to say, he understood what the beautiful woman meant. Chu Du naturally wasn't one to refuse. Seeing that Chu Du was just holding her foot and not responding, Wang Xinyue became a little anxious. She lowered her voice and said, "Brother Chu, I want to be with you." Chu Du smiled, put down her jade-like foot and said, "I'm not looking for a relationship." Wang Xinyue didn't get discouraged. "I can be your mistress." Mistress? Chu Du found it a little amusing. Wang Xinyue didn't mind his smile, and instead said seriously, "This is my first time." "Oh." Chu Du finally started to take her seriously. "You're still a virgin?" To be honest, Chu Du didn't really believe her. He had always heard that it was best not to marry people working in banks, as nurses, or as kindergarten teachers. He didn't know exactly how messed up it was, but the constant scandals that leaked out were shocking enough. With Wang Xinyue's figure and looks, Chu Du didn't believe that she was unaffected by the unspoken rules. Wang Xinyue immediately said, "It's true, Brother Chu. It really is my first time. You can take me to the hospital to get it checked." Hearing this, Chu Du believed her. If she dared to go to the hospital to have it checked, she naturally wouldn't dare to lie, especially to a rich man like him. Wang Xinyue should know the price of lying to him. At the very least, it would cost her a job and make her life difficult. If he really wanted to be ruthless, Chu Du could split his money among various banks, and she could easily be blacklisted within the entire industry. If Chu-do really wanted to be cruel, he had plenty of companies that he invested in that were related to dozens of industries. He could definitely have her blacklisted across the board so that she wouldn't be able to find a job in Shunqing. This was the power of money. Money can make the devil grind the mill, and in fact, money can make the mill grind the devil. If it was really her first time, Chu-do's heart burned with desire. To be fair, Wang Xinyue's figure and looks were top-notch. Even among those high-end private assistants in the bank, she was one of the best. She wanted to be his mistress because she was after his money. But Chu-do didn't care. He had plenty of money. Of course, having money was one thing. How to spend it was another. Looking at Wang Xinyue's charming face, Chu-do said, "I'm curious. How have you managed to keep your virginity? You must have a lot of suitors, and you should have had relationships before." Wang Xinyue was a bit embarrassed, but still said, "I did have relationships before, but I've always kept myself for the right time. I didn't want to be too rash. As for suitors, to be honest, there were quite a few, but I knew what they were after. They were only attracted to my looks and my body. They didn't really love me. I'm not afraid of premarital sex, I'm just afraid of meeting the wrong person. Actually, I'm a very pragmatic person. What I want is money, a good life where I can buy whatever I want, not have to work, and travel the world. Unfortunately, I don't have the financial resources for that." Chu-do nodded. "I see, I understand now." Wang Xinyue continued, "I don't hide my greed for money, but I don't harm ordinary people. For example, with some of my suitors, if they don't meet my standards, I won't string them along. I've clearly told them that nothing is possible, and I won't accept any money from them." Chu-do carefully sized up Wang Xinyue. She was quite formidable. If Wang Xinyue had strung them along, she would have been fishing for multiple options, and it would easily have exploded and ended in disaster. Since Wang Xinyue had rejected them from the start, there wouldn't be any trouble in the future, even if she found a rich man. She would be clean and trouble-free. Impressive. She was indeed impressive. Seeing Chu-do looking thoughtful, Wang Xinyue said softly, "Brother Chu, do you think I'm suitable for you?" Chu-do smiled. Wang Xinyue was undoubtedly a smart woman. She knew what she had to do, and what she couldn't do in order to please him. He took a sip of his drink and said, "I'll give you a Porsche first, and then there's a house you can live in for now. As for the rest, it depends on your skills." Wang Xinyue was ecstatic and said, "Brother Chu, don't worry. I'll be very obedient. I promise I'll be good." Chu-do nodded in satisfaction. "All right, let's try it out first. But if the trial period is over and you don't make the cut, I'll give you some breakup money." Of course, this money was a hush fee, so she wouldn't go around saying that Chu-do had played with her and write a nasty expose about it. That wouldn't be good. Although Chu-do wasn't afraid of that, it was better to avoid trouble. "Okay, Brother Chu, I'll listen to you." Wang Xinyue looked obedient on the surface, but she was ecstatic inside. She had finally seized the opportunity. As long as she played her cards right, the other 9 women wouldn't stand a chance. Chapter 15. New House Battle. After they finished eating, Chu-do called the waiter for the bill and said to Wang Xinyue, "I'm going to look at the houses this afternoon. If you're free, come with me." "Okay, Brother Chu, I'd love to see your new house." Wang Xinyue's face was full of anticipation. One meal had cost over 20,000 yuan. Wang Xinyue was secretly stunned when she looked at the bill. She earned just over 10,000 a month. It wasn't enough to even eat a single meal here. Chu-do had too many houses, so he randomly chose one called Arch of Triumph. This apartment was a large flat, with an area of 335 square meters, and had cost a total of 92 million yuan. It was already fully furnished, and the property management had just cleaned it. After swiping his access card, Chu-do parked the car in the underground garage and went upstairs with Wang Xinyue. It was 1 unit per floor. You couldn't get to a certain floor without swiping the appropriate card, making it very secure. Chu-do had bought the 21st floor, a 4-bedroom, 2 living room, for bathroom design. It was spacious and comfortable. From the windows at the higher position, you could also see boats passing by on the distant river. The night view from here was unobstructed, allowing one to experience the enchanting beauty of the city at night. The idea of having a mistress had previously only existed in his dreams, but it was now actually happening. Chu-do couldn't help but sigh at the uncertainty of life. But Chu-do's future wouldn't only have one woman. Wang Xinyue understood that. From the beginning, she had accepted that she was being kept and was going to be a mistress. She even knew that there might be a day when Chu-do would invite her to have dinner and chat with his other women. But these were all trivial matters. Having worked in the bank, she had seen too many rich people and knew that none of them were faithful. The fewest that she had seen had 3 mistresses. So, environment shapes a person. Wang Xinyue stood in front of the window, staring blankly at the scenery outside. It was unclear what she was thinking. Chu Du took a quick look around. Everything was there, including air conditioners, refrigerators, pots and pans, etc. It was completely ready to move in. Chu Du had seen enough. He then plopped down on the sofa and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Wang Xinyue said quietly, "Looking out here, this city is so prosperous. Ordinary people can't integrate into it, even after working hard their entire lives. All they're doing is wasting their youth." Chu Du calmly said, "Shunshang is indeed very prosperous. It's like a whore. If you don't have money, she'll look down on you. If you have money, she'll let you live like royalty." Wang Xinyue sighed and said, "Your metaphor is good, but why did you use that metaphor?" Chu Du laughed and said, "I'm just saying what I feel." Wang Xinyue gave him a resentful look. The mood was ruined. She slowly walked over, sat next to Chu Du, and leaned against his chest. Chu Du gently stroked her hair, embraced her soft and delicate waist, and smelled her charming scent. He couldn't help feeling a bit aroused. "What do you think of this house?" Chu Du asked suddenly. Wang Xinyue nodded. "It's great, like a dream. Something I could never obtain even if I worked hard my entire life." Chu Du chuckled. "From now on, you'll live here. If you stay with me for 3 years, I'll give this house to you." Wang Xinyue's heart was pounding. If she stayed with the man in front of her, she could live like a queen with just one word from him, and she wouldn't have to struggle so hard in Xinqing anymore. She would no longer have to consider how much money she had to save to buy a bag. She would no longer have to think about working hard for decades to buy an ordinary house. Therefore, Wang Xinyue didn't hesitate. Feeling that enough time had passed, Chu Du patted her and said, "Let's get up. We'll go out for dinner." "Okay." Wang Xinyue said gently, "What would you like to eat? Do you want something nutritious? I'm afraid you're too tired." The two then got up, changed their clothes, and slowly went to the garage and drove off. While they were eating, Wang Xinyue finally couldn't help but ask a question. "Brother Chu, how many other women do you have besides me?" Chu Du was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No one else. Just you." Wang Xinyue was shocked and said, "Just me?" She had thought that Chu Du had several other women outside, and had been thinking about how she would compete with them. She didn't expect that Chu Du didn't have any other women. This surprised her. Chapter 16. Learning from a Green Tea. Chu Du curled his lips and said, "Just one for now." Wang Xinyue nodded slightly. "I understand." She was already prepared for this, so she could accept it, but it still made her feel a little uncomfortable. It wasn't that she was jealous. After all, the two of them hadn't known each other for long, and their relationship was completely built on money. It was hard to say how much they liked each other. One liked money, the other liked beauty. They were just mutually beneficial. Therefore, what Wang Xinyue felt more was a sense of crisis. She was afraid that one day Chu Du would find a better woman, and she would be cast aside. She absolutely had to improve herself. After secretly making her decision, Wang Xinyue decided to go home and review a few books. Advanced Green Tea Guide, How to Please a Man, On the Importance of Bed Skills, The Awareness of Being a Kept Woman, The Self-Cultivation of a Good Mistress. She had bought these books before, but she had been too busy, so she had barely read them. Now it seemed that she really needed to study them carefully. No man is immune to beauty unless he's dead. Moreover, men like green tea. Oh no, they shouldn't be called green tea. There is no such thing as green tea. They were all just good sisters who were concerned about their brothers. What's wrong with green tea? Green tea cares for you, is attentive to you, and also takes care of you in every way. No matter where you want to go, or what you want to do, green tea always asks for your opinion, making you feel respected and like everything revolves around you. What a good sister. Chu Du liked green tea like this. Or rather, which man could possibly hate it? Look at Harbin's tourism campaign. The local girls were all like big sisters, but the little potatoes were all treasures that directly attracted the local men. Wang Xinyue, determined to improve herself, said softly, "Brother, if you have another woman in the future, please don't abandon me. I only want to be with you." Her gentle and charming voice, combined with her flirty eyes and pitiful expression, was something that no man could resist. Chu Du was surprised. He didn't know that Wang Xinyue's internal thoughts were so elaborate. But since Wang Xinyue had given him her virginity, as long as she didn't make any major mistakes, Chu Du would tolerate it. He said softly, "Don't worry. As long as you're obedient and don't make any mistakes, I won't abandon you." Wang Xinyue looked happy and said, Thank you, brother. You're the best. I love you. When he woke up the next morning, Wang Xinyue had already gone to work. Chu Du found a message she had sent him on his phone. Chu Du rubbed his head and went to clean up. He was still a bit unaccustomed to the life of being rich. He didn't have to work, didn't have to get up early, could sleep as late as he wanted, and do whatever he wanted. It still felt a bit unreal to him, as if it were a dream. After cleaning up, Chu Du decided to go out to buy some things. Although he now had houses, cars, money, and a woman, he still had to update the basics. For example, he needed to change his phone and get a new computer. He could also go look at the buildings today. He had spent 30 billion to buy 2 buildings. He couldn't just ignore them. Chu Du went to the Huawei store and first bought a Mate 999 Pro. Then he bought a high-end computer. The resources in Shancheng were pretty complete. The high-end computer cost him nearly 1,000,000 yuan. He might not need it, but it made him happy. Money can't buy happiness, but it can certainly make him happy. After finishing everything, Chu Du drove to the location of the 2 buildings. The 2 buildings were right on the banks of the Huangpu River, and they were magnificent. It had taken 8 years to complete construction on both buildings. They were mainly intended for offices, hotels, commerce, sightseeing, and other public facilities. Both buildings were 108 stories high, reaching a height of 550 meters. There were another 5 floors underground. The main buildings were accompanied by podium structures, which were connected to the main buildings and served as auxiliary structures. The total construction area was about 1 million square meters, with a total area of approximately 800,000 square meters above ground and about 200,000 square meters underground. The total area was approximately 90,000 square meters. Chu Du arrived at the bottom of the buildings. He felt a sense of pride looking at the 2 skyscrapers. Chu Du wandered around the building, checking out the layout and design. The podium was not very high, with 10 floors. The overall design was oriented towards the style of a shopping mall. Chu Du had also made his plans. The podium structure could have a mall on floors 1 to 4, each floor being different. For example, the first floor would have only cosmetics, gathering all kinds of mid-range and high-end brands. The second floor would have women's clothing, the third floor men's, and the fourth floor children's clothing. Above that, on the 5th floor, he could consider selling other things like everyday items, entertainment facilities, cookware, and also include a gym and a movie theater. Chu Du planned to make the 6th and 7th floors into restaurants, small snack shops, and various bubble tea shops. The 8th and 9th floors would be the top-level parking lot, and the 10th floor would be for office space. There was a circular ramp around the podium structure that allowed cars to drive upstairs, so the top-level parking lot would also be a good option. With this arrangement, all 10 floors of the podium were fully planned. As for the main buildings, Chu Du planned to use the 5 underground levels. 2 would be used as supermarkets, and 3 would be used as parking. After all, the buildings were very tall, and the traffic flow would be very high once everything was fully open, so 3 levels of parking were definitely not excessive. The lobby on the 1st floor of the main buildings could be used as a main reception area for the future headquarters of the group. It could also be used for exhibitions. Floors 2 to 5 would be used for conference halls, auditoriums, and multifunctional meeting rooms. The convention center was a large column-free ballroom with a total area of 2,000 square meters and a height of 10 meters. In the later stages, it could be equipped with large LED displays and other advanced equipment, which would be suitable for large annual meetings, new product launches, and forums. It was a good venue. The auditorium was a semicircular banquet hall with an outdoor terrace, with a total area of 1,200 square meters and a height of 8 meters. It could be equipped with LED displays, projectors, and surround sound systems. It would be suitable for parties, wedding ceremonies, etc. Chapter 17. Old Spot Barbecue. The multifunction rooms were arranged in a circular pattern. Chu Du took a look and saw that there were 8 rooms in total, each of a different size, suitable for various meetings or small banquets. They had the latest video conferencing equipment, allowing for real-time interactive connections between venues. Larger meetings could be broken down into separate breakout rooms, and the external circular corridor was suitable for tea breaks and working lunches, making it easy to communicate and network with other attendees. If they expanded internationally, they could hold international video conferences at any time. As for the areas above the 5th floor, Chu Du planned to turn the 6th to 10th floors into a fitness area with a gym, swimming pool, basketball court, badminton court, tennis court, etc., to create a comprehensive fitness and leisure area. The 11th to 50th floors would all be commercial areas. In the future, his own companies would all be relocated there. Floors 51 to 55 would be entirely designed as a restaurant area, with all kinds of Chinese and Western restaurants. If the two buildings became a fully fledged group later on, then this would be the group's own cafeteria. Above that would be the hotel, then more commercial areas. There were many aspects to the commercial section. Chu-do had currently invested in various industries, and if one day he acquired them completely, he would transfer them back here. For example, advertising and design companies, internet celebrity agencies, live streaming sales, transportation, etc. would all be located here. There were a total of 2 buildings, and the floors were very high. At the top, a portion of the space could be reserved as apartments for staff accommodation. Currently, there were still some tenants in the buildings that hadn't moved out yet, but that was being handled by President Xiao. They were responsible for taking care of it, and according to the timeline, they all had to be out within a month. Chu-do also needed to find a design and renovation company to do the design and renovation work for his future buildings. Outside the building, there was also a spacious parking lot. Across the street was the river. There was a large amount of foot traffic here. Once completed, this area would become a very important commercial complex. Chu-do spent a lot of time checking out the building and had a rough idea of his plans. He was quite satisfied. He felt that this afternoon had not been a waste of time. However, he needed to find a company in advance, because to remodel and design such a large building according to Chu-do's vision, he needed to first measure some of the data. Thinking of this, Chu-do called Zhao Qian. President Zhao, I'd like to ask, are there any design and renovation companies with a good reputation? I want to renovate my 2 buildings. Zhao Qian's tone sounded a little strange when he said, actually, you invested in one yourself the other day. Have you already forgotten about that? Huh. I invested in one myself? Chu-do looked confused. He had signed too many contracts and almost forgot about them after the fact. However, after Zhao Qian reminded him, Chu-do remembered it. He recalled that it was also a high-end design and renovation company. The name of the partner was Wang Zhongwan, he thought. Thinking of this, Chu-do found the number and called. Chairman Chu, hello? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Chu-do didn't waste time and directly said, Chairman Wang, I remember that I seem to have invested in your company, right? Wang Zhongwan immediately said, of course, you're now our company's largest shareholder, with a 35% stake. Chu-do said with satisfaction, okay, then I have a job for you. You know that I bought 2 buildings from President Xiao. I want to renovate those 2 buildings. Wang Zhongwan immediately said, Chairman Chu, no problem. Don't worry. Since it's our own company, it's no problem at all. Chu-do nodded and said, have a look at how the pricing should be calculated. Then arrange for a team to prepare to measure the data, and I'll need to discuss my ideas with them. Wang Zhongwan thumped his chest and said, Chairman Chu, don't worry, the price will definitely be our internal price. You're a shareholder, so how could we charge you a high price? You can also rest assured about manpower. I'll arrange for our best people to go. Chu-do said with satisfaction, okay, thanks for your hard work. If money could solve it, Chu-do didn't want to involve any favors. Although he had a stake in the company, even brothers must settle accounts, so it was better to follow the proper process to avoid any future misunderstandings or problems. After having a look and walking around for so long, Chu-do was tired. He called Chen Shuai and invited his friend out to dinner. Spit it out. I'm still at work here. Chen Shuai's impatient voice came through the phone. Of course, this was only because the 2 of them were particularly close. Chu-do said, how about a barbecue after work tonight? You're treating? Stop talking nonsense. I'll take care of it. Hearing this, Chen Shuai was immediately energized. Dear Godfather, I'll be there immediately after work. The old spot. I'll wait for you. It was already after 5 p.m. Based on the time, the barbecue was about to start. When Chu-do arrived, it was almost 7 p.m. The old spot they were talking about was indeed called Old Spot, and its full name was Old Spot Boiled Tripe. The taste was very good, and it was a 20-year-old establishment with a very popular business. It was very well known in the surrounding area. After about 10 minutes, Chen Shuai rode his little blue electric scooter and parked it in the designated area. He then walked over leisurely. As soon as he sat down, Chen Shuai threw a cigarette to Chu-do, then looked around and said, oh, you're really different now. You've gotten rich and started making arrangements. Chu-do chuckled and said, I wouldn't call it being rich, just a little bit of money. Chen Shuai lowered his voice and said seriously, although you've cleared your debts, you're still going to need to spend money in the future. If you have money, buy a house and car, make a down payment, and pay it off slowly. If you don't have enough money, then save up for now, and don't spend it recklessly. It's not easy to make money right now. Chu-do said nonchalantly, don't worry. I cashed out quite a bit of crypto this time. I've bought houses and cars. I also have money in the bank. Chen Shui said in surprise, holy crap. What the heck did you do back then? How did you manage to store up so much crypto? Chu Du chuckled, guess. Chen Shui shook his head. He was too lazy to guess. Sighing, Chen Shui said, that's great. You've turned things around. You have a house, a car, and money. If you find a partner and get married, things will get better over time. Chu Du curled his lips. Marriage? Screw marriage. Chen Shui said in confusion. What's up? Not getting married. Chu Du shook his head and said, it's hard. It's very likely that I'll never get married in this lifetime. Chen Shui played with the cutlery on the table and said, what happened? Tell me, were you hurt by some bad woman? Chu Du said, that's not it. It's just that I think getting married is hard these days. Just look at the environment. Chapter 18, Casual Chat. Chen Shui said helplessly, but you can't just stay alone for your whole life, right? Chu Du scoffed. What's there to be afraid of? I have money. I can find a few mistresses. I'll just find a long-term one. Anyway, I'm not getting married, so I don't have to worry about all that annoying stuff. So easy, right? Just look now, how much does getting married cost? A house, a car, savings, and what if the other person is a demanding person? Why would I spend money to marry a demanding person? Just to make myself feel uncomfortable? Chen Shui agreed, you're right. With this much money, you could get your feet massaged every day for the rest of your life. Chu Du also lit a cigarette and said, think about it. To get married, a house here in Shansheng, even a cheap one costs a few million. Then there's a car which is a few $100,000, plus savings, and all sorts of other expenses. How much is that altogether? What about massages? How much is that? Even if you go twice a week, that's at most 1,000 yuan. 1 month is 4,000 yuan, and a year is less than 50,000. 50 years is only 2 million. But when you get married, look at what the girls ask for these days. Can you even meet those demands? Besides, there are so many scandals popping up every day. Who knows if one day that will explode on you? What's the point of getting married? Just to make yourself unhappy. Chen Shui nodded repeatedly and said, you're right. So if you want a date, you need to find someone with a good personality first. Chu Du shook his head and said, when the cost of marriage is far higher than the price of prostitutes, and the likelihood that the moral level of your marriage partner will be lower than that of a prostitute who would still want to get married? Chen Shui agreed, my godfather is wise. After saying that, he said with a sly smile, be honest, have you already started? Chu Du didn't hide it and said, I do have someone. Chen Shui gave a thumbs up, awesome. The two were so close that they had virtually no secrets between them. They could talk about anything, except for the system. They had known each other for more than a decade, and had helped each other countless times. They had long been as close as brothers. Therefore, besides the system, Chu Du didn't plan to hide much from him. Soon, the grilled meat and boiled tripe came up. The two of them ate and chatted. So, now that you have money, what are you planning to do? Are you still going to work at your company? No, I quit. Chen Shui wasn't surprised. What about the future? Are you never planning on earning money again for the rest of your life? Chu Du said casually, it doesn't matter if I earn money. The money I have now is enough for me to live a life of leisure. I envy you. I still need to work to make money. Everyone had the desire to suddenly become rich. That was normal. However, most people were defeated by reality and became cogs in the machine. Chu Du chuckled and said, how about I sponsor you a bit? Chen Shui shook his head and said, no thanks. Brothers are brothers. Usually if there's something, we can help each other out with a few tens of thousands, but a house and car in Shansheng is not something a few tens of thousands can solve. I can't pay you back if it's that much. I'll just work hard myself. Slowly but surely, no rush. I'm not dating right now anyway. Actually, Chen Shui's family used to be relatively well off, but his parents had gotten sick and had a series of operations and medical treatments that quickly used up all of their savings. Not only that, years ago, Chen's father had loaned 2 million yuan to his own brother, but his brother had later run away and denied the debt. The two families even took it to court, but they still hadn't gotten the money back. Under this heavy pressure, Chen Shui had to work hard to support his family. After eating a piece of grilled meat, Chen Shui muttered, don't worry. I'm not stupid and cling to my pride. If I can't handle things anymore, I'll ask you to help me. Chu Du laughed and said, don't worry. As long as you ask, I'll definitely help you. Chen Shui shook his head and said, oh yeah, the 220,000 yuan you gave me, I still have 30 to 40,000 left. I'll transfer it to you. Chu Du put his hand on his phone and said, keep it and use it. Buy something for your parents. After all, they just had surgery. It wasn't easy for them. Chu-do knew Chen Shuai's parents and was very familiar with them. Chen Shuai looked at him and said, "Okay, then I won't be polite." Chu-do laughed. "What's there to be polite about? With our relationship?" In the past, the two of them had both been burdened with debt and had worked hard to make money. But now, all their debts were cleared, and Chu-do had countless amounts of wealth. This meal was the most pleasant they had had in years. Even though it was just a simple barbecue and beer, they were both very happy. They had finally laid down the heavy burden and finally saw hope for the future. That night, the two drank quite a lot. Although beer had a much lower alcohol content than spirits, they could still get drunk if they drank too much. Seeing that they were both tipsy, Chen Shuai waved his hand and said, "All right, that's enough. Let's go." Chu-do nodded. "Let's go." They paid the bill and left. Standing by the road, Chen Shuai looked at Chu-do's luxury car and clicked his tongue. "Awesome, you really did get rich. You're even driving a Ferrari." Chu-do laughed and said, "How about I give you one?" Chen Shuai shook his head and refused. "Forget it." Chu-do patted Chen Shuai on the shoulder and didn't say anything. Soon, a taxi arrived, and Chen Shuai left. Chu-do was also waiting for the designated driver he had contacted. Perhaps it was the alcohol. Chu-do didn't want to go home at all. He just wanted to be indulgent, to experience a life he had never experienced before. "Hello, where are we going?" the driver asked politely. Chu-do closed his eyes and said, "Go to XXO bar." Chu-do had never been to a bar in all these years. He wanted to experience the thrill of indulgence. Perhaps this was the confusion of an ordinary person who had suddenly become wealthy. When he sobered up, perhaps he wouldn't act like this anymore. As a high-end bar in Shenzhen, XXO naturally didn't lack luxury cars at its entrance, but a Ferrari worth more than 6 million yuan was certainly a top-class vehicle. Before the car had even stopped, it had already attracted countless gazes. Everyone could clearly see that the driver was a designated driver, and that the one in the passenger seat was the main attraction. He seemed to have already had some drinks. As soon as the car door opened, 7 or 8 promoters rushed over. "Hi, sir. Welcome. Sir, let me get you settled in." Chu-do randomly picked a young man and said, "You'll do?" The young promoter said excitedly, "Thank you, sir. Sir, please follow me. I'll lead you inside." The people next to him had no choice but to walk away sadly after seeing that Chu-do had already chosen someone. However, the women around them swarmed over. To be honest, in this society, as long as you have money, you'll find out just how proactive women can be. They don't even wait for you to approach them, and you don't even need to lift a finger. Hordes of beauties would come to you. Chapter 19. Bar Experience. However, in Chu-do's opinion, the quality of the women in front of him was average. He wasn't that desperate yet. Following the young promoter inside, the promoter introduced as he walked, "Sir, where would you like to sit? We're divided into sections A, B. Just pick the best section and get me a good spot. Why would you sit in the corner if you have money?" The promoter said enthusiastically, "Okay, sir, please follow me." He didn't even mention the minimum spend. The seating at the bar was based on sections with different minimum spends, but he had personally seen this young master's Ferrari, which was a multi-million-dollar sports car. How could he bring up the minimum spend with him? That would be asking for trouble. Soon, Chu-do arrived at a booth. The location was very spacious, enough to seat more than a dozen people. Right in the middle above was a clear view of the stage. The location was good. The promoter brought a tablet over and handed it to Chu-do and said, "Sir, what would you like to drink?" Chu-do had never been to a bar before and wasn't familiar with any of these things, but fortunately, there was a price next to everything. After browsing through it quickly, Chu-do said, "I'll have that Grand Dragon. It's 88,888 yuan for a set. I'll take 5 sets. Then I'll take a bottle of each of these Hennessy, Martell, and Moat to take a look at." These were all the more expensive items on the price list, with prices ranging from several thousand to several tens of thousands. Then Chu-do ordered some ordinary drinks, which added up to more than 10,000 yuan. The promoter next to him was stunned. "Sir, are you sure about 5 sets of the Grand Dragon?" Although Chu-do had never played around with these things before, he had heard of them. The Grand Dragon was supposedly the most high-end thing in a bar. When going out to play, of course, you had to play with the best. Get it? Although it was only one word, it was concise and to the point. The promoter swallowed and said, "Sir, please wait a moment." He swiped the card and spent 500,000 yuan in one go. 500,000 yuan. Although Shenzhen was the economic powerhouse of the Divine Empire, spending 500,000 yuan on a single bar visit was still considered to be a super client. Normally, other than fools and suckers, nobody spent this much money. Rich second generations weren't unable to play around, but they were all very smart. Playing around with a few tens of thousands to pick up girls was okay, but spending tens of thousands like this every day? There was the saying, they have money, but they're not stupid. Like Chudu, spending 500,000 yuan in a bar in one night was not unheard of, but it was extremely rare. They were practically huge suckers. Although Chudu didn't understand, he didn't care. He had more than 800 billion yuan. If you, the person in front of the screen, had this kind of money, you'd have an even more elaborate way of having fun. The promoter sat down enthusiastically next to Chudu and said, "Sir, are you alone?" Chudu nodded his head slightly, with a forceful nod, "Yes, alone." The promoter immediately said, "Would you like me to arrange some girls for you?" Chudu's eyes lit up with the alcohol and said, "Yes, but I only want high-quality ones. Forget the ordinary ones." The promoter patted his chest and said, "Sir, don't worry. I definitely won't let any ordinary people get mixed in." After saying that, he immediately pulled out his phone and sent a message to a group, "EXO bar, top-tier bro, 500,000 yuan in spend. Only for high-quality goods. I need them now. Anyone?" He also tagged everyone. After thinking about it, he added, "Send your own photos, and don't come looking to get cursed if your photos are overly photoshopped." In less than a minute, his phone vibrated crazily. It was full of photos sent by various beauties. The promoter quickly gave the phone to Chudu and said, "Sir, take a look. Whomever you like, just call them over." Chudu curiously took the phone and looked at it. This was a high-end nightlife group. It was full, with 500 members. However, Chudu didn't care about that. What he cared about were the photos that had been sent. It had to be said that there were a lot of beautiful women in Shanxing. Even without heavy photoshopping, there were still many beauties. There were 18-year-old innocent college girls, 25-year-old cool and aloof beauties, 30-year-old seductive women. They had all sorts. Chudu randomly picked 4. Based on their style, there was one that was pure, one that was cool and aloof, one that was pure and seductive, and one that was seductive and flirtatious. Based on their ages, he estimated that they were all around 20 to 25 years old. However, he didn't completely believe the photos. He would look at them when they arrived. The promoter quickly sent messages to the 4 girls, and the 4 of them immediately came. Soon, Chudu's drinks came. A group of bikini-clad beauties raised their trays and brought all the drinks he had ordered one by one. Under the dim lighting, the Grand Dragon set, and the special lighting next to it were dazzling. Everyone in the entire venue could see it. Holy crap, this bro is alone? Ordering so much? How much is this? Tens of thousands? Hey, sisters, he's alone. Do we have a chance? Many people were talking about it. People who were far away even stood up to look over there. Many girls had come over, wanting to sit next to Chudu. However, most of them were not very attractive, just ordinary beauties. Chudu was naturally not interested in them. Chudu swayed his body to the loud music. In this extravagant environment, it was easy to lose yourself. Before long, a beautiful girl came over and said, "Hi, sir. I'm Yaya." Chudu looked up. Beautiful. She had a standard oval face with bangs and long hair draped over her shoulders. She looked very innocent. However, Chudu also knew that girls who hung out in nightclubs were never really innocent. They were simply changing their style to match what the customers liked. If you really wanted to see, they could transform into any style within 1 minute. Innocent, seductive, cold as ice, glamorous, pure and seductive, well-behaved. Women were the most fickle. Yaya was wearing a white short-sleeve top and a black short skirt with a section of smooth, beautiful leg exposed. She also had on a pair of white sneakers. Wow, as expected of someone playing the innocent card. She was indeed very innocent-looking. She was very beautiful. In any university, she would be considered a top-tier beauty. Chudu patted the seat next to him and said, "Sit down." This was one of the girls in the group. There were 3 others. Perhaps because Chudu was spending a lot of money, the other 3 girls had all arrived in less than 5 minutes. The second one was a beauty with gold-rimmed glasses, about 20 years old, wearing a white shirt. Her cold and aloof temperament was easy to be captivated by. The third was a pure and seductive beauty, wearing a blue camisole dress, with a section of white stockings on her leg and a pair of white sneakers. The last one was a quite flirty beauty, wearing a lacy, semi-transparent black dress, short enough to almost show the top of her legs, with a a pair of transparent, smooth black stockings, and a pair of black pointed high heels with red soles. She was seductive and enchanting. Chapter 20. Yacht. Chu-do was observing the four beauties, and the four beauties were also observing Chu-do. To be able to spend 500,000 yuan in a bar in one night was extremely rare in any city. However, was he really buying drinks? In most cases, they were just storing drinks and pretending. But compared to ordinary people, this amount of spending was still terrifying. But who knew that after seeing that all four beauties were there, Chu-do would wave his hand and say, "Since everyone's here, let's open all the drinks. Let's get this party started." Woohoo! Everyone became excited. The four beauties frantically got closer to Chu-do, wanting to snuggle up to this young master. There was no other way. He had too much money. Chu-do didn't care either way. He was here to have fun and enjoy himself. Under the dazzling lights, the bar lights were sometimes bright and sometimes dim, occasionally highlighting the beautiful women's waists and long legs. Their fair skin looked inviting and delicate. Liquor, beautiful women, and music combined together, making people feel intoxicated and immersed in a world of extravagance. They partied until around 2 a.m., and Chu-do had drunk enough. Looking at the few remaining drinks on the table, Chu-do waved his hand and said, "All right, I had a lot of fun tonight, but it's time to go back." Chu-do leisurely leaned against the window, looking at the scenery outside, with a smile on his face. Life was always like a dream. One day, he was destitute, and the next day, he was rich beyond measure. The twists and turns of life were magical. Who could really understand it? Whether to open a company or not, Chu-do wasn't too concerned. He had done that back then to farm money for the system, but now, he could keep them. It was enough to make sure he didn't starve in the future. He had played around. He had bought things, and for a moment, Chu-do didn't know what he wanted to do. While he was aimlessly driving around, Chu-do suddenly received a call. "Hello, Mr. Chu. I'm a staff member from Sea-Star Yachts. The yacht you ordered from our company has been maintained and is ready to go. When would you like to come take a look?" Chu-do suddenly understood. That day, he had bought several yachts. It seemed that they were now ready for pickup. However, Chu-do had difficulty. Don't think that buying a yacht was easy. The subsequent work was considerable. For example, there was the issue of where to dock the yacht every day, and the issue of yacht maintenance. These were all problems. However, Chu-do didn't care about money right now. It was more important to have fun. He had never owned a yacht before. Now that he had one, of course, he had to experience it. Sea-Star Company had a branch in Shunqing. Chu-do drove his Ferrari and arrived at the coastal Sea-Star Company an hour later. Facing such a big customer, Deputy Director Lin Feng received him in person. "Hello, Mr. Chu. Shall we go take a look at the yacht now?" Chu-do nodded and said, "Let's go." He couldn't wait any longer. Arriving at the coast, Chu-do finally saw the yacht. It was a full 100-foot yacht, equipped with a master cabin, guest rooms, bathrooms, a kitchen, a living room, a cockpit, a deck, a KTV, satellite navigation, a generator, radar, a motorboat, and various other living and entertainment facilities. The overall style was based on blue and white, simple and elegant, and also youthful and energetic. It was very suitable for young people to go out and play. At this scale, 10 to 20 people could play together with no issues at all. In addition, you will also need a captain, a throttle man, a helmsman, like a first mate, sailors, and service staff, a total of about 10 people. As for the yacht's docking, you can choose to dock it at our company, or at a dedicated marina. Both are possible. With Lin Feng's explanation, Chu-do gradually understood these things. Yachts were usually docked at shipyards, or there were dedicated docking areas in the city, but they required a docking fee. Based on Chu-do's yacht, with its length of 100 feet, the current price was roughly 18 to 25 yuan per foot per day. If you calculated it at 25 yuan, then it was 25 by 100 by 365, making the annual docking fee slightly more than 900,000 yuan. Not only that, there were maintenance fees. The annual maintenance fees were also about 800,000 yuan. Even if you didn't use it, you would still spend 1.7 million yuan a year. In addition, staff also needed to be paid. For example, a captain right now was about 10,000 yuan per month, and a larger boat would be more expensive. If you wanted a long-term, fixed team, it would cost close to 100,000 yuan per month, which was about 1.2 million yuan per year. Altogether, it was close to 3 million yuan a year. For Chu-do, who had more than 800 billion yuan, this was no big deal. Chapter 21. Preparing for the trip. Chu-do immediately said, "Okay, Lin, please arrange for me a long-term docking spot in Shanghai. I'll pay annually. I'll also need yacht staff. I believe Haixing Company must have trained personnel. Also, please notify me about the annual maintenance and just handle it here. Lin Feng was overjoyed. This would be a stable, long-term client for the year, and he needed to serve him well. You see, high-end yachts are indeed very expensive. Buying one is something many wealthy people can do, but the long-term upkeep, docking fees, and salaries, these three things can easily drag a person down. They can't afford it. Therefore, the entire industry is still in a phase with relatively few customers. Most yachts are used by clubs, which rent them out to make money. For example, in coastal cities, you can find plenty of small and medium-sized yachts at any yacht club, which you can rent for a day of fun. So, clients like Chudu, who could provide several million in revenue annually, were quite rare. He immediately replied, "Mr. Chu, rest assured, we'll arrange everything for you. When are you planning to set sail? I'll get the crew ready for you." Chudu thought for a moment and said, "How about in the next day or two? And I want fixed personnel on an annual basis. Let's head to Sanya." He'd worked hard for decades, and it was finally time to enjoy himself. Next, Chudu swiped his card, paying for the docking spot at Shanghai port. Haixing was responsible for contacting the port and making arrangements. He also paid the staff salaries, altogether. This time going to the beach, Chudu didn't plan on taking Wang Xinyue with him. First of all, Wang Xinyue had to work, and secondly, Chudu also wanted to see if he could run into any other opportunities. Bringing her along would be inconvenient. After leaving, Chudu called Wang Xinyue, "Let's go out for dinner tonight." "Okay, Chuji." Wang Xinyue didn't ask where they were going. She knew Chudu wouldn't treat her unfairly. Chudu aimlessly drove around, enjoying the city. In the past, he was always thinking about how to turn his life around, how to make money, how to fight for a future. But now that he had everything, Chudu didn't know what to do. Perhaps this was the emptiness that came after a common person became suddenly wealthy. For dinner, Chudu booked a high-end Western restaurant. Caviar, steak, dessert, pizza. A casual meal cost him 20,000 yuan. Back at his penthouse in Triumph Gate, Wang Xinyue quickly tidied up and went to shower. Chudu leisurely stood by the window, looking at the night view. Shanghai was a bustling city, but if you didn't have money, you could only drift here, struggling daily for a living, bowing your head for a few pennies. If you had money, then Shanghai was a stunning beauty, waiting for your affection. Before long, Wang Xinyue said from behind, "Brother, you should go shower too." "Okay." Chudu took off his clothes and entered the bathroom. The hot water washing over him made him feel much more comfortable. The next morning, Chudu left her a key, saying, "This is the key to the Maserati President. The car is in the garage, the red one. You should like it. Also, I've transferred 200,000 yuan to you. Use it for gas and food." Maserati President? 200,000 yuan? Wang Xinyue felt a wave of extravagance wash over her. It was the scent of money. Wang Xinyue left for work. Chudu leisurely went downstairs for a meal. Just then, Lin Feng called. "Mr. Chu, good morning. The staff for you are all ready and waiting. You can depart at any time." Chudu was immediately excited. A sea voyage. To Sanya. He calculated the time and said, "All right, let's leave tonight. Stock up on food, vegetables, and fruit. We're going to Sanya." "Yes, Mr. Chu, no problem at all. The yacht is currently at our docking location by the sea, ready and waiting." What did one need to prepare for a trip to Sanya? Normally, people going on vacation would prepare clothes to change into, swimsuits, backpacks, and various other things. Chudu didn't consider any of that. He just put on a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and flip-flops. He also had his bank card and was ready. Finally, he grabbed a pair of sunglasses and left. He didn't choose to drive. Otherwise, his car would be sitting at the port for too long. He waited by the side of the road for a taxi and headed straight to the port. When he arrived, Lin Feng was already there waiting for him. "Mr. Chu, come. I'll take you to see your docking spot and the boat. The crew is all here, and we can leave anytime." Chudu was very satisfied with this attitude and the quality of service. Everything was arranged properly, and he didn't need to worry about anything. Indeed, money could make the impossible possible. Or rather, money could make the millstones push the devils. Chapter 22. Yacht Babes. The docking space was large, with specialized protective measures on the outside to resist the waves and reduce wear and tear. The ropes were tied to the shore. Lin Feng led Chudu into the cabin. A group of people were standing on the deck and in the cabin. Lin Feng clapped his hands and said, "Everyone, this gentleman beside me is your boss. Mr. Chu, do he has already prepaid your salaries for the next year. So, for the next year, you must follow Mr. Chu's instructions and be available 24/7, because Mr. Chu is paying 50% above the going rate. Thank you, boss. Everyone bowed to express their gratitude. Then, Lin Feng leaned in and whispered to Chu Du, Mr. Chu, you can go rest in the inner cabin. If there's nothing else, we can set sail now. Chu Du said with satisfaction, okay, let's go. Lin Feng left the yacht, giving way. Chu Du leisurely entered the inner cabin, but as soon as he stepped inside, he was stunned. For young, beautiful women were standing before him. They were all wearing short-sleeved shirts, short skirts, and high heels, with beautiful faces and slender figures. Chu Du almost thought he had gone to the wrong place. He was about to turn around and leave, but then he thought, no, this is my boat. Where did these pretty girls come from? He turned back and looked at the four women again. The four women held flowers in their hands, waved their jade arms, and smiled enthusiastically. Hello, boss. Chu Du was a bit dumbfounded. He said, wait, who are you? A woman wearing a tank top and a black short skirt said, hello, boss. We were arranged by Manager Lin. We're yacht babes, and we're responsible for accompanying you on this trip. Yacht babes, ah, Chu Du understood immediately. He hadn't personally encountered them before, but he'd heard of them. In cities with many yachts, there were quite a few yacht babes who accompanied the bosses on their voyages. Generally, yacht babes were university students in the city, or models, and sometimes white-collar workers who did it part-time. Also, yacht babes usually accepted short assignments that lasted only a few hours, because most tourists were just trying it out, taking a short trip out to sea for a few hours and then returning. From that perspective, many of them were green, i.e., strictly professional. But the spending of these tourists was nothing compared to that of the bosses and the rich second generation. Their trips required full accompaniment, and as for what else might happen, well, I won't say much, you understand. This world was complicated. One could say it wasn't chaotic, and one could say it was chaotic. For a VIP guest, Lin Feng wouldn't dare casually send just anyone. He needed to pick the best. He didn't know what Chu Du liked, but a young, virile man. A few beautiful women couldn't hurt, right? So, Lin Feng carefully picked a few people, 2 university students, a model, and a white-collar worker. They were all very clean, and came with health checkup reports to guarantee it. Moreover, their bodies and looks were all quite good. Before they came, Lin Feng had told them, although they hadn't experienced it, they all knew what might happen. Originally, they were unwilling, but after hearing Lin Feng say that he was a handsome, young, rich second generation, they were all moved. Lin Feng had also told them that once on the boat, some things might happen, and they needed to be prepared. The 4 of them had naturally thought it through before they came. Chu Du leisurely sat down, looked at the 4 beautiful women, and said with a smile, so, Lin Feng has already paid you, and you will accompany me throughout this trip to Sanya and back, is that right? The 4 women said in unison, yes. Chu Du snapped his fingers and said, all right, come, let's open a bottle of wine and have a drink to celebrate. A woman wearing a tight bodycon skirt immediately grabbed a bottle of red wine from the side and said, Mr. Chu, hello, my name is Xiao Xiao. I'll open the wine for you. Chu Du glanced at her mature and alluring figure, at her 2 bouncy rabbits, and said meaningfully, Xiao Xiao? I don't think you're small at all. Xiao Xiao appeared somewhat shy, and, as if by accident, patted Chu Du's chest, leaning forward and said, Chu Ji, you're so bad. Chu Du naturally welcomed it, and he pulled Xiao Xiao into his arms with a smile. Where am I bad? Xiao Xiao then lightly pushed Chu Du back, moving away from him, and said, Chu Ji, don't be in a hurry. We'll be together for almost a month. Let's have a drink first, to celebrate. Smelling the lingering fragrance of the beauty, Chu Du thought to himself, a very tea-like little sister. Since it was just the beginning, everyone just took a sip and put their glasses down. Chu Du plopped down on the soft sofa, leaning back, feeling the slight rocking of the boat, and chatting with the 4 beauties. After chatting, Chu Du learned that the woman wearing the tank top and black skirt was a senior at the Shanghai Academy of Drama, named Lin Mengqi. Senior year had few classes, and senior year usually had no classes at all. So she was quite anxious and wanted to find a job quickly, and it would be great if she could get into the entertainment industry. Unfortunately, after going to auditions, she realized that what was most abundant there were beautiful women. Therefore, she could only be a model for the time being, or play minor supporting roles. For now, she had no opportunities to stand out. As for the other 3 beauties, one was named Zhaonan, one was named Qin Miao, and the other was named Li Xinran. They were all beautiful women with great figures and looks. The four of them were extremely enthusiastic about Chudu, taking the initiative to get close to him. Although they were not clear on exactly how much money Chudu had, just looking at this private yacht, and the staff and the expenses, they knew that he was definitely a super rich man. Young, handsome, and rich. Wasn't that exactly the sugar daddy they dreamed of? It would take more than 10 days to travel from Shanghai to Sanya. Fortunately, Chudu had plenty of time. At first, Chudu was quite interested, taking a drink and going to the deck, feeling the sea breeze, looking at the sea, and feeling the gentle rocking of the boat. But he quickly became bored. There was nothing to see in the sea breeze other than the pungent fishy and salty smell, and the vast ocean with nothing but water. Just as Chudu was pondering, Lin Mingqi suddenly came running over with a pile of things, smiling and saying, Chuji, Chuji, look what I brought you. Chudu curiously glanced at it. They were fishing tools. He picked up a fishing rod with a smile and said, I've never fished before. It's good to play with these and give it a try. Chudu didn't know how to use the tools, but luckily, Lin Mingqi did. Under Lin Mingqi's guidance, Chudu successfully cast his line. Chapter 23, Proactive Women. Looking at the fishing line, Chudu said with some anticipation, They say there's a beginner's luck. I'm curious to see how I... Wait, did I get a bite? Chudu pulled hard on the rod, and sure enough, there was a fish hanging on the end. He couldn't identify the species, but it didn't matter. The point of it was to have fun. He put the fish away and continued to cast his line. Lin Mingqi sat next to Chudu, very close to him. Chuji, is fishing fun? Chudu excitedly said, It's quite fun. Look, I've already caught 3 fish in 10 minutes. Chuji, am I beautiful? You're quite beautiful, look. Chudu suddenly realized something and turned to look at Lin Mingqi. Chudu understood. Objectively speaking, Lin Mingqi did indeed look good, but she wasn't top tier. She was only a beauty of the masses, a goddess in the eyes of ordinary people. In the elite circle, she was just an average beauty. In the past, with his limited money, Chudu didn't stand a chance, and Lin Mingqi wouldn't have looked at him once. But now, with Chudu's wealth, he could look down on Lin Mingqi. That was normal. He could just play with her. Even if he were to take on a mistress, Chudu wanted top quality. Chudu casually said, You look all right. Chudu patted her lightly and said with indifference, Although you look good, you don't meet my standards. Lin Mingqi was a bit disappointed. She knew that a big shot like him would definitely be looking for super beauties. But people are never willing to accept defeat. For the sake of the future, they are willing to fight and gamble. Lin Mingqi grabbed Chudu's hand and looked at Chudu with wide eyes. Chuji, this is my first time. Don't look at me being a yacht babe, but the previous jobs I took were completely green, strictly professional. I'm very clean. Chudu looked ahead leisurely and said casually, People have value. What you hope to get from me, I don't necessarily agree with. Perhaps you think you're qualified, but in my opinion, even if it were just for a mistress, you are still lacking. If you are truly willing to go all out, I'll only give you a sum of money when you get off the boat. As for what happens to you after you get off the boat, I don't care. Chudu spoke with uncaring words that cut to the heart. Although it was scummy, that was the reality. Lin Mingqi wasn't naive. She understood the situation. But it was a pity that she failed to seize the opportunity to rise to prominence. But a woman's first time is always the most valuable. Lin Mingqi had also thought that she didn't know who she might marry in the future. At least this super young master wouldn't mistreat her. Chudu looked at the 3 women and smiled. My standards are very high. Although you are very beautiful, our relationship will probably be limited to the yacht. Or, if there's time, we can have a friendly romp. But as for long-term, honestly, my requirements are high. The 3 of them were all discouraged. With their looks and figures, they were beautiful in any university, but unfortunately, Chudu had money now. If people were going to enter his harem, they would have to be top-tier beauties. Chapter 24. Taking them all. Li Xinran's eyes darted around, and she said, Chuji, if you're talking about top-tier beauties, I actually know one. Chudu reached out and pulled her into his arms, saying, Are you sure? A top-tier beauty? Li Xinran said with certainty, Of course, Chu. You don't seem to be impressed by us, so I can roughly guess the type you like. I do know a close friend. Her figure and looks are definitely top-tier, and she's a flight attendant too. A flight attendant? Chudu pondered thoughtfully. If she was a flight attendant, Chudu would only plan to play around and leave it at that. The reputation of that circle was known to attract all sorts of thoughts. It was notoriously chaotic. Seeing the thoughts on Chudu's face, Li Xinran quickly said, Chu-ji, don't worry, this friend of mine doesn't have a man. Chu-do raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you sure? Li Shinran nodded vigorously. That's right. I know her. My friend. She just really likes to buy things. She has been wanting to find a high-quality boyfriend. So? Chu-do understood instantly. A gold digger, wanting to sell herself for a good price. That wasn't a problem. For Chu-do, a problem that can be solved with money wasn't a problem at all. Holding more than 800 billion yuan, could he not handle a gold digger? He casually said, money isn't a problem. Even houses and cars aren't a problem. Li Shinran immediately said, wait, I'll go get my phone and show you some photos. Li Shinran, unconcerned about wearing only a bikini, quickly grabbed her phone from nearby and began to search. A few seconds later, Li Shinran opened the moments of a WeChat friend and handed the phone to Chu-do, saying, Chu-ji, look, this is her moments. Chu-do took the phone and flipped through it. Most of them were check-ins from different places, things like afternoon tea, popular spots for taking photos, and luxury goods. There were a lot of selfies, with everyday clothes, work outfits, and so on. It had to be said, just from the photos, she was indeed top-tier beautiful. Not only at school but even in the modeling circle, she could beat a large number of models. Li Shinran continued to say from the side, this friend of mine is 1.7 meters tall, has a 34C bust, and she often works out. Her figure is really super good. Chu-do handed the phone back and said, she looks good. We can meet sometime. Li Shinran vigorously made a fist and yelled, yes. Although the young master hadn't taken a fancy to her, he had taken a fancy to her friend. Once her friend had become rich and powerful, wouldn't it be okay to ask her for a little help? For the sake of her future life, Li Shinran immediately started sending messages to her friend. Zhaonin and Qin Miao on the side both looked on with envy. Li Shinran was a model and knew a lot of beauties on the outside. While the two of them, one a single, unmarried white-collar worker, and the other a senior in college, didn't have many resources in this regard. But that was all right. At least they had one more opportunity than others, right? Even if the young master wouldn't develop a long-term relationship with them, they could still make a killing if they managed to get some short-term investment. The two women were considering the resources around them, while Li Shinran on the side had already started frantically messaging her friend. Before long, Li Shinran turned to Chu-do, as if wanting to take credit. Chu-ji, I've already talked to my friend. She's switching her shift in a few days. She's going to Sanya, and she'll take a leave to come play with us. Chu-do's eyes lit up, and he said, well done. Then, he picked up his phone and said, come, I'll give you a reward. Show me your QR code to receive payment. Li Shinran happily opened her payment code. With a ding, a notification popped up, payment of 100,000 yuan received. What a big boss. Just for arranging a meeting, he gave a 100,000 yuan tip? Li Shinran's eyes lit up with intense fervor, and she unhesitatingly threw her phone away, hugging Chu-do and saying, brother, I love you. Then, she forcefully gave him a passionate kiss. Thanks to the system's help, Chu-do thought silently. Chapter 25. Li Shinran's Friend. After about half a month, the yacht finally arrived in Sanya. Before they set off, Lin Feng from the yacht manufacturer had already helped Chu-do arrange a VIP mooring spot in Sanya Bay. Chu-do and the others docked the yacht, and then began to disembark. The crew naturally had to be ready at all times and couldn't go too far, but they didn't have to stay there either. They could go down to eat and drink. As for Chu-do and the four women, they also naturally wanted to go down. After so many days on the yacht, drifting back and forth, the women felt a bit disoriented as soon as they stepped off the boat. Chu-do looked at the nearby sea view, feeling much better. Coming here, it was natural to have some fun. Chu-do casually asked, do you guys think there are any fun places here? Give me some recommendations. The four women all started suggesting places. Wuzizu Island, duty-free shops, beach photography, Atlantis, etc. As for places like Coconut Dream Corridor, they were actually pretty boring. Chu-do patted Li Shinran's pert bottom and said, all right, let's get a car ready first, then buy some things for you, and go to the duty-free shop. When they were close to Sanya, Chu-do had already booked a car rental service. Since they were in a different city, there was no need to buy a car. Chu-do decided it was better to rent one. Chu-do chose a Maybach and hired a driver as well. After all, he wasn't familiar with the area. Naturally, it was more suitable to find a local driver, and with money, the rental company sent out an excellent, experienced driver to serve Chu-do. The driver was already waiting nearby, a man in his 40s, wearing a suit, very formal, and also serious, with a calm expression. Chu-do got into the car with the four women, and then said, driver, let's go to the duty-free shop. The driver said very politely, "Hello, Mr. Chu. We have several duty-free shops here in Sanya. I wonder which one would you like to go to?" Chu Du was dumbfounded. He had never been there before, but he still put on a calm facade and said, "You guys, where do you want to go?" Unexpectedly, the four of them said at the same time, "Haitang Bay." The driver, hearing this, started the car. Chu Du didn't know about these things. In reality, this duty-free shop was the largest duty-free shop here, with a full range of brands. It took almost an hour to drive from the yacht's mooring location to the shop. On the way, the girls chatted about what they would buy later and what they liked. Chu Du found it funny and said, "What are you thinking about so much? Just buy whatever you want. But I guess it'll only be this one time. It's too much hassle to come here so often. Let's try to see everything we want and buy it all today, and not worry about it for the next few days." "Okay. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Daddy. Love you, Daddy." The four of them were all excited. The driver had high professional standards, as if he was used to such scenes, and didn't have any reaction to it, acting as if he didn't hear anything. An hour passed quickly, and they arrived at the duty-free shop. To be honest, most men aren't interested in shopping, especially accompanying women. In this regard, women can still be very energetic even after a full day of shopping, while men, after about half an hour, start looking for sofas and rest areas. As soon as Chu Du went in, he directly sat in the rest area and said to the four women, "All right, from now on, it's already 3 in the afternoon, until 7 in the evening. You can buy anything you like. I'll pay for it. I'll rest here. After 7, we'll go out for dinner." With 4 hours of time, the four women were very excited and immediately began shopping. Chu Du sat there playing on his phone. When payment was required, he would just go to the store to make the payment. After 4 hours of crazy shopping, the four women had bought a lot of things. LV, Chanel, Gucci, Dior, Hermes, Balenciaga, etc., various clothes, bags, perfumes, lipsticks, cosmetics, totaling more than 1.5 million yuan. A mere 1.5 million yuan was nothing to Chu Du. Just the 50 billion yuan currently in the bank, the interest was already an outrageous figure. According to the current interest rate the bank gave him at 10%, that was more than 13 million yuan in interest every single day. He couldn't spend it all. He simply couldn't. Not to mention Chu Du had more than 700 billion yuan in his overseas accounts. To put it bluntly, even if he gambled 1 million yuan every day, he would still be making more than his daily interest and still be earning money. As for whether something might happen with the 50 billion yuan, like some bank employee engaging in personal activity and the bank being uninvolved, Chu Du said it was impossible. 50 billion yuan, anyone with a brain knew what that meant. With such a person's capabilities, as long as you were still on this planet, he could dig you out, making you wish you were dead. So, no idiot would try to steal that 50 billion. The amount was so large that it would make them scared. Could they take the money and live to spend it? Spending more than 1 million was something that the four women had never imagined, but Chu Du directly let them experience it. Next was to arrange for people to send these things back to the yacht. Chu Du didn't plan on staying at a hotel here. The yacht was just fine. For dinner, he chose a relatively high-end local restaurant, and the group ate in a private room. Li Xinran sat next to Chu Du, holding her phone and saying, "Chu Ji, my friend has arrived. She just messaged me saying she's downstairs." Chu Du nodded and said, "You did a good job." At this point, the four women had no other intentions. The boss had already set his eyes on someone, so there was no need for them to force themselves. Although they were a bit tired from the recent period, these items were truly too good. Worth it. Less than 5 minutes later, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Li Xinran immediately got up to open the door and brought in a beauty. Chu Du looked up and couldn't help but have his eyes light up. A beauty. She was definitely a beauty. She was about 1.7 meters tall and wearing a pair of 5 centimeter black, glossy high heels. Her features were very delicate, with a standard oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, a high, straight nose, and small cherry lips. Her honeyed red lips were brightly coated with a layer of red lipstick, making them look delicate and alluring, and just one glance was enough to inspire the desire to kiss her. She was wearing a one-shoulder dress, revealing delicate collarbones and jade-white arms. She had a white, thin belt tied around her waist, creating a strong contrast of colors with the black dress, while also outlining her slender waist, making her look extremely beautiful. The hem of the dress came about 10 centimeters above the knees, not too long, not too short, revealing well-proportioned legs. Her legs didn't have stockings, they were smooth and white, with no extra fat, straight, and slender. She was wearing a pair of silver, pointed high heels, which were also a bit shiny. She was indeed very beautiful, especially her face, which had a kind of seductive feeling, as if just her looking at you could make you feel like she was seducing you. At first glance, she gave off the feeling that she was easy to get, yet also highly desirable. A natural mistress face. Chapter 26. Negotiating terms with Jiang Lily. Li Xinran had already told her in advance, so she looked at Chudu and said, "Hello, Chuji. My name is Jiang Lily. I'm Li Xinran's friend." Her voice was quite good, an older sister's tone, with a hint of teasing. Chudu held out his hand and said, "Hello. Don't be polite. Take a seat." To be honest, Chudu was quite satisfied with Jiang Lily's figure and looks. Moreover, according to Li Xinran, Jiang Lily was very clean, which was great. As for Jiang Lily liking money, he laughed. Did Chudu lack money? Li Xinran sat next to Chudu, while Jiang Lily sat next to Li Xinran. Seeing Chudu, Jiang Lily also breathed a sigh of relief. She had heard from her friend that this young master was incredibly rich, with just a private yacht worth tens of billions. There were also the fixed annual salaries for the crew and the maintenance expenses, which were not small. In addition, this voyage to Sanya, the expenses were also shocking. Rich, very rich, super rich. Jiang Lily didn't deny that she was a gold-digging woman. She could accept being kept, but she was afraid the man might be too ugly to kiss. Seeing Chudu, Jiang Lily felt much more relaxed. He was handsome, really handsome, young, handsome, and rich. She would be willing even to be his fourth or fifth mistress. Those who could be flight attendants, having been in this circle for 2 years, all knew what kind of a circle it was. Almost all flight attendants wanted to hook a rich man, and Jiang Lily was no exception. She had just been waiting for the right price, wanting to sell herself for a good price. As for the matter between Chudu and the other 4 women, she knew about it, but she didn't care. What was there to consider about being a young master's mistress? She wasn't trying to become the main wife. As long as she was obedient and served the young master well, she could exchange it for wealth and prosperity. As long as she could save enough money for the rest of her life, that would be enough. If she was lucky and could give the young master a child, that would be even more secure and she would have no worries about food and clothing. Since there were a lot of people, they didn't discuss anything private and just ate and chatted. After dinner, it was almost 10 o'clock at night, and it was time to go back. But Jiang Lily was staying at a hotel, while Chudu and the others were staying on the yacht. Looking at Chudu, Jiang Lily thought to herself, if I can't seize this opportunity, I don't know when I'll meet another super tycoon. As for the usual methods of playing the field, Jiang Lily didn't use any of it. They weren't on the same level. You could fish for others, but manipulate a second-generation rich man? Don't even think about it. When facing this level of wealth, you have to go and play the lapdog. Only then will you have a chance. Don't think that just because Jiang Lily didn't have much experience, that she was dumb. She had a clear mind. Don't play the push and pull game. Even if it was just to be a vase, Jiang Lily knew how to be a vase with emotional value. It had to be said, Jiang Lily was a smart person. Therefore, Jiang Lily came directly to Chudu, looking at him with loving eyes and said, "Chuji, I haven't seen the yacht yet. Can you take me up to take a look?" Seeing the almost passionate look in Jiang Lily's eyes, Chudu understood what she meant and immediately said, "No problem. You can cancel your hotel room and just stay on the yacht. Wouldn't that allow you to see it better?" Jiang Lily nodded and said, "Okay, Chuji, but I need to go to my room to pack my things first." Chudu waved his hand and told the driver to drive to the hotel. When they arrived at the hotel, Li Xinran went up to help Jiang Lily pack her things, while Chudu and the others waited in the car. Jiang Lily packed very quickly. Perhaps she didn't have many things to begin with. After just half an hour, the two came down together. Then, everyone went to the yacht together. When Jiang Lily arrived at the yacht, she was indeed shocked. It wasn't that she hadn't seen a yacht before, but she had never seen one this big. The average person's yacht is a small to medium-sized one. Even yacht clubs rarely have large ones. Most are small ones that are just used for casual play and for an experience. But Chudu's yacht was just too big, with very advanced configurations. No wonder he's a rich young master. Jiang Lily's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. After waiting bitterly for so many years, after rejecting so many older men, her time had finally come. It was her time to turn her life around. The 4 women were very understanding, and after they quickly tidied up, they all returned to their rooms, leaving only Chudu and Jiang Lily. Chudu sat on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze, while Jiang Lily went to shower. Before long, Zhang Lili came to Chu Du's side, wrapped in a bathrobe. Looking at the lights on the large yacht, Zhang Lili sighed, I've never thought about having a life like this. Chu Du smelled the fragrance of her shampoo and body wash and asked, what about in the future? Zhang Lili turned her head, looking at him with a charming gaze. Well, it will depend on whether Chu Ji is willing to show me these sights. Chu Du laughed, reached out his arms, and pulled Zhang Lili into his embrace. I think you're a smart person. You know your position very well. Zhang Lili leaned into Chu Du's arms. I've always felt that having a clear sense of self-awareness is the most important thing. One must know oneself. Chu Du said with satisfaction, anything you want, I can give you, but you definitely won't be the main one. Zhang Lili shook her head. That's not important. My identity is different, so I naturally won't want that position. That's my understanding. Chu Du was increasingly satisfied with Zhang Lili's attitude. My requirements are also simple. Zhang Lili looked at him seriously. Chu Ji, please tell me. Chu Du's requirements were related to her future wealth, and she had to listen carefully. It wasn't like there were no other rich people besides Chu Du. It was just that finding someone young, handsome, and rich was not easy. Chu Du calmly said, you can't have conflicts with other women. Even if you meet them, you can't make a scene. You can't have any excessive contact with other men. Normal friends are fine. I won't restrict your circle of friends. In addition, you have to come anytime I call you, unless you're flying or already out of the country. Zhang Lili understood. Chu Du had other women besides her, and they couldn't have any conflicts. As a refined, beautiful mistress, Zhang Lili would naturally not cause trouble for her sugar daddy. As for other men, what a joke. Zhang Lili was even planning to cut ties with her normal male friends to avoid making her sugar daddy angry, not to mention any kind of development. She could just kill her fish pond. Chapter 27. Zhang Lili. Being available at any time was a given. Zhang Lili was even considering whether to change her job to avoid flying, so Chu Du wouldn't be unable to find her. She immediately declared, Chu Ji, don't worry. I won't cause conflicts with the other sisters. If I see the big sister, I'll be very well behaved. As for other men, I won't have any contact with them. Chu Du nodded and said, one more thing, buy more erotic stuff. I like that. Zhang Lili understood immediately. I'll go and choose, and I'll buy all sorts of clothes and shoes. Then, Zhang Lili leaned into Chu Du's arms again. So, what rewards or benefits do I get? Looking at the beauty in his arms, as obedient as a cat, Chu Du stroked her shoulder and said, I remember, you're from Shanghai, right? Zhang Lili nodded and said, I'm currently working in Shanghai, and my flights are all from Shanghai to other places, but my home isn't in Shanghai, it's in Tianjin. Chu Du thought for a moment and said, a house in Shanghai, a penthouse on the 300th floor and a Porsche. Oh right. How much is your monthly salary and expenses? Hearing this, Zhang Lili thought for a moment and said, my salary isn't high, about 12,000 a month, including various subsidies. As for expenses, I almost always spend it all every month, and I'm constantly using my credit card. They were all small amounts. Chu Du directly said, from now on, 200,000 a month for you to spend as you wish, I won't interfere. The expenses for eating out and shopping with me will be separate. I'll pay for that. As for the house and car, if you stay with me for a year, the car is yours. If you stay for 3 years, the house will be yours too. When the time comes, I'll have you transfer the ownership and give it to you. Every industry had its own market. Chu Du was certainly rich, but he wouldn't destroy the market. He could spend $1 million a month to take someone, but that would be purely destroying the market. How could others play? The whole market would quickly become chaotic. So, 200,000 a month, although it was a bit high, it wasn't unheard of in high-end circles. As for the house and car, he wouldn't mind giving them to her if she stayed long enough. After all, many bosses in the South had similar practices. Zhang Lili listened excitedly. 200,000 a month? And the expenses for going out together would be paid for separately? It was more than enough. She could even buy the luxury goods she wanted. Moreover, there was a house and a car. As long as she stayed with him for long enough, they would be hers. What a generous sugar daddy, the one she had always dreamed of. Zhang Lili immediately said, thank you, love you. As she said this, she kissed him passionately. Since he had already bought things for the 4 women that day, Zhang Lili, as his mistress, couldn't be left out. The next day at noon, Chu Du took them all to the duty-free shop again to shop. Zhang Lili was a woman, a gold-digging woman, but she was very clear-headed. Therefore, she looked at Chu Du uncertainly and said, how much am I allowed to buy? Chu Du said nonchalantly, just pick whatever you want. Zhang Lily was stunned and swallowed. Are you serious? Chudu laughed. How much can you buy anyway? Not that I'm looking down on you, but even if you wanted this whole store, I could afford it. Just pick whatever you want. Zhang Lily gasped. She had chosen the right sugar daddy. Young and handsome, a super stud, and super rich. It was simply. Zhang Lily whispered in Chudu's ear, tonight, just enjoy yourself. I'll let you experience what's called fully automatic. After saying that, she kissed Chudu and turned to go to the nearby store. Chudu's heart immediately filled with anticipation. Chapter 28. Going back. In the end, Zhang Lily bought a pile of luxury items, totaling more than 1,000,000 yuan. Chudu had the shop staff arrange for delivery to the yacht, while the rest of them began to enjoy themselves. Since they had come here, how could they only buy things? They naturally also had to do some sightseeing. Although the internet said that sightseeing here was a ripoff, for Chudu, it didn't make much of a difference. He was just buying himself happiness. His daily interest was enough to produce a millionaire. So why would he care about this? They had been drifting on the sea for so long recently. They were all tired of playing in the water and instead wanted to see the city. Therefore, everyone started exploring the streets of Sanya. They went to the ancient love park to watch a show. Honestly, Chudu thought that thing was utter nonsense, but he still wanted to watch it with the others. By the time they finished watching, it was already past 7 p.m. Chudu stretched and said, anyone want to go anywhere else? Everyone shook their heads and said, let's eat. The food in Sanya wasn't very good, and it often had the taste of the sea. Chudu always felt it was a bit strange. Zhang Lily had only taken 3 days off because she wasn't sure what Chudu would be like at first, and didn't dare take too much time off. Now, both sides were very satisfied. But the 3 days passed quickly. Zhang Lily packed her things and sat in Chudu's car to go to the airport. Looking outside, Zhang Lily sighed and said, after I go back to work, I'm afraid I won't see you often. I work 2 days on and then 1 day off. It's too hard. Chudu smiled and said, what are you worried about? I'm going to stay for 2 more days and then I'm going back too. When I get back, I'll message you. Next time you have time off, call me, and I'll take you to see the house and the car. Zhang Lily kissed Chudu and said excitedly, thank you. Chudu smiled without saying a word. Since Zhang Lily had already left, Chudu didn't see any point in staying. He spent 2 more days with the 4 women, and then they all bought tickets to return. When they came, they had taken the yacht, so they naturally didn't want to be tortured by it for the return trip. 10 days at sea was too boring. As for the yacht, he just let the crew sail it back. It wasn't the tourist season, so there weren't many people on the plane, and even fewer in first class, just Chudu and the women. The 4 women knew that after returning this time, they probably wouldn't have any contact with each other again. Maybe one day the young master might want to change his taste and invite them out once. However, the chances were slim. Li Xinran might be a bit better because she had a friend in Zhang Lily, which gave her an advantage. As for the other 3, they could just forget about it. After landing, Chudu didn't take them anywhere. He had transferred them a lot of money over the past few days. The 4 women gave Chudu a goodbye kiss each, before taking a taxi. The people nearby were very envious. What a dog of a man, they thought. It's just because he's handsome. How can 4 beauties be kissing him goodbye? Where is justice? It was the weekend today, and Wang Xinyue was resting at home. Chudu had told her before he got on the plane, so Wang Xinyue had prepared a meal. After 2 hours, Wang Xinyue finally fell asleep on the sofa. Chudu went to take a shower, refreshed, and then ate dinner. At night, lying in bed, Chudu didn't bother Wang Xinyue. They just watched TV and chatted. Chuji, you went out to play for almost 20 days. How was it? Was the yacht fun? Wang Xinyue was still very curious about the yacht. She knew Chudu had one because she was in the bank when he signed the contract and swiped his card, but she had never seen it. Chudu thought for a moment and said, it was alright when I first got on the yacht. It was fun, but after a while, I got bored. It's just the same things over and over again. Wang Xinyue leaned on Chudu's chest and softly asked, I remember you telling me that you went alone. Chudu laughed. I didn't count the crew. Wang Xinyue said, oh, and then asked, did you meet any new sisters? Chudu didn't avoid it and directly nodded, yes. Wang Xinyue felt a wave of disappointment, but she also understood her place. At best, she could only be a mistress. Naturally, this wasn't her business. However, she still said, Chuji, no matter what, you still need to be careful. Sensible. Wang Xinyue didn't say anything else and just quietly snuggled against Chudu. This incident reminded Wang Xinyue that Chudu would have many women and she was in danger. If she really liked Chudu, she probably wouldn't like him that much. At first, she just thought Chu-do was handsome and rich. She wanted to latch onto such a rich man to exchange for resources. Of course, over time, feelings develop. Now Wang Xinyue did have some feelings for Chu-do. If she couldn't be the main wife, then she had to be the big sister among the mistresses. What should a woman rely on to capture a man? Don't listen to nonsense. If you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. That's just utter nonsense. Have you ever seen a man run off with a mistress because the mistress was a good cook? It's always because the mistress is seductive and beautiful and can satisfy him in bed. Chu-do naturally understood Wang Xinyue's thoughts. He didn't say anything. It was good to have competitive pressure, because once they start competing, wouldn't they all have to please him in the end? He was the one who benefited, so what was there to be afraid of? Chapter 29. Building Completion. When he woke up, Wang Xinyue had already left for work. Alright, today was Monday. But Chu-do wasn't without company. Zhang Lily had messaged him last night, and her plane would land at the airport at 10 this morning. Chu-do was going to accompany her to see the house and car today. The house was simple. The next unit over, Chu-do had another penthouse, about 300 square meters, completely sufficient. They were in the same complex. What was there to be afraid of? If Chu-do dared to keep fish, he wasn't afraid of being found out. As for the car, he had bought so many back then, and it was the perfect time to put them to use. A Porsche 718, priced at more than $1 million, red, was perfect for a girl. When Zhang Lily pulled her suitcase out of the airport, she saw Chu-do standing next to a car, smiling. Zhang Lily's steps were lighter as she walked over, not caring about the admiring looks she was getting. She quickly walked up to Chu-do and gave him a big hug. Did you miss me? Chu-do stroked Zhang Lily's hair and said, Of course I missed you. That's why I came to pick you up. As he said that, Chu-do put the suitcase in the front trunk and said, Get in the car, let's go. Zhang Lily was wearing her flight attendant uniform, with black transparent stockings and a pair of 3-centimeter heels. She was elegant and dignified, but with her alluring face and seductive eyes, she looked exceptionally seductive. After getting in the car, Zhang Lily asked curiously, Is this your car? Chu-do shook his head and said, It will be yours soon. Zhang Lily was stunned for a moment, then said with delight, Really? This is a Porsche, more than $1 million. You'll actually give it to me? Zhang Lily knew a lot about luxury products and could naturally identify the car. Although it wasn't a top-tier luxury car, it was still more than $1 million, which was not something everyone could afford. Chu-do said calmly, Now I'll take you to see the house. Later, I'll give you the keys to the house and car. Zhang Lily's face flushed red. If Chu-do wasn't driving, she would have jumped him. Driving the car, they soon returned to the residential complex. Triumph Gate Complex, the same complex as Wang Xinyue, just different buildings. Both houses were penthouses. Chu-do had bought many back then. This house was 303 square meters, about 30 square meters less than the other one, and it cost 83 million yuan. A price of almost 300,000 yuan per square meter, even in Shanghai, was high-end. After showing Zhang Lily the house deed and car documents, Zhang Lily knew the price of the house, more than 80 million. She knew that even if she sold herself, she wouldn't be worth that much. So what should she do? Of course, she would serve him well. Then, Chu-do gave her the keys to the house and the car, saying, From now on, you can live in this house and drive this car. I'll transfer you money every month. As long as you're obedient, you can have everything. Zhang Lily nodded forcefully. She could see that Chu-do was a second-generation rich guy, or even a super-rich second-generation guy. Which ordinary rich second-generation guy would spend almost 100 million on a mistress? Even if she sacrificed more, she would never leave Chu-do. This was an opportunity to leap to a higher social class. People were lucky to have one opportunity in their entire life, so why would she let it slip? Zhang Lily ran around excitedly in the penthouse, looking at her new house, like a dream. Even though it was under Chu-do's name, and she was just temporarily staying there, Zhang Lily knew that as long as she was obedient and didn't make mistakes, in 3 years, the house and car would be hers. So many people dreamed of having a house and car in Shanghai, and now she had them all. Although it was exchanged for 3 years of her time, Zhang Lily didn't regret it. Many people wanted to exchange, but didn't have the channels or even the resources to make the exchange. Zhang Lily didn't cook like Wang Xinyue, so the two of them ate takeout all day. They were mainly just too lazy to go out. The next morning, when Chu-do woke up, Zhang Lily had already left. Chu-do stretched. He felt bored doing nothing every day. He would go see how his building was doing. After he finished washing up and getting ready, his phone suddenly rang. Hello, Chairman Chu. It was Wang Zhongwan, whose number Chu Du had saved. Chu Du had previously acquired a lot of companies, one of which was a large decoration company, and Wang Zhongwan was one of the shareholders, and Chu Du was also one. The building's decoration was handed over to Wang Zhongwan, so the call meant they must be finished. Chu Du politely said, "Hello, Director Wang. What's up?" Wang Zhongwan immediately said, "Chairman Chu, I was given a job earlier. The Gemini building has now been completely renovated and done according to your requests. It's ready to be put into use." Chu Du breathed a sigh of relief. This was indeed good news. He said, "That was hard work, Director Wang. I'll go take a look later and prepare a plan. Let's have dinner together later." "Not at all. When Chairman Chu has the time, I should be the one inviting you for dinner." The two of them exchanged pleasantries before hanging up. Chu Du casually drove his Lamborghini straight to the building. When he arrived at the Gemini building, Chu Du looked up. The two buildings were magnificent and imposing. There were still workers inspecting it. Chu Du took a brief look, and the basic renovation had been done according to his requirements. He was indeed quite satisfied. Now that the renovation problem was settled, he could start setting up his company next. Although Chu Du hadn't started a company before, and he didn't know how, he understood one thing. Professionals should handle professional matters, and an outsider should not interfere easily. As the boss, he just needed to grasp the overall picture. Therefore, Chu Du decided to find assistants first. A professional team would handle setting up and managing the company. As for whether the team would cheat him, Chu Du just laughed. Did they dare? Just looking at those two buildings, even an idiot would know that the boss's background was extraordinary. Who would dare to cheat him? Taking a little bit of money for their efforts was normal. It was impossible to be completely clean, but they wouldn't cheat him on the big things. Messing with rich capitalists, just one slip-up was enough to ruin them. Chapter 30. After he finished looking over the building, it was already noon. Chu Du found a restaurant on the side of the road and had a simple meal. Then he began looking for talent. When looking for talent, Chu Du only knew about job markets and headhunting firms. But the job market relied too much on luck, so it was not an option. It was better to let a professional headhunting firm make the contacts. However, Chu Du didn't own a headhunting firm, so he still had to rely on the bank. After all, nobody could compare to the bank's network. He immediately called Zhao Qian. As the president of a commercial bank, Zhao Qian's contacts were naturally vast. "Hello, Mr. Chu, it's been a while." Zhao Qian's enthusiastic voice came over the phone. Chu Du said politely, "I've been having a bit of fun lately. I just got back, and my building has just been renovated. I'm planning to open a company, and I want to find a high-end headhunting firm. See if President Zhao knows of anyone he could recommend." Zhao Qian was overjoyed. As far as he knew, Chu Du had 50 billion yuan in deposits, and they were all in his commercial bank, not in any other bank. He naturally wanted to do everything he could to serve such a VIP customer. He wasn't afraid that they would bother him. He was afraid that they would ignore him. That would be a problem. Zhao Qian immediately said, "Mr. Chu, rest assured. I do know a few company directors who own headhunting firms. I'll send you their numbers right away." Chu Du smiled and said, "Then thank you, President Zhao." "Oh, it's nothing. Mr. Chu is my bank's most honored customer. This is all that should be done. By the way, may I ask what kind of talent Mr. Chu is looking for? Perhaps I can be of some assistance." Chu Du thought it made sense. The people that Zhao Qian knew couldn't be bad. "So," he said, "I'm planning to open a group to integrate the companies under my name. So, I need a team of secretaries and also talents who have experience managing large groups." Zhao Qian understood immediately. He was there at the time of signing the contracts. He remembered every single contract clearly. Chu Du had bought a lot of company shares at the time. Some companies he only bought partial shares of, and some he directly bought all of. It was normal that Chu Du wanted to integrate them now. He immediately said, "Okay, please wait a moment, Mr. Chu. I'll arrange it for you right away." After hanging up the phone, only 30 seconds passed before Zhao Qian sent a message with a number and a sentence. Yang Wenk, president of Bowl High-End Headhunting Company. Chu Du didn't rush to make a phone call, but opened his memo and began to organize. He wasn't planning on considering companies that he didn't have full ownership of. After all, those companies had partners and other shareholders, and he couldn't have the final say. But Chu Du could naturally handle companies that he had acquired the full shares of. Chu Du roughly looked over them and saw several companies. One was a clothing factory, including design and manufacturing, with both men's and women's clothing, mid-range quality. One high-end Western restaurant, and one high-end French restaurant. There was also a real estate company that had developed 2 properties, but both were ordinary residential complexes and not worth much attention. There were also 2 schools, 1 middle school and 1 high school, both private, 2 nursing homes, and 1 orphanage, which didn't have many people. In addition to that, there were 4 media companies, one of which was a film and television media company, 1 was a live streaming media company, and 2 were internet celebrity media companies. There was also a security company. These were all the companies that Chu-do had fully acquired. As for the other companies, they all had other shareholders, so he wasn't going to consider them. Chu-do naturally had the contact information for the higher-ups of these companies. He directly messaged those executives, asking them to come see him at the Gemini building in an hour. Then, Chu-do called Yang Wink. The phone was quickly answered. "Are you Mr. Chu?" "Hello. President Zhao already told me. I've been waiting for your call." Yang Wink's voice came over the phone. It was the voice of a man in his 40s, with a rich tone. Chu-do was also polite. "Sorry, Mr. Yang. I had something to do just now." Yang Wink naturally didn't mind. Mr. Chu is too polite. "I heard that Mr. Chu needs some people. I wonder if Mr. Chu has any specific requirements?" Talking business, Chu-do's spirits picked up. "It's like this. For now, I need 2 drivers, on call 24/7, and also a secretarial team, provisionally 5 people. In addition, I need high-level executives with experience in managing large, integrated groups, and I need several of those." Chu-do had researched all of these. A boss wouldn't have just 1 driver. 1 person couldn't manage to follow you at any time, so having 2 drivers was normal. Many big bosses had more than 1 driver. In addition, regarding the secretary position, Chu-do needed a secretary for too many companies and things, and 1 person definitely wouldn't be enough. 5 was about right. Yang Wink knew immediately that this was indeed a big order. But he also knew Chu-do's strength, which Zhao Qian had repeatedly reminded him of. Yang Wink immediately said, "Mr. Chu, rest assured. I'll immediately arrange for people to check the database, and also ask around for new talents." "In that case, thank you, Mr. Yang. It's nothing. To be able to help Mr. Chu is my honor." The 2 exchanged pleasantries for a while, and then hung up. Chu-do didn't call anyone else. He just quietly waited for the executives of each company to arrive. Within an hour, a total of 14 companies, factories, and schools, with all the various executives and principals arriving one after another, men and women. Although these executives had never met Chu-do, they had all seen Chu-do's photo. They knew that the extremely handsome youth in front of them was their behind-the-scenes boss. Chu-do looked at the 14 people, cleared his throat, and said, "There are some things I want to talk to all of you about today. First of all, the 2 buildings behind me are both mine. I am now preparing to move the companies here and merge some of them. You can say anything that you think, and also, please tell me if the address of your company is rented or bought." At first, the executives were a little nervous because they didn't know what Chu-do was going to say. Hearing this, they all breathed a sigh of relief and began to speak. After some responses, Chu-do also learned about the situation. The clothing factory and schools all had purchased land, and considering the special nature of clothing factories and schools, it wasn't appropriate to move them here, so he didn't need to consider those. In addition, the orphanage and nursing homes were also special and not suitable for moving to the building, so he could skip those too. As for the other companies, except for the film and television media company, which had purchased its address, all the others were rented. After all, in this day and age, business wasn't easy to do, and they were doing their best to reduce costs. Chapter 31. Planning. Chu-do frowned slightly, addressing the head of the film and media company. "If we sell that location and move here, will it have any impact? Is it feasible to move?" The head of the company immediately responded, "Absolutely no problem, President Chu, rest assured. Everything is ready here." Chu-do hummed in acknowledgement and said nothing more. Besides the office building, the film and media company also owned a film studio and a short drama studio. These were built specifically for filming movies and short dramas and were also quite valuable. The film studio and short drama studio would of course not be moved, but relocating the company's office space was no issue. Based on Chu-do's initial plan, the podium building was to be a large shopping mall. Chu-do intended to attract businesses to set up shop there. There were countless businesses dealing in shopping, fitness, cinema, and dining. Moreover, Chu-do's 2 buildings were very eye-catching, so once advertisements went out, there would be plenty of businesses eager to collaborate. The rooftop parking and office area didn't need much work. As for the 2 main towers, not to mention other things, they had 5 underground levels alone. Chu-do's original plan was for the 2 lowest levels to be used as supermarkets, with the other 3 as underground parking. This made sense. He had even considered if the underground parking space would be enough, but considering that there was also parking outside the building, it would probably suffice. The first floor would definitely be the lobby, so that went without saying. Floors 2 to 5 were planned for conference halls, auditoriums, multifunctional conference rooms, and so on. These had all been planned from the beginning and were already being renovated according to the plan. Floors 6 to 10 would be fitness areas, with gyms, swimming pools, basketball courts, badminton courts, tennis courts, and the like, creating a comprehensive fitness and leisure zone. Floors 11 through 50 would be commercial areas, meant for companies. Chu-do had also decided that the clothing factory, school, nursing home, and orphanage would remain untouched. The Western and French restaurants, being high-end establishments, would also remain in place. That left the 4 media companies and 1 security company as the ones to move. Chu-do planned to merge the 4 media companies. There was no need to keep them separate. Different areas could be designated for different directions. For example, one area for the film and media division, another for live streamers, and another for online short videos. However, these companies also occupied a large area, as they required various rooms for dance practice, singing practice, makeup, and wardrobe, among other things. There were also separate live streaming rooms for each streamer, offices, and meeting rooms for each branch, all of which required considerable space. For this purpose, Chu-do allocated floors 11 to 30 to the media companies. Once merged, they would be known as the Galaxy Culture Media Company. As for the security company, they just needed a space for training, rest, and showers. The security company primarily trained bodyguards and security guards. Chu-do had an idea. Bodyguards? It might be better to train his own team to be his personal security. After all, with his increased profile, going out would be inconvenient. Having bodyguards would definitely be beneficial. However, after reviewing their files, the current bodyguards were only trained for ordinary wealthy people. They didn't meet his standards. Strengthening training and continuing to recruit new people would be the security company's next tasks. The space between floors 31 and 50 would be left temporarily vacant. Chu-do hadn't decided on a use for it yet, so he'd just let it be for now. The higher floors housed the cafeterias, serving both Western and Chinese food. This would be the cafeteria for the entire group in the future. Many schools and companies outsourced their cafeterias, leading to food safety and hygiene issues, as well as arbitrary fees. In the end, people just went out to eat. Chu-do didn't plan to do that. He would hire chefs and make them employees of Galaxy, and the chefs would eat the same food they prepared. Having his own people cook the food for his own people would ensure higher standards and more peace of mind. As for prices, Chu-do decided to set them at 80% of market prices. After all, it was an employee cafeteria. Why charge so much? It was all about employee benefits. If you provided good compensation, employees wouldn't need to be pushed to work hard. They would be even more worried about the company failing than you were, because they wouldn't have a better place to go. A lovable Marxist, Fatty Shi, had conducted a social experiment that proved companies can still be profitable while fully ensuring workers' vacations and welfare. It proved that the reason workers were poor was not laziness but exploitation. The 996 work culture was not due to a lack of productivity, but rather the greed of capitalists. Chu-do wasn't purely doing charity, it was simply a normal system. He decided that, unless there were special circumstances, everyone would work a normal 8-hour workday, with weekends off and holidays observed. Of course, this wouldn't apply to the celebrities in the film and media division. It was only for ordinary employees, and they would be able to leave at the end of the workday without the need for overtime. If you could finish your work during work hours, why leave it for after work? Again, if you provided normal compensation and benefits, employees would be far more motivated to work than you were, because they wouldn't find another company like it once they left. Floors 56 through 70 were designated as the hotel, Galaxy's own hotel. Above that, from 71 to 90, was the commercial space for other companies. But Chu-do hadn't acquired enough companies to fill it yet, so it was on hold for now. As for floors 91 to 100, Chu-do planned to use them as employee apartments for people to rest. The final 8 floors were the office area, including Chu-do's office. The design of the 2 main towers was essentially identical, and Chu-do's plans were the same for both. After informing the heads of the companies about the relocation, everyone said it was no problem. However, moving such large companies would not be an immediate process. There were many complex things and valuables involved. But for future long-term development, the move was necessary. Hiring several professional moving companies, packing up here, transporting, and then setting up again there, would probably take a week to 10 days. That was already very quick. After assigning the tasks to the people below, he let them leave. Chu-do looked at the two buildings, feeling a mix of emotions. The changes in the past month had been massive. Just a month ago, he was just a struggling person, trying to find ways to earn money and pay off debts. Now, he held nearly 1 trillion yuan in assets and had two beauties waiting for his call at any time. Life was full of unpredictable opportunities, ups and downs. Nobody could say for sure what would happen. Just then, Chu-do's phone rang. He glanced at it. Chen Shuai. Picking up the phone, Chu-do casually said, "Yo, what's up?" On the other end, Chen Shuai sighed. "Are you free for dinner later? Maybe a couple of drinks?" Chu-do obviously had plenty of time. He replied directly, "Time and place." 7 o'clock, same old place. The conversation was brief and ended quickly. However, Chu-do could sense that Chen Shuai didn't seem very happy. Had something happened to him? Chapter 32. Information. That night, at the usual hot pot restaurant specializing in braised tripe, 7 o'clock. Chu-do looked at Chen Shuai with curiosity. "What's wrong? You look down." Chen Shuai lit a cigarette and said with a touch of melancholy, "Yeah, I quit my job." Chu-do frowned. "What happened? Come on, tell me everything." Chen Shuai opened a bottle of beer and took a large gulp before explaining. It wasn't anything major, just some work-related issues. He had been made a scapegoat by his boss, and on top of that, he had been ordered to carry out a forced restructuring and was fined. Chen Shuai, in a fit of anger, had quit. Chu-do shook his head. "All right, that's just a small matter. You can find another job, or not if you don't want to. I've got companies here. You want to work for me?" Chen Shuai declined. "Forget it. With our relationship, it's not appropriate for me to work for you." Although they were close, conflicts were inevitable when people spent a lot of time together. What if there were work-related disputes? How would they continue to be friends? Chen Shuai felt it was best to keep their friendship separate from work issues. Chu-do agreed. "Okay, take a look around, find another job, and tell me if you need anything, with our relationship." Chen Shuai pursed his lips. "I've never been polite with you." After he said that, they both burst into laughter. After they had drunk almost a case of beer, Chen Shuai said somewhat helplessly, "My mom keeps pushing me to go on blind dates and get married." Blind dates? Marriage? Chu-do was slightly dazed. These two words seemed somewhat distant to him. He asked, "What do you think about it?" Chen Shuai looked at him. "Are you stupid? Do you think, in my current situation, I could find a partner?" Chu-do thought about it, and it made sense. Although his debts had been cleared, he was currently unemployed. He didn't know what his next job would be, and his house and car were old. If he wanted a partner, he'd have to buy a new house and car. Where would he get the money? Chu-do was also speechless. "You would think your mom would know this. Why is she pushing you?" "Heaven knows." Chen Shuai ate a bite of barbecue, feeling that life was meaningless. Suddenly, Chen Shuai said, "Seriously, are you still planning to get married? With your current status, you could find a partner easily. You can't possibly stay single your whole life." Chu-do replied indifferently, "Didn't I tell you? I have someone outside. Marriage is not in my consideration. It's tiring, and it's just a..." Chen Shuai nodded. "All right, you should think it through. As for me, I don't think I'll date or marry in the next few years. I don't have the money." Chu-do also ate meat and drank beer. "Marriage, if you want to date, just tell me if you need money." Chen Shuai just shook his head and didn't say anything. They had known each other for over a decade, and they were close friends. Naturally, they could say anything to each other and understand each other's thoughts. The pressures of life still existed. Although Chen Shuai had quit his job, after resting for a couple of days, he planned to look for another one. While they were eating, Chu-do's phone rang. It was Yang Wing. "President Yang, hello?" Chu-do picked up the phone politely. It was simply a matter of courtesy, nothing to do with money. Yang Wing chuckled. "President Chu, I'm sorry to disturb you so late. It's like this, following your instructions, we expedited a search through our database today, and also looked externally. We currently have some candidates who meet your criteria. Take a look." Hearing that, Chu-do was interested. "Okay, President Yang, you can send the information to me first, just to my phone, then arrange for them to come to my Gemini Towers tomorrow at 9 o'clock for interviews." Yang Wink agreed readily. Less than a minute after hanging up, Chu-do received the materials from Yang Wink, showing how much Yang Wink valued Chu-do. Chen Shuai asked curiously, "What's up?" Chu-do looked at his phone and said while drinking, "Nothing. It's just that I'm opening a company and hiring some people." Chen Shuai understood and buried his head in his food. The information could be reviewed later. Chu-do and Chen Shuai drank, chatted, and unknowingly, the time passed. It was already past 10 o'clock when Chen Shui got up and said, "Ready to go? Let's go." They paid the bill and left. Chen Shui rode a shared e-bike as always, while Chu Du called a driver to take him back to Wang Xinyue's place. Wang Xinyue wasn't asleep. She had been watching TV, knowing that Chu Du would be coming tonight. As soon as Chu Du walked in, Wang Xinyue quickly approached him, but she smelled the smoke and alcohol on him. Wang Xinyue quickly made tea and brought it over. "Chu Ji, drink some tea, it'll make you feel better." Chu Du was obviously not drunk. With his system enhancements, his body was far beyond that of a normal person, and being immune to drunkenness was normal. But Chu Du still drank the tea and lazily reclined on the sofa. Wang Xinyue, wearing a black lace nightgown, sat next to Chu Du. She wanted to ask if he was dizzy, but saw the unusually clear look in his eyes. "Chu Ji, you're not drunk?" Wang Xinyue was slightly confused. Chu Du said with a smile, "My alcohol tolerance is pretty high. Of course, I'm not drunk." Wang Xinyue suddenly laid on top of Chu Du, looked into his eyes, and said seriously, "Chu Ji, you're really handsome." Chu Du couldn't help but laugh. "I thought you were being so serious. I thought something was up, and then you say that?" Wang Xinyue pressed herself against Chu Du's face. "But you really are handsome." Chu Du lay on his back, holding Wang Xinyue in his arms. What use is being handsome? These days, everyone cares about money. Wang Xinyue nestled against Chu Du. "But you're handsome and rich, Gidge." Chu Du just smiled and didn't say anything. Looking at Chu Du, Wang Xinyue said with a mischievous smile, "Chu Ji, they say, after eating well, you start thinking about other desires. So, you just finished a feast, but I'm still hungry." Wang Xinyue lay beside him, dozing off. Only then did Chu Du open his phone and start looking at the information Yang Wenk had sent. The information was very detailed. There were 5 applicants for the driver position. Chu Du looked over them and found only one to be suitable. Being a driver for a big boss like him came with many conditions. For example, they had to maintain confidentiality. No matter where they went, they had to act like they were deaf and blind, seeing and hearing nothing. They also had to have a steady character and neat appearance. Their driving skills had to be excellent, and their availability had to be high because the boss might call them out at any time. They also couldn't drink, had to pay attention to washing the car often, and had to take care of many other details. Based on the resumes and appearances, Chu Du saw only one person that fit the bill. Chapter 33, Empress Ruyan. A retired soldier, Ning Lei. 35 years old, with a military background, 2 elderly parents, a wife, and 2 children. He was in great need of a high salary. Chu Du believed that people trained in the military were more disciplined and better at keeping quiet than average people. Next was the assistant secretary team. In this area, Yang Wenk had sent over a staggering 20-plus resumes. Chu Du went through each person's resume in detail. This one was too ugly, no? Even if he didn't necessarily intend to engage in any unethical behavior, he couldn't have someone so unattractive working by his side. He wouldn't be able to focus on his work. This guy looks like a bandit, not a good image, no? Oh, this young man seems all right. Next. No. 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 Suddenly, a particular piece of information caught Chu Du's attention. A master's degree graduate from Beijing University with a major in secretarial studies. After graduation, she had worked as a secretary for 3 years at a 5,000-person group in Beijing, and she was hardworking and highly skilled. However, due to the distance from home, she had chosen to return to Shuncheng for work and had not yet found a job. The resume was not bad, but all the people who had made it to Chu Du's hands had outstanding resumes. Many had worked in Fortune 500 companies for 3 years or more. It was mainly the picture of the person that attracted Chu Du's attention. More importantly, her name was Lu Ruyan. When Chu Du saw this name, he took a sharp breath. Empress Ruyan. So terrifying. Chu Du was no stranger to this name. On the contrary, he was very familiar with it. Who in the online novel world didn't know of Empress Ruyan's prestige? If Lu Ruyan was not born, the world of scum would be eternally shrouded in darkness. Just looking at the picture, Lu Ruyan did indeed fit the image of a bad girl, with an aura of a mature woman. But, of the countless Lu Ruyans in the multiverse, not all of them were bad. In online novels, Lu Ruyan was a white moonlight, a bad girl, a manipulative schemer, an evil woman. Whether she was good or bad, she had been rich, and she had been poor, but the one thing that never changed was that she was always incredibly beautiful. Chu Du pondered for a while and selected 10 people, and Lu Ruyan was among them. As for the management level, Yang Wenk had recommended a total of 12 people. Chu Du looked over them, and all 12 had very impressive resumes, so he decided to meet them all. After sending the list to Young Wink, Chu-do put down his phone and went asleep. The next morning, Chu-do arrived at the Gemini Towers. Although Chu-do had said 9 o'clock, everyone had already arrived before 8:30. Chu-do finally saw Lu Ruyan in person. With a tall figure of about 1.73 meters, she was almost 1.8 meters tall when wearing 5-centimeter heels. Among all the women, she stood out. She had a waterfall of smooth, dark hair. Her face was charming, somewhat similar to Jiang Lily, but not exactly the same. Jiang Lily naturally had a sort of flirtatious allure, while Lu Ruyan seemed to have a seductive quality that came from deep within. Her eyes seemed to possess an innate, soul-capturing charm. Just standing there calmly and glancing casually felt as if she was trying to seduce someone. She was naturally beguiling. Her small and delicate face was adorned with bright makeup. Her delicate and straight nose added to her allure. Her plump, petal-like lips were painted with a fiery red lipstick, looking enticing. She wore a high-end women's suit, paired with a white shirt underneath, which emphasized her full bust and amazing figure. Her black professional skirt reached just below her knees. A pair of sheer black stockings encased her perfect, straight legs, hinting at the mysterious depths. She carried a white Chanel bag. Her body exuded a subtle scent of Chanel No. 5 Coco Mademoiselle perfume, making others feel intoxicated. Just standing there, she radiated the allure and coldness of a mature career woman. Chu-do couldn't help but think that if he became her boss, he probably wouldn't be able to resist sleeping with her. Indeed, Empress Rian had been good, bad, rich, poor, but never ugly, and she was always an unmatched beauty. As for the others, although there were also some beautiful women, they were far inferior to Lu Ruyan. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Chu-do didn't waste any time. He cleared his throat and said, "I'm sure you all know, President. Yang recommended you to me. Today, I will be conducting the interviews, and this Gemini Towers will be your future workplace." Before coming, everyone had researched Chu-do's basic information. After all, both sides needed to know each other to have further communication and conversations. Chu-do looked at everyone and continued, "There are many people who have come today, but I may not want all of you. First, I will take you on a tour and give you a rough idea of the future arrangements and plans. If you think you are capable, then we can talk about the next steps." Although they had never experienced such an interview process, it wasn't unexpected. There were always special cases. They all nodded to show that they understood. Thus, Chu-do began to take them on a tour and explained everything. About 2 hours later, Chu-do had roughly explained the overall planning and scheme and then looked at everyone. "Now I have finished my explanation. Please think it over yourselves. If you think you are capable, then we can talk. I'll give you half an hour to think." During this half hour, Chu-do planned to meet with the driver. When Ning Lei saw Chu-do calling him aside, he was confused but still followed. "You are applying for the driver's position, right?" Ning Lei immediately replied, "Yes, President Chu. I am from the military. My driving skills are definitely not a problem. You can absolutely trust me." Chu-do raised an eyebrow. This person was a bit too blunt. He continued, "Driving skills are fine, as long as you can drive normally, but the most important thing about being my driver is knowing what to do and what not to do." Ning Lei was no longer a newbie in society. He replied immediately, "President Chu, don't worry, I understand. I'm very tight-lipped." Chu-do nodded. "Also, one person is not enough. 24 hours a day, I'll need to hire someone else, and you will rotate." Hearing this, Ning Lei hesitated for a moment and said, "President Chu, I want to discuss something with you." Chu-do was a bit surprised. "Go ahead. What is it?" Ning Lei said somewhat nervously, "It's like this, President Chu. I really need a job, especially a high-paying one. So, I am willing to work hard. I can be on standby for your call 24 hours a day. I'm willing to take on the work by myself, so that way, the salary will be higher." So, that was it. Chu-do didn't care either way, but could Ning Lei handle it? Chapter 34. Arrangements and Planning. He pondered for a moment, then said, "How about this? You have a 1-month trial period to see how it goes. If you can handle it, you'll be the only driver, and the salary will definitely be higher. If not, I'll have to hire someone else." Ning Lei said excitedly, "President Chu, don't worry. I can definitely do it. I guarantee I will complete the task." Chu-do smiled and didn't say anything more. With the driver secured, Chu-do also thought about buying some business-type vehicles. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate for the driver to take him out in a sports car. The half hour passed quickly. When Chu-do faced the group again, They also had their answers. Some, realizing they didn't have the skills, left immediately. Others began to speak, while the rest listened carefully, comparing themselves to the others. Those who felt they were capable stayed, while those who felt they weren't up to par left halfway through. In the end, for the assistant secretary team, Chu-do hired 5 people, the most crucial one being Lu Ruyan. The other 4 were 3 men and 1 woman, all around 30 years old, with extensive experience working as secretaries. They were all steady and efficient. Although Chu-do liked pretty faces, in terms of work, men were generally better than women. It was just a fact. As for the management team, Chu-do temporarily settled on 3 people. The first was Ranjun, 40 years old, who had previously worked at 2 Fortune 500 companies for over 10 years, and was a middle and senior level manager. The second was Xuefeng, 42 years old, who specialized in the film and entertainment industry and had worked in a large related company for 12 years, also as a middle and senior level manager. The third was Lei Liang, 40 years old, who specialized in overall corporate planning and had experience working at large corporations. These 3 were all highly experienced, the right age, and had drive. As for the others, Chu-do hadn't yet been impressed. Regarding salary, Chu-do had previously sent it to Yang Wink, and they were aware. They only needed to confirm it again now. After the others left, Chu-do said, "Welcome everyone. From now on, you are part of the Galaxy Group. First of all, I'd like to know when you can all start working." They all replied without hesitation, "We can start right now." Chu-do was very satisfied with this attitude. "Good, very good. Now I'll start assigning tasks. Although the group is just starting out, I believe that with everyone's help, it will grow bigger and bigger in the future. First, there's the matter of relocating several companies. Wei Xian, I'm assigning this to you. Keep a close watch and try to get all of these companies moved over within 10 days. Wei Xian was one of Chu-do's secretaries. He said earnestly, "President Chu, don't worry. I will definitely oversee it closely." Chu-do then looked at the second secretary, Luo Jihong. "Jihong, you're in charge of handling the paperwork. Consolidate all these companies except the school and establish the Galaxy Group, incorporating all these companies under it. And merge the 4 media companies into one called Galaxy Culture and Entertainment Media Company. I'm putting this task in your hands." Luo Jihong stood up straight and said, "Understood. I will take care of it as quickly as possible." Chu-do nodded and then said to the third secretary, Zhong Jin, "You are responsible for the cafeteria matters. These companies will be moving over soon. Before the move is fully completed, you must recruit suitable cafeteria staff, catering to various tastes, because many people will be coming from different regions with different preferences." Zhong Jin, wearing glasses, said, "Understood, President Chu. I will start contacting people today." The 3 male secretaries had been assigned their tasks, and next was the female secretary. "Ding Xian, you are responsible for the office matters. I showed you around earlier. Go buy some supplies for the offices and meeting rooms, desks, chairs, computers, projectors, and also take care of the air conditioning, water, electricity, and the internet." Ding Xian was a mature woman of 35, on the thinner side, with an average appearance, short hair, and a capable look, giving off a strong professional vibe. She nodded to indicate that she understood. "President Chu, don't worry. I will arrange it quickly." As for Lu Ruyan, Chu-do looked at this charming and beautiful female secretary and said, "Ruyan, come with me to buy some cars for the company. Oh, and Ninglei, come along as well." The tasks for the secretary team were finished, and now it was the management team's turn. The main task of the management team was to make arrangements and plans, leading the middle managers. Chu-do had already told them about the overall structure and plans. They just needed to follow those plans. Everyone dispersed, ready to take action immediately. This was their first task after joining Chu-do's group, and everyone wanted to perform well. If they initially thought it was just a rich second generation playing around, they didn't think so now. The 2 buildings alone were worth hundreds of billions, and there was also the consolidation of so many companies, along with Chu-do's plans. It was clear that this young master truly wanted to do something. A corporation worth hundreds of billions was no small matter, no matter where you placed it. As the first group of veterans to join, and being close to the big boss, if they could seize this opportunity, their future prospects were limitless. Therefore, they took Chu-do's tasks extremely seriously. Of course, Chu-do also provided the appropriate salaries. Looking at Lu Ruyan, Chu-do asked, "How did you get here?" Lu Ruyan respectfully replied, "President Chu, I came by taxi." Chu-do nodded and said as he walked outside, "Okay, get in my car. Let's go buy some cars. Ninglei, you can take a taxi and follow." Chu-do already had some ideas about what cars he wanted to buy. Previously, he had bought almost all sports cars and sedans just to spend money. They weren't suitable for business purposes. This time, he was going specifically to buy business-type vehicles. Looking at Chu Du driving a Lamborghini sports car, Lu Ruyan didn't show any surprise. It was normal for a rich boss to drive a sports car. There were many luxury cars that were more suitable for work and business. Chu Du eventually decided to buy Rolls-Royces, and after customizations, one Rolls-Royce Phantom for 11 million yuan and one Cullinan for 9 million yuan were selected. Ninglei had received professional training as a driver, and he was fully capable of driving these luxury vehicles. Because the group hadn't been officially established yet, there weren't any group accounts, so all expenses were taken out of Chu Du's personal savings. He transferred 5 million yuan to Lu Ruyan and said, "You take care of this, and keep a record of the money spent by Ding Xian's team, and also money for handling paperwork. In addition, fill both of these cars with gas and have them ready." The group's affairs had been temporarily settled. All that was left was to hand it over to the team. Chu Du just needed to handle the overall direction, and the specifics could be left to the professionals. After the busy day, it was already the afternoon, and Chu Du was starting to feel lost again. Chapter 35. He found that since he became rich, he had begun to feel lost. He didn't have any debts, he didn't have to be a working drone. The group's affairs were being taken care of, and he felt like a person with nothing to do. However, Chu Du didn't plan to be idle. Lying around all day could be boring. He called Lei Liang. "President Chu, hello? It's like this. I'll give you a list later with the names of some companies that I've selected. I have shares in them. Go talk to them and see if the other shareholders are willing to sell. Buy them all if you can, but don't force it. If they don't want to, that's fine." Chu Du felt that too few companies had been relocated. He had more than just a few companies under his name. He had bought a lot of shares back then. He wanted to try to acquire the good ones and see if they could all be taken over. This involved dozens of industries such as hospitals, medical equipment, pharmaceuticals, schools, training institutions, elderly care, self-media, online broadcasting, film and media, advertising, real estate, building materials, tourism, energy, and mining. Hospitals, schools, and some factories were definitely not suitable for relocation. They all needed separate large areas. But self-media, advertising companies, and tourism companies were worth considering. Self-media and advertising companies could be merged into the media company and made into a comprehensive media conglomerate. As for tourism, to be honest, the development of the tourism industry had been quite good in recent years. Even though everyone was saying they didn't have any money, there were still many people who were able to travel. And in recent years, there has been a lot of effort in cracking down on illegal travel agencies, and tour groups these days were much clearer. There was no need to go on long 10-day or 1-week tours. Taking short 2- or 3-day trips to nearby areas was also quite good. The development of this industry was still very promising for the future, because there would always be people who wanted to go out and see the world. The group's actions were swift. After leaving the building, they each followed Chu Du's instructions. The building's basic electricity, plumbing, air conditioning, and internet were all completed by Ding Xian in less than 3 days. The companies were also rapidly relocating, packing up all kinds of items. As for the procedures for the group and the company mergers, everything was completed in just 1 day. When they heard that the Gemini Towers were starting their group integration, the leadership immediately approved it. They knew that once it started, it would be another large commercial office area, bringing economic growth, which would be a positive for their records. It was mutually beneficial. The leadership wouldn't be foolish enough to create any unnecessary roadblocks. And in these days, Shuefeng was also aggressively advertising, attracting merchants to the podium building. The Gemini Towers had an excellent location in the central area of Shanghai, in the Huangpu district, which was a very prosperous area. In such a situation, there was no shortage of merchants wanting to set up shop. Shuefeng wasn't just letting any merchant in. She wanted the most suitable merchants for each sector. For example, in the cosmetics area, she allowed in brands like Chanel, Dior, Estée Lauder, Gucci, Hermès, SK2, and La Mer. For watch stores, the brands allowed were Patek Philippe, Breguet, Cartier, Piaget, Rolex, Omega, IWC, and Longines. The lowest level was Tissot, which was more affordable. As for men's and women's clothing, there were Hermès, LV, Prada, Burberry, Armani, Versace, Tom Ford, Valentino, Balenciaga, and others. The lingerie stores were Victoria's Secret, Bordel, Obad, Fleur, Agent Provocateur, Pleasure State, etc. Although many people had only heard of Victoria's Secret, It didn't mean that the other stores were inferior. On the contrary, many were more powerful than VS. It was just that VS had higher name recognition. In the jewelry area, there were Cartier, Boucheron, Van Cleef & Arpels, Harry Winston, Tiffany & Company, and the well-known domestic brands Lao Feng Xiang, Chow Tai Fook, and Kailib. Shuefeng thoroughly reviewed each merchant in the commercial area, then talked with them. She would ask Chu Du about any issues that she couldn't decide on. There were simply too many merchants to meet each day, and the workload was huge. Chu Du's office was quickly set up with desks, chairs, computers, potted plants, and all the items for the lounge and bathrooms were in place. And Chu Du had put out new job listings. They were hiring HR for the group. It wasn't possible for him to hire all staff through headhunting companies. He also needed many grassroots and mid-level staff. This was where HR came in. After a few days of interviews, Chu Du gradually hired a lot of people. For example, 5 people were hired for human resources, and many people were hired for finance, procurement, and planning. For the rest, Chu Du planned to leave it to HR. He wasn't going to bother with those things anymore. Sitting in the office, Chu Du, feeling extremely bored, turned on his computer and began looking at various news articles. Suddenly, he saw a notification. You may know these people. Chu Du was a bit dazed. It seemed that apart from hitting on women and working, he basically didn't look at these social media apps anymore. Since he was bored, Chu Du casually opened up the people list and looked around. He didn't recognize anyone. But something on there did pique his interest. Gambling, drugs, and prostitution are the 3 great evils of life. But Chu Du declared that, before heaven, he would never associate with drugs and gambling. Therefore, upon seeing this stuff, Chu Du became immediately interested. If possible, flight attendant Zhang Lili would be a great person to play with. He casually browsed around and immediately felt like he had discovered a new world. Holy crap, this works? Amazing, amazing. I've learned a lot. This is awesome. Those high-definition pics, are they really that exciting? Chu Du looked on with great relish. After looking at a dozen posts and updates, it was truly unforgettable. It broadened Chu Du's horizons. There were some games and methods that he had never even seen in porn movies, but he saw a lot of them here. He casually clicked on the local tab. Wow, there were so many people in the same city? Chu Du was a bit stunned. He had imagined there would be a lot of people, but he didn't expect this many. Moreover, after a quick scan, Chu Du saw that all kinds of people were in this circle. Just based on the descriptions and pictures of these people, it seemed that there were big bosses with assets of billions, as well as ordinary office workers and students. Chu Du couldn't help but make a tisk sound. Chapter 36, Ordinary Life. But after all, it was the internet, and the identities were all self-given. Who knew what kind of ghosts and monsters they really were? Chu Du, with a learning mindset, casually picked a stranger from the same city and sent a message, hello. Less than 10 seconds later, the other person replied, hello. Chu Du glanced at the other person's profile. It said, M. He casually asked, excuse me, are you already taken? No. Huh, she was a free agent. If it were a normal attempt at picking up a girl, that kind of opening would have been called boring. But this circle was different. Because it was online, being direct was better. Chat. Okay. The conversation was extremely simple. Chu Du didn't have any special intentions, just casually asking questions. However, he gradually realized that this woman seemed a little strange. She seemed to have an inclination towards being a submissive, but she had never actually done it. Moreover, the other person actually sent a message that said, if I submit to you, would you mind if I'm married? Chu Du was immediately stunned. After thinking for a moment, he replied, I don't mind. Anyway, they wouldn't be together. It was just online chatting. It didn't really matter. After that, they added each other on WeChat for easier chatting. The afternoon passed with a simple chat. Chu Du also learned a lot about the things in this circle, and he learned that the other person had submissive inclinations but had never actually practiced it. Even her husband didn't know about it. Chu Du couldn't help but lament, people are all kinds of people. The other person even sent a picture. From the photo, she was indeed a good-looking woman, with the feeling of a graceful, gentle, and virtuous wife. But Chu Du figured it was probably a picture from the internet. He didn't believe he was lucky enough to happen to find such a beautiful woman just by starting a random conversation. It was almost time to leave work, and the other person also replied, chat later, I need to pick up my child. After Chu Du replied casually, he ended the conversation. The afternoon chat had broadened Chu Du's horizons. He wondered if he could buy some of the things he learned about a play with Zhang Lili. That would be a good idea. Zhang Lily was naturally open-minded, had high cooperation, and also had a submissive side. It was very suitable. Casually chatting with a stranger was just an interlude for Chu. He was now more concerned with the various matters of the group company. In the days that followed, Chu Du focused on the progress of various tasks and the acquisition of other companies. Occasionally chatting with the housewife named Xiao Xin on WeChat was a nice addition to his life. With a big boss like Chu Du paying attention, the work progress was naturally fast. In less than 10 days, all the companies had completed their move, and the tenants of the podium building had all signed their leases. Some shareholders of other companies were also willing to sell their shares. As long as Chu Du obtained all the shares, he would have the company relocate if the situation was right. In addition, Chu Du also gave Xue Fong a task. Xue Fong had previously worked in a film and media company. Chu Du gave her the task to do everything possible to poach people. As long as someone had potential or was famous, they could be poached to strengthen the company's overall strength. But before poaching, she needed to pay attention to the person's reputation and image. She also needed to take into account any negative news about the person to avoid future scandals. Besides that, Chu Du chatted with this Xiao Xin every day. It was interesting. Although they had never met, they had had voice calls, and Chu Du could sense that the other person did have some thoughts about him. As they said in that circle, she wanted to submit to him. But these were just partial thoughts. Neither of them had met or fully understood each other, and their understanding of each other was vague. Early in the morning, Ning Lei drove Chu Du to the Galaxy Group. As soon as Chu Du arrived at his office, before he had even sat down, Lu Ruyan knocked on the door and then walked in. "President Chu, this is your breakfast for today." Lu Ruyan placed the breakfast on the table and stood to the side. Chu Du opened the bag. Inside were steamed dumplings and a glass of hot milk. He casually ate a dumpling and said, "I remember you saying that you had plans today. What were they?" It had to be said, although Lu Ruyan was beautiful and gorgeous, looking like a decorative vase, her work skills were quite impressive. Lu Ruyan immediately said, "At noon, there's a lunch with Director Wang from the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Also, the file reports you wanted were placed on your desk last night." Chu Du glanced at the report next to him and nodded slightly. He ate his meal while saying, "Ruyan, you're 30 years old. Why haven't you started dating or gotten married?" Lu Ruyan flipped her long hair and said, "I haven't met anyone who has made my heart move. This sort of thing has to do with fate." Chu Du laughed and said, "I've never believed in fate. If you are attracted to someone at first sight, that's called lust. If you are attracted to someone after getting to know them, that's called developed love." Lu Ruyan was silent for a moment, then said, "Boss, what you're saying makes a bit of sense, but I think that's a perversion of logic." Chu Du laughed heartily. "Don't worry about what's logical or illogical, as long as it makes sense." Lu Ruyan realized that it was stupid to argue with her boss on this topic, so she decided to change the subject. "By the way, boss, at this stage, all our tasks have been completed. What are your tasks for the next stage?" Chu Du pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, there aren't any fixed tasks. Let each company do their work according to their normal development plans." Chu Du stared at Lu Ruyan and said, "Working under me doesn't have to be so rigid. As long as you have a direction for future growth, you can do it. I'm okay with various innovative ideas." Lu Ruyan nodded. "Understood, boss." Chu Du thought for a moment and then said, "As for now, the media company, let the film department just focus on filming dramas. The live streamers should stream every day, and the online celebrities should film more short videos. The short drama department should film more too. The security company should strengthen training and recruit more people. For the rest, I don't think there's much else." Lu Ruyan said that she had made a note and then said, "Boss, the Galaxy Tourism Company and the travel agency have both moved in. Do you have any instructions or arrangements for them?" Tourism company and travel agency. Chu Du thought for a moment and said, "Not much. Just let the tourism company and the travel agency cooperate. After all, they are under my name. If there is business, then arrange it. Make sure the wealth doesn't go to outsiders." In fact, the tourism company and travel agencies were different. The tourism company was mainly responsible for the vehicles for tourists, but they didn't handle the work of receiving teams. Travel agencies were responsible for receiving tourists and organizing tour groups. The two worked together, each fulfilling their role. Chapter 37, Chun Shuai's Blind Date. Speaking of tourism, Chu Du thought that he hadn't relaxed in a long time. Once these busy days were over, maybe he could organize a team-building event for everyone? Even if he organized team-building activities, Chu Du didn't plan to do it on Saturdays and Sundays. There was plenty of time from Monday to Friday. Those who insisted on using weekends for team building were truly annoying. Thinking of this, Chu-do took out his phone and sent a message in the group, "Everyone, keep up the good work this Tuesday. I'll organize a team building event on Friday, and you don't have to work that day." This work group only had Chu-do's 5 secretaries and assistants, 3 senior managers, and 1 new financial staff member. This finance staff member didn't actually work in the finance department, but in the logistics department. She was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, named Zhang Ping. It was a very common name that was popular a decade ago. While she seemed to be of average appearance, Chu-do knew that she was no ordinary person. He had spent a lot of money to find her, because this financial staff member had spent 10 years in Talankio prison. That fact alone was enough. Chu-do's team-building event was only for these people. As for the lower-level employees, they naturally had their own superiors to arrange things. Chu-do didn't have time to manage that many people. Afterwards, Chu-do sent a message to Lu Ruyan, "Look for some places suitable for team-building activities." Lu Ruyan replied instantly, "Received, boss." Chu-do stretched and was just about to look at the reports when he received a phone call. "What's up?" It was Chen Shuai on the phone, so Chu-do's tone was naturally much more casual. Chen Shuai's voice on the other end sounded strange. "Come out for dinner with me tonight, and be my advisor." Chu-do's head was filled with question marks. "What do you mean?" Chen Shuai said helplessly, "A contact I couldn't refuse introduced me to a blind date. I'm going tonight, and they said they're bringing a friend, so I said I'd bring one too." Chu-do couldn't help but put his hand to his forehead. "No, is that even possible?" Chen Shuai said dejectedly, "Stop talking nonsense. Are you coming or not?" Yes, send me the time and place." Chu-do was speechless, but he also found it somewhat interesting. Sitting next to someone and advising them during a blind date was indeed a unique experience. After hanging up, Chen Shuai sent the time and place, which Chu-do forwarded to Ning Lei. Time flew by, and another day had passed. Chu-do left work early, and Ning Lei drove him to the restaurant. The restaurant was just an ordinary place, not high-end or low-end. Since it was nearly May, the weather was gradually getting warmer. Chu-do took off his suit jacket and unbuttoned one button of his shirt before entering the restaurant. Ning Lei, of course, waited in the car. That was the job of a driver. When Chu-do went in, he saw Chen Shuai sitting there alone, dressed in a very formal and presentable manner. Chu-do sat next to Chen Shuai. Based on the time, there should be 10 minutes left. Chen Shuai hummed in response, looking out the window. Chu-do wasn't in a hurry and waited leisurely. Within 3 minutes, Chu-do saw 2 women walk into the restaurant. After looking around, they walked towards them. Chen Shuai didn't say anything. He bumped Chu-do with his leg. Chu-do instantly understood and looked at the 2 women. The girl on the left was about 168 centimeters tall, with a slightly round face. She had a pleasant appearance and was simply dressed, wearing a white long-sleeved shirt with a thin blue jacket. She wore jeans and ordinary casual shoes. Just looking at her, you could tell she wasn't a wild or messy type. Based on her attire, she wasn't dressed in flashy jewelry, had no obvious tattoos, and seemed pretty decent. The woman on the right was 172 centimeters tall. She was wearing a purple long-sleeved top. Her chest was high and prominent, showing that she had a big bosom. Her clothes and skirt seemed to be a matching set, a polka-dotted skirt that reached near her knees. It revealed a pair of incredibly long legs, wearing flesh-colored stockings and 3-centimeter high heels. Her face was beautiful, elegant, and radiant. Her eyes flickered and seemed to have a gentle softness within them. Overall, Chu-do felt that this woman had a strange sense of maturity, like a wife. He looked at the beautiful woman's face and felt it was familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere, but he couldn't remember where. Shaking his head inwardly, Chu-do figured he was overthinking it. A woman as beautiful as this, with her looks and figure, was a top-tier gentlewoman. And with that gentle and virtuous wifely aura, if he had known her, he definitely wouldn't have forgotten. She probably just looked like someone he had seen before. The 2 women sat opposite Chu-do and Chen Shuai. The girl on the left said with a smile, "Hello, sorry we're late." Chen Shuai didn't even look at his watch and said, "It's not late. It's just that we arrived a little early." Chen Shuai's personality was always very generous. He said politely, "I'm Chen Shuai, and this is my friend Chu-do." The girls on the other side also said, "I'm Chen Tian. I'm your blind date today. This is my friendly one Xin." The focus of the dinner was Chen Shuai and Chen Tian. As for Chu-do and Li Wenxin, they would naturally speak less. Chu-do looked at the 2 of them secretly. They seemed like a good match. And they both had the surname Chun, so they didn't need to worry about the child's last name in the future. Chen Shuai wasn't a very handsome man, but he was also decent, at nearly 1.8 meters tall. And Chen Tian was considered pretty good looking for a normal person, at 168 centimeters tall. The two seemed like a good match. Chen Shuai handed over the menu and said, "Take a look and see what you want to eat. Just order." Chen Tian smiled and said, "It's okay. I usually don't eat much in the afternoon. You guys are easier to get hungry, so you can order." Chu Du's first impression of her became instantly positive. No matter what, she didn't immediately look for the most expensive items to order, which showed good manners. Chen Shuai didn't take the menu and continued, "It's all right. Eat a little too. You order." Seeing Chen Shuai insist, Chen Tian took the menu and briefly scanned through it, then said, "May I ask if either of you have any dietary restrictions?" Chu Du and Chen Shuai shook their heads at the same time. No? So Chen Tian casually ordered 2 regular home-style dishes, 1 meat dish and 1 vegetarian dish, then handed the menu over and said, "That's good. The rest is up to you." Chen Shuai ordered something casually too, as the meal was not the main point of the meeting. Chu Du and Li Wenxin sat on the side, looking at the 2 people who said nothing after ordering the food, staring blankly at each other. Chu Du was getting anxious, and he nudged Chen Shuai with his leg under the table. Chen Shuai took a deep breath and said, "Hello, Chen Tian. I'm not considering dating or marriage at the moment." Chapter 38. Chance Encounter with Li Wenxin. Chu Du nearly died of anger. "I'm supposed to be helping you chat with the girl and see if there's any potential. This girl doesn't seem like a gold digger. Maybe there's a chance. You don't have debts now, just work hard." Why would you start out with a sentence like that? Chen Tian and Li Wenxin were both slightly taken aback. After hesitating, Chen Tian said, "Okay, then today we'll just get to know each other. We can be friends too." Chen Shuai breathed a sigh of relief. "No problem. We'll be friends. Although I'm not considering that type of thing right now. As a friend, if you need help with anything, you can call me." Chen Tian took a sip of tea and asked curiously, "May I ask why you're not considering dating or marriage? I heard from Aunt Li that you're not that young anymore, and your family seems to have been pushing you." Chen Shuai said with a wry expression, "I can't help it. The costs of dating and marriage are too high right now. Buying a house and a car. I don't have that kind of money. I am a self-aware person. Since I don't have the money, I shouldn't delay anyone." Chen Tian had been on blind dates before, but this was the first time she had ever met someone who could openly say that they weren't dating because they didn't have money. Looking at Chen Shuai, Chen Tian suddenly laughed. "Is it possible that I'm a person who doesn't care about material things and isn't a gold digger?" Chen Shuai raised his head abruptly and looked at Chen Tian in disbelief. Chu Du was also somewhat shocked. "Wait, you guys clicked? Is it really that outrageous?" Chen Shuai said in surprise, "It's not a matter of being a gold digger or not, but rather basic living needs. For example, buying a house. I don't have enough money for a down payment." Chen Tian didn't insist but said, "Let's see how it goes. I don't care about those things. If it's the right person, I'm willing to save up together to buy a house." Chen Shuai looked at Chen Tian and said after a few seconds, "Let's get to know each other first. We're not familiar yet." The group chatted casually. Chu Du and Li Wenxin were mostly quiet and rarely interjected, as Chen Shuai and Chen Tian were mainly communicating with each other, talking about work and life. The food arrived, and Chu Du and Li Wenxin buried their heads in their food, leaving the opportunity to the other two. 15 minutes later, Chu Du and Li Wenxin had eaten almost enough. Seeing the two of them getting more and more into the conversation, Chu Du and Li Wenxin exchanged a look, understanding each other's intentions. So Chu Du said, "Ahem, I'm going to the restroom." Li Wenxin also got up and said, "I'm going to the restroom too. You guys chat." After the two got up, they didn't go to the restroom but turned and walked to another empty spot nearby, sitting facing each other. After sitting down, the two looked back at Chen Tian and Chen Shuai and couldn't help but laugh at the same time. Li Wenxin looked at Chu Du and said, "Hello, my name is Li Wenxin." Chu Du heard that familiar voice and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Hello, I'm Chu Du." Both of them frowned at the same time. After a moment of silence, Chu Du said, "Add me on WeChat? Get to know each other?" "Okay." As she said that, Li Wenxin took out her phone. Scanning the QR code, it really was her. Looking at the profile picture and the name on the phone, Chu Du and Li Wenxin were both stunned, and they said at the same time, "It's you?" "That's right." Li Wenxin was the person that Chu Du had met online. Xiao Xian. Chu Du was shocked. Shanghai was so big, with tens of millions of people. How could they meet like this by chance? Li Wenxin was also stunned. thinking of the nicknames they called each other online, the various flirtatious things she had said in their voice calls, she couldn't help but put her hand to her forehead. She felt that she couldn't face Chu-do. The atmosphere was tense. Compared to the lively chatting on the other side, it was simply strange. After a long silence, Chu-do said, I remember you're married. Li Wenxin looked complicated. Yes, I'm married. Then you. Chu-do was confused. Li Wenxin smiled, but the smile was somewhat bitter. This marriage is no different from not being married. Besides, I might get divorced at any time. It was a personal matter, and Chu-do couldn't say much about it. Then Chu-do had no experience in dealing with this kind of situation. Although the woman in front of him was beautiful, Chu-do really hadn't had this kind of experience. Li Wenxin adjusted her emotions and said, let's see how it goes. I can't say for sure now. Chu-do understood. After all, the situation the two of them were in was indeed awkward. No matter how hard he thought about it, he never imagined that the friend of the woman at Chen Shuai's blind date would actually be his internet submissive. It was absurd. Moreover, Chu-do discovered that the photos Li Wenxin had sent him were clearly not as good as she was in person. The real person was much more beautiful than the photos. No wonder Chu-do didn't recognize her at first, but he still felt a sense of familiarity. When all four of them were chatting earlier, they didn't speak much, so he hadn't noticed her voice. But now that it was just the two of them, as soon as they started speaking, they naturally noticed something was off. Looking at Chu-do's handsome and charming face, and the words he had said every day while chatting, the way he talked, Li Wenxin admitted that her heart had been moved. She had also been in love with her husband, but something happened between them that he did to her. Since then, her heart had died. Although they had a daughter together, her husband had been working out of town for many years. He only came back during holidays. Li Wenxin handled all the affairs of the family by herself. Li Wenxin also gradually realized that she seemed to have masochistic tendencies. Later, she gradually understood that this was a special inclination. The couple was just going through the motions. Her husband always thought that Li Wenxin still had feelings for him, but he didn't know that years ago, there was no man in Li Wenxin's heart anymore. And the long period of loneliness made her heart stir with a desire for freedom. She had been suppressing herself for too long. She felt that if she indulged herself occasionally, she wouldn't feel so bad, and maybe the family atmosphere would be better. Even though she knew it was morally wrong, she felt agitated. At that moment, Chu-do appeared. At the right time, with the right person. Looking at Chu-do, Li Wenxin suddenly said, how about we do what we talked about online? After speaking, Li Wenxin lowered her head, not daring to look at Chu-do anymore. What they had talked about online. They had talked about establishing a secret relationship with a particular dynamic. Chu-do was of course willing. It would be fun for him, but Li Wenxin's family. Oh well, he wasn't exactly a good person anyway. Chu-do nodded and said, then, should we go? Li Wenxin quietly picked up her bag and phone and stood up gently. As they passed Chen Shuai and Chen Tian, Chu-do made a gesture, and Li Wenxin also made a hand gesture to Chen Tian. Chen Shuai and Chen Tian were dumbfounded. Wait a minute. If they weren't mistaken, wasn't today the two of them's blind date? What were they doing? Chapter 39. Team Building Hike. That wasn't even the point. The main point was that Chen Tian was confused. Sister, you're already married and have a kid. In the stunned gaze of Chen Shuai and Chen Tian, Chu-do and Li Wenxin left the restaurant. As soon as they got into Chu-do's car, preparing to go to the hotel, Li Wenxin's phone rang in less than a minute. Looking at her phone screen, Li Wenxin frowned. Hello. I'm out, having dinner with a friend. You're back? Okay, I understand. It's not convenient. I'll call you back later. Got it. After hanging up the phone, Li Wenxin sighed. I have to go back. Chu-do understood that her husband was back, and there was no way around it. Helpless, he could only let Li Wenxin go back. However, when he dropped Li Wenxin off near her neighborhood, Chu-do still kissed her. Li Wenxin didn't resist. Both of them had a sense of familiar strangeness, as if they had known each other for a long time, but also as if they had just met today. Maybe it was because she was upset. Li Wenxin was particularly involved. Her soft and fragrant body leaned against Chu-do's, her tongue actively entwining with Chu-do's, seeming to want to merge into one. I really have to go. Pushing away Chu-do, Li Wenxin looked complicated. Chu-do sighed. It's okay. I'll wait for you. Li Wenxin nodded solemnly and then got out of the car. Watching Li Wenxin's figure leave, Chu-do said quietly, let's go. Take me home. Ninglei started the car gently and slowly drove off. As for Chen Shuai, Chu-do didn't ask. When Chu-do and Li Wenxin left, Chen Shui and Chen Tian were still chatting animatedly, so it seemed that they had a shot. So Chu-do didn't plan to disturb them. Because Li Wenxin's husband was home, Chu-do didn't send her any messages. Time quickly came to Friday. Today's team-building activity was simple. They would hike and have fun in the nearby mountains, followed by a farmhouse meal at the bottom of the mountain. Everyone was fine with it. Sitting in the office every day wasn't great for their spines, so a hike would be a great way to get some exercise. Early in the morning, the 5 secretaries, the 3 senior managers, and the financial staff member were already downstairs in the building. Because there were a lot of people, Chu-do had a luxurious minibus from the tourism company, and Ning Lei was the driver. Sitting leisurely in the car, Chu-do said with a smile, "Today, everyone is just here to have fun. Don't think about work or anything. Take a break for the day, and since tomorrow is Saturday, you can all go home and rest. Long live boss." Everyone cheered in unison. Even if there was nothing else, just the fact that the team-building time didn't take up their holidays was something that countless exploitative bosses wouldn't be able to do. Lu Ruyan was wearing a white sports t-shirt, tight black workout pants, and white sneakers today. She had her hair in a high ponytail, and she looked refreshing and beautiful. Chu-do was also wearing workout clothes. After all, they were hiking. Wearing a suit would be too ridiculous. The drive wasn't far, just over an hour. The group chatted about various interesting things, and time passed quickly. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, looking at the relatively small mountain, Renjun said with a smile, "I used to enjoy hiking quite a bit. Then I didn't have the time. In a flash, it's been several years since I hiked." Chu-do laughed. "That's good. Go up again today." Lu Ruyan next to him said with a smile, "Boss, I often work out and go hiking. If I'm faster than you." Chu-do said confidently, "That's impossible. I have faith in myself." What a joke. The system had given him pills from the world of cultivators. In terms of physical fitness alone, he could completely crush everyone. "Let's go." With Chu-do's words, the group started to hike. Renjun took the lead, walking in front. Lu Ruyan was in front of Chu-do. Chu-do was in the middle. As long as he looked up, he could see Lu Ruyan's alluring figure under her clothes and her firm buttocks under the tight pants, making Chu-do feel itchy with desire. Although hiking was tiring, Chu-do was full of energy and didn't mind it, and he could keep watching the alluring beauty in front of him. So the whole way, it was quite enjoyable. The group walked and stopped, chatting about daily life, news, hot topics, and interesting stories, and the atmosphere was very lively. After about 2 hours, the group arrived at the top of the mountain. Those who wanted to take photos did so. Those who needed to go to the restroom did so. Those who wanted to enjoy the view did so. And those who wanted to rest sat on the stone benches of the nearby pavilion. After a lot of exercise, Lu Ruyan's face was flushed, and she was panting for breath. She sat on a stone bench to rest and drank half a bottle of water in one gulp. Chu-do, on the other hand, sat there calmly, his face not flushed and his breath even. It seemed as if he had been casually strolling up the mountain, and he showed no signs of fatigue. Perhaps because of the strenuous exercise, Lu Ruyan was covered in sweat. Her perfume continued to spread in the air. Chu-do smelled it lightly and knew that it was Chanel's Allure perfume, with an air of elegance, nobility, and seductiveness. Lu Ruyan handed over a bottle of water and said, "Boss, drink some water." Chu-do took it and guzzled it down, finishing the whole bottle. Lu Ruyan was dumbfounded. "Boss, are you a water buffalo?" Chu-do pursed his lips and said, "I'm not tired, but that doesn't mean I'm not thirsty." Lu Ruyan chuckled and didn't say anything. She picked up the empty bottle and threw it into the trash can nearby. The group also seemed to be very sensible, each of them moving away from the pavilion. Chu-do sat on the stone bench. The mountain breeze gently caressed his face. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan very thoughtfully stood behind Chu-do and placed her hands on Chu-do's shoulders, massaging them. Chu-do enjoyed the massage and said, "Oh, I didn't know you could give massages." Lu Ruyan said proudly, "How is it? Does it feel good? I often give massages to my parents at home." Chu-do shook his head and said, "It's really good. It's better than a professional masseuse." Lu Ruyan gently patted Chu-do's shoulder. "Boss, when you say that, I'm not happy." Chu-do laughed heartily and relaxed his body, resting his head on Lu Ruyan's abdomen, letting her massage him. And in the distance, the group of secretaries and managers kept their eyes down, chatting about random things, as if they didn't know what was going on over there. Chapter 40. Relaxation. After about 10 minutes of massage, Chu-do shook his head and slowly stood up. "You should rest too. You don't need to massage me anymore. After all, Your physical fitness is worse than mine. Lu Ruyan didn't insist and said obediently, "Thank you, boss." Then she sat down, using her hands to rub her shoulders and legs. Chu-do couldn't help but look over at that pair of slender, long legs under the tight pants. Just seeing her gently tap them, he could tell they were full of elasticity. After resting for about an hour and eating some snacks to replenish their energy, everyone prepared to start heading down the mountain. Many people said that it was easy to go down the mountain, but it was actually not true. When going up the mountain, your energy is full, so you just keep going. But when going down, you are exhausted, and your knees have to bend more than when going up. Therefore, you have to be extra careful when going down. It was nearly 3 o'clock when the group finally reached the bottom of the mountain. Luckily, they had eaten some snacks before going down the mountain to replenish their energy, so they weren't too hungry. Chu-do looked at the time and said, "It's still early. Let's go over there to fish and have some fun. There will be dinner here tonight, a farmhouse meal, and we can have a barbecue ourselves." All right. Everyone was very excited. They rarely had time to get close to nature and relax like this while working in the office every day. When they arrived at the fish pond, those who wanted to fish rented rods and other equipment. For many middle-aged men, fishing was a great hobby. For example, Ren Jun and Lei Liang were very interested. But not everyone liked it. Xuefeng and the others went to the nearby flower field. The scenery was very beautiful there, perfect for relaxing, chatting, and taking photos. Chu-do actually didn't have much interest in fishing. When he was out on the yacht, he often fished when he had nothing else to do, so he was already tired of it. Moreover, sea fishing and pond fishing were different. It was possible to get no fish in a pond, but when sea fishing, you could just fish and catch loads of them. If you threw an apple in the sea, it would instantly attract a swarm of fish, making it easy to catch them. Time slowly passed, and it was already 6 o'clock. Chu-do called everyone over. "Let's go. Everyone must be hungry by now. Let's go eat a good meal." The food at the farm was mostly home-style dishes. Not only that, in recent years, to enrich the food, they had added some barbecue options. Everyone ate their fill. After all, how much could a farmhouse meal cost? Stir-fried dishes, barbecue, and staple foods. And of course, there was alcohol. The only driver, Ning Lei, naturally didn't drink. The group ate meat and drank alcohol, chatting about various things, and it was lively and bustling. As Chu-do's secretary, and a female secretary, Lu Ruyan sat next to Chu-do the whole time, giving him food, pouring him wine, handing him napkins, like an obedient lover. It had to be said that having a caring woman take care of you at dinner made things much more comfortable. Lu Ruyan was also a meticulous person, and she was considerate and took good care of him. Everyone else ignored it. Those who had reached this point were no fools. Everyone could see that the boss clearly had feelings for Secretary Lu, and that she was also gentle and obedient. This wasn't something that they could interfere in. If they saw it or heard it, they just pretended they didn't know. Being deaf and blind was an essential skill in the workplace. It wasn't until after 9 o'clock in the evening that they were satisfied and dispersed. Ning Lei drove everyone back. Since everyone had been drinking and the cars were at the company, they naturally called rides to go home. But since Chu-do had Ning Lei as a driver, he didn't need to worry about such things. Lu Ruyan also drove and called a ride to go home. Tomorrow was Saturday, a 2-day weekend break. Chu-do's company had a very relaxed system. It was completely 9 to 5, with holidays and weekends off, and they paid for the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. They didn't force overtime. As long as the work was finished, employees were free to leave. Overtime was paid 3 times the normal pay rate. Who wouldn't want to work in such an environment? They fully insured their employees' benefits, and they were more afraid of the company going bankrupt than the boss. He slept until after 10 o'clock in the morning. Chu-do looked lazily at the ceiling, not wanting to get up. Wang Xinyue was lying next to him. When she saw Chu-do open his eyes, she snuggled close, her hair touching Chu-do's chest. "Chu-ji, what do you want to eat? I'll go make some food." Chu-do shook his head. "No rush. It's already this late. We can just eat lunch later. We can eat anything. If you don't want to cook, we can go out or order takeout." Wang Xinyue laughed softly. Home-cooked food is cleaner after all. Since it's a rare opportunity to be free on Saturday and Sunday, I'll make food for you. Chu-do twirled her long hair and said, "Okay, then cook 2 dishes." "Okay." Wang Xinyue knew Chu-do's tastes. He preferred simple, home-style dishes with a staple food. "Chu-ji, do you have any plans for today?" Wang Xinyue looked at Chu-do eagerly. As a mistress, she also had to please Chu-do. If she spent more time with him, her relationship would naturally warm up faster. Wang Xinyue didn't want to be just a mistress who was only good for sleeping with. That had no value, and Chu Du could replace her at any time. Even as a mistress, she needed a sense of security, a sense of the gold master needing her for something other than her body. Only then would she be a valuable pet. Chu Du replied casually, I don't have any plans today, free time? Wang Xinyue said, yay, and then said, Chu Ji, could you go out with me? Chu Du asked curiously, where do you want to go? Wang Xinyue thought about it and said, shopping. After glancing at Chu Du, she quickly added, it doesn't have to be to buy anything. I just want to walk around. And we could have a cup of milk tea and watch a movie together. That would make me very happy. Chu Du was stunned for a moment. Just that simple? Wang Xinyue nodded vigorously. I really don't ask for much. Chu Du pulled Wang Xinyue closer and said, let's go. Let's go shopping this afternoon and buy some things for both of us. Wang Xinyue was stunned for a moment. Both of us? Buy what? Buy a watch. When Chu Du had started spending money, he used cars to do it. Later, he bought houses, private jets, and private yachts. He just hadn't bought a watch. Since they were going shopping today, he could buy a watch. Wang Xinyue understood, but she wasn't very interested in buying a watch. But going with Chu Du to buy one was definitely no problem. After lying down for a while longer, Wang Xinyue got up, put on her clothes, and went downstairs to buy groceries. At lunch, they simply cooked 3 home-style dishes and ate together. Chu Du had a humble background. He was used to a simple life. This kind of meal made him feel like he was in his normal life, or rather, like he was at home. Since they were going out to have fun on a Saturday and Sunday with his mistress, there was no need to call a driver. Chu Du drove his Lamborghini, taking Wang Xinyue to the Mixed Sea shopping mall.